capable of dealing with such impudence. But they won't come. No, Jessamy said, his brow darkening. I didn't give your name for that reason, it didn't even occur to me. But as soon as I said you were my guardian, he stopped, brooding over it, and then said, raising his austere eyes to Alverstoke's face, that's as contemptible as the rest. Possibly, but you'll own it's convenient. Spare me any moralizing on the hollowness of worldly rank, and pay attention to what I am going to say to you. Yes, sir, said Jessamy, bracing himself. You've claimed my protection as your guardian, and you must now submit to your guardian's judgment, which is that you will henceforth moderate your studies, believe me, they are excessive, and devote some part of every day to your physical needs. What you want, Jessamy, is not a pedestrian curricle but a horse. Light sprang to Jessamy's somber eyes. He exclaimed involuntarily, "Oh, if only—" He stopped short and shook his head. "I can't, not in London. The expense, there will be no expense. You are going to exercise one of my hacks, thereby doing me a favor. I'll ride your horses." You'd let me trust me," stammered Jessamy. "Oh no, I don't deserve to be rewarded, sir." "You are not being rewarded, you are being commanded," said Alverstoke. "A novel experience for you, young man." The glowing eyes lifted to his, the trembling of Jessamy's lip touched him. He smiled and dropped a hand on the boy's shoulder, gripping it. "Pluck up, you gudgeon," he said. "You haven't broken even one of the 10 commandments, you know, so stop trying to turn a molehill into a mountain. If Nap has finished furbishing up your coat, I'll drive you home now." 15 Upon the following morning, the Marquis received a letter from Frederica, thanking him for his kind offices, and expressing her regret that he should have been put to so much trouble on Jessamy's behalf. He read it appreciatively, knowing very well that its civility hid, or was meant to hide, intense mortification. She acknowledged it, when, 2 days later, he met her at an assembly. He said in answer to his quizzing accusation, "Oh, no, not cross, but so deeply mortified. After all my protestations, I do most sincerely beg your pardon." "Nonsense, what had you to do with it?" "Oh, everything," she sighed. "I brought him to London against his wish, and I've neglected him for Charis. I ought not to leave him so much to his own devices." She thought this over, and added candidly, "Not that he would like it if I were to thrust my company on him too frequently. In fact, it would irk him past bearing. He is a very solitary person, you know, and that's my fault too. I expect I should have at least made a push to cure him of that. You would have been wasting your time. I wish you will explain to me why you are making such a heavy matter of a trivial and perfectly understandable episode." He, of course, was bound to do so at this stage of his career, but why should you? "Oh, I don't," she said quickly. "If he hadn't turned to you instead of to me, I should have been excessively diverted. But it does vex me that he should have dragged you into the affair. Yes, and although he gets upon his high ropes if I question him, and says it is no concern of mine, but quite his own business, I am persuaded you must have paid for all the damage he did, and that I cannot bear. Nor could he, so I have merely lent him the necessary sum, in return for his promise that he will abate his studies a trifle. Yes, I know you are burning to reimburse me immediately, but that, let me tell you, would be a high piece of meddling, and if I were to allow you to do it, which I shan't, destructive of the good I rather think I may have achieved." She looked at him, her eyes warm with gratitude. "Indeed you have. I was afraid that he would have fallen into dejection, for in general he always does so when he has kicked up a lark, but this time he is more aux anges than in despair. I wish you might have seen him when he rode up to our door on your horse and called me out to admire its points. So proud and happy. I won't meddle, but at least let me thank you. No, the subject has begun to bore me. Tell me instead, who's the dashing blade with Charis?" Her eyes traveled to her sister, who was waltzing with a lively young gentleman, obviously of the first stare of a la modality, and even more obviously bent on fixing his interest with her. "Mr. Peter Navenby. We met him at Lady Jersey's party. She told me he no sooner set eyes on Charis than he begged her to present him. There's nothing unusual in that, of course, but he has become extremely particular in his attentions, and which I think most significant. He prevailed upon his mother to pay us a morning visit. I liked her so much. What's of more consequence is that she liked Charis. I collect from something she said to me that her dread is to see him snapped up by some horridly mercenary girl on the catch for a rich husband, which she instantly perceived Charis is not. She looked anxiously at his lordship. It would be an eligible match, wouldn't it? The Marquis, who was surveying Mr. Navenby through his quizzing glass, said, "Young Navenby, is he? Oh, a most eligible match. He has all the advantages of birth and a respectable fortune, prospective, of course, but we must hope his father won't be long-lived." "I don't hope anything of the sort," said Frederica, flushing angrily, "and an abominable thing to say even for you, my lord. But I thought you were determined to marry Charis to a fortune." "I am not, and nor did I ever say so. I wish to see her comfortably established, which is a very different matter to scheming for titles and fortunes. What I do not wish for her is a handsome muttonhead like your cousin, whose fortune is as small as his brain. I shall be very much obliged to you if you will nip that affair in the bud." He looked rather amused, but merely said, "You must have been listening to my cousin Lucretia. Let me reassure you, Endymion was not born without a shirt. He inherited quite an easy competence." Conscious of having let her annoyance betray her into a very improper speech, she said stiffly, "I shouldn't have spoken as I did about your cousin. I beg your pardon." "Oh, I've no objection," he replied indifferently. "I have really very little interest in Endymion and not the smallest intention of interfering in his concerns, so you won't have to be obliged to me. That should at least afford you some consolation." He glanced mockingly at her as he spoke, but she had turned her face away, biting her lip. "Well, doesn't it? No, you made me fly into a miff and snap your nose off, but I didn't mean to offend you. I hope I am not so ungrateful." "You haven't offended me, and I don't want your gratitude," he said. Startled by the harsh note in his voice, she looked up at him, doubt and a little dismay in her face. His was inscrutable, but after a moment he smiled and said, in his usual languid way, "Gratitude is another of the things which I find a dead bore." "Then you must take care not to give me cause to feel it," she replied. He had transferred his attention again to Charis and said abruptly, "A budding tulip, young Navenby. Am I to understand that you have abandoned hope of her milky suitor?" "Yes, entirely. You are perfectly right. He's nothing but an air dreamer. Do but look at him now." He is seated beside Mrs. Porthcawl, watching Charis with the most ridiculous smile on his face. He doesn't care a rush that she should be dancing with Navenby. "True," he agreed. The quizzing glass came into play again, sweeping the room until it found its object. "So unlike my mutton-headed cousin." "Well, he is mutton-headed," she said defiantly. "I never denied it. I even refrained from retaliating in kind." An irrepressible dimple peeped in her cheek, but she replied with dignity, "You mean, I collect, that my sister isn't blue or very clever. You may so phrase it if you choose. Your sister, Frederica, is a beautiful pea-goose, and well you know it." Since an innate honesty forbade her to refute this charge, all she could think of to say was, "The more reason for her to marry a man of sense and judgment." "You may be right. Does that description fit young Navenby?" "I shouldn't have thought it, but again you may be right. I know nothing about him, after all, and it never does to judge by appearances, does it? Of all the detestable persons I ever met—" She stopped, gave a gasp, and said in a tone of strong resolution, "No, I won't say it, but I dare say you may guess whom I mean," she added, her feelings overcoming her. "No, I haven't a notion. Do tell me," he invited. She caught her breath on a choke of laughter, and turned from him, with considerable relief, to greet Darcy Morton, who had just come up to them. The Marquis lingered only to exchange a few words with Mr. Morton, before strolling away to join a group gathered round Lady Jersey. He was apparently unaware of the interest he had aroused by singling out the elder Miss Merriville and sitting beside her for quite 20 minutes, but he had been observed throughout by several pairs of eyes, some curious, some jealous, and some cynical, and no one had failed to notice that for a large part of this time he had been watching the younger Miss Merriville. Some thought that it would be rather too bad if he were to make that beautiful innocent his next victim. Others wondered if he had at last met his fate, and a few ladies, some of whom had cherished secret hopes that their daughters might find favor in his eyes, were unequivocally disgusted. Amongst these was Lady Vexed. She had no axe to grind. She had been as anxious as her elder sister to see Alverstoke suitably married, and his presumptive heir cut out, but from the moment of setting eyes on Charis, she had taken the Merrivilles in strong dislike. She was convinced that the blame for Jane's lack of success lay at Charis's door, and the compliments she received on her protégé's delightful manners and excellent style very soon made her hate Frederica as much as Charis. She had been forced to launch them into the tun, and was now able to wash her hands of them. But even this agreeable circumstance was spoilt for her by the ease and rapidity with which they had found their feet. She might tell herself that the hostesses who invited them to their parties only did so to oblige their noble guardian, but she knew very well that it was untrue. Everyone liked the Merrivilles, as the Countess Leven, with a faint, malicious smile, informed her. "For my part, I consider them a great deal too coming," she told her elder sister. "Charis's namby-pamby airs don't impress me, and as for Frederica, as she calls herself, I dare say you've noticed how positively bumptious she is." "No," said Lady Jevington bluntly, "I haven't. Very unaffected, pretty-behaved girls, both of them. Charis is a beautiful ninnyhammer, but I believe Frederica to be a young woman of superior understanding." "Oh, most superior," said Lady Vexed, her eyes snapping angrily. "On the catch for a husband. I wonder you should be so taken by her insinuating ways. I knew what her object was within a week of making her acquaintance." "Ah," said Lady Jevington, "so Buxted is making up to her, is he? I've several times been told as much, but I never listened to on dits. Make yourself easy, Louisa. Nothing will come of it." Her color much heightened, Lady Buxted retorted, "No, not if I have anything to say in the matter." The condescending smile on her sister's face exacerbated her into adding, "I have no fears for Carlton, none at all. But I wonder how you will like it, my dear Augusta, when you find yourself with your beautiful ninnyhammer as your sister-in-law." She perceived that these words had produced an impression, and continued triumphantly, "How is it possible that you, who believe yourself to be so long-headed, can have failed to notice that Vernon scarcely took his eyes off that girl last night?" Lady Jevington opened her mouth, shut it again, and after subjecting her sister to an incredulous stare, said, "You are a fool, Louisa." Meanwhile, the Misses Merriville, their thoughts far removed from matrimonial conquests, were warmly welcoming the head of the family, exclaiming joyfully at his unexpected arrival in Upper Wimpole Street, hugging him, kissing him, thrusting him into the easiest chair in the drawing-room, procuring refreshment for him, and greeting his sudden appearance with all the fond delight to be expected of two loving sisters. Inevitably, it was Frederica who first came to earth and who demanded to know what had brought him to London. Fortifying himself with a long drink from the tankard she had just handed him, he met her anxious gaze with an engaging grin and said, "Oh, I've been rusticated." "Harry!" "Oh, no," she cried, dismayed. "Yes, I have Barney, too. You know, Barney Peplow, a particular friend of mine, a great gun." She had not so far been privileged to meet Mr. Peplow, but her brother's enthusiastic praise of that young gentleman had long since inspired her with foreboding. But it was Charis who nettled Harry by uttering in soft but stricken accents, "Oh, dear, what can be done?" "Nothing is to be done. What a goose you are," returned Harry impatiently. "You needn't look so Friday-faced, either of you. Anyone would think I'd been sent down for good. Of course I haven't been, only for the rest of this term." "But why, Harry?" Frederica asked, by no means reassured. He laughed. "Oh, nothing very much, just a bit of bobbery. We weren't the only ones in it, either. The thing was, we were rather full of frisk. It was after old George's birthday party, George Lee, I mean, though you don't know him either, do you? A famous fellow. So there was a bit of riot and rumpus, and that's how it was. Nothing to throw you into high fidgets, I promise you." Her anxious mind relieved of its worst fears, she agreed to this, and asked him no further questions, knowing well that these would only set up his back. Experience had also taught her that, while she understood and sympathized with schoolboys' pranks, she would never be able to understand what Harry and his friends found to amuse them in their revel routs, which seemed invariably to start with what he called a spread, or, as she gathered, a wine party, and to end in horseplay as senseless as it was destructive. "As a matter of fact," said Harry ingenuously, "I've been thinking for some time that I ought to come down just to make sure all's right here. There's no saying but what you might have got into a scrape, and I am the head of the family." Charis giggled, but Frederica, though the ready laughter sprang to her eyes, responded in a much-moved tone, "How kind of you, Harry. Of course it was your duty to be rusticated." "Now, Freddie," he protested, his lips quivering in spite of himself. "I didn't say that." "I should think not indeed," said Charis, highly diverted by this exchange. "When we have been fixed in London for more than a month, and there are only a few weeks left of the term. What a Banbury man you are, you dearest, horridest creature." He laughed back at her, but said, "Well, I do think I ought to keep my eye on you all. You're neither of you up to snuff, you know, and you were never before in London." "There, I must own, you have the advantage of us," agreed Frederica. "Good gracious, when was Harry in London?" asked Charis in innocent surprise. "I don't precisely remember, but it was some years ago. Aunt Scrabster invited him because of being his godmother, and he spent a whole week in Harley Street and was shown all the sights, weren't you, Harry?" He grimaced at her. "That's quite enough, Freddie. Lord, how my uncle did drag me about, and to the stuffiest places. But the thing is that I've learned a great deal since I went up to Oxford, and I fancy I've a pretty fair notion of what's o'clock. And I'll tell you one thing I don't like, and that's this house. No, nor do we, but in spite of its shabby furniture and its unfashionable situation, we contrive to move in the first circles, I promise you. I know that, and I don't like it above half. It was this fellow, Alverstoke, who brought that about, wasn't it? I never heard of him in my life until you wrote that he was a cousin of ours, but I can tell you this. I know a great deal about him now, and I must say, Frederica, I can't understand how you came to put yourself under his protection. You ain't in general so bird-witted." "But Harry, what can you mean?" exclaimed Charis. "He has been so very kind and obliging, you can have no notion." "Oh, can't I?" he retorted. "Well, that's where you're out, because I have, kind and obliging, I dare say. Yes, and particularly so to the boys. Are you thinking that he is very starched up? He does appear to be, and I know that some people say he is odiously haughty and cares only for his own pleasure, but it isn't so, is it, Frederica? Only think of his taking Felix all over that foundry, and arranging for him to see the new mint, besides letting Jessamine ride that lovely horse." "Lord Alverstoke was under an obligation to Papa," said Frederica coolly. "It was on that account that he consented, not very willingly, to act as our guardian." "Guardian? He's no guardian of mine," interrupted Harry, up in arms. "Certainly not, or of mine. How should he be when we are both of age?" "Yes, well, oh, you don't understand. I assure you I do. You've been told that he's a shocking rake, is he?" interpolated Charis, her eyes widening. "I had thought a rake would have been very different. Well, I know they are. They try to get up flirtations and put one to the blush by the things they say. And oh, you know, Frederica, Cousin Alverstoke isn't at all like that. Indeed, I've often thought him dreadfully strict. Yes, for ever preaching propriety and giving one a scold for not behaving as though one had but just escaped from the schoolroom," said Frederica, with considerable feeling. "Make yourself easy, Harry. Whatever may be Alverstoke's reputation, He cherishes no improper designs where we are concerned. Nor did we come out under his aegis. It's true that he invited us to a ball which he gave in honor of his niece, but it was his sister, Lady Vexed, who fired us off, as they say. He did not look to be perfectly satisfied, but as Jessamy came in at that moment the subject was allowed to drop. Jessamy looked grave when he learned the reason for Harry's arrival, but he only said, when warned that his senior wanted no jobations from him, "Certainly not." "And none of your moralizing speeches either," said Harry, eyeing him in some suspicion. "You needn't be afraid of that. I have no right to moralize," replied Jessamy, sighing. "Hey, what's this?" Harry demanded. "Don't tell me you've been kicking up riot and rumpus old sober sides." "Something very like it," Jessamy said heavily, the scene in Piccadilly vivid in his memory. Both his sisters cried out at this, and by the time Harry had been regaled by them with the story of the pedestrian curricle, and had gone into shouts of laughter, Jessamy had begun to think that it had not been so very bad after all, and was even able to laugh a little himself, and to tell Harry about the adventure's glorious sequel, dwelling with such particularity on the points of Alverstoke's various hacks and carriage horses, that the ladies soon bethought themselves of tasks in some other part of the house, and withdrew. When the subject had been thoroughly discussed, Harry acknowledged that it was certainly handsome of the Marquis to place his hacks at Jessamy's disposal, and gratified his brother by adding, "Not that he'd anything to fear. I'll say this for you, young un. You've as neat a seat and as light a hand as anyone I know." "Yes, but he didn't know that," said Jessamy naively. Harry grinned but refrained from comment. You never knew how Jessamy would take it if you made game of him, and he thought it rather beneath himself to set up the boy's bristles. Besides, he wanted to know more about the Marquis. Jessamy was 6 years his junior, but he had a good deal of respect for his judgment, and a somewhat rueful dependence on his ability to detect weakness of moral character. If Jessamy erred, it would not be on the side of tolerance. But Jessamy had little but good to say of the Marquis. He understood why Harry should be anxious, and owned that he had wondered at first if Alverstoke meant to dangle after Charis. "It's no such thing, however. He doesn't seem to me to pay much heed to her. He did take her driving in the park once, but Frederica told me he only did so as a sort of warning to some horrid rip that was making up to her, and he doesn't send her flowers or haunt the house like Cousin Endymion." "Cousin who?" demanded Harry. "Endymion." "Well, that's what we call him, and according to Frederica we are connected with him in some way or another. He's Cousin Alverstoke's heir and in the Life Guards. Nutty on Charis, but there's no need to worry about him. He's a big, beef-witted fellow, no harm in him at all, but Lord, what a cloth head. Then there's Cousin Gregory, he's one of Cousin Alverstoke's nephews, and Cousin Buxted, but he comes to sit in Frederica's pocket. And here, how many more of them?" interpolated Harry, startled. "I don't know precisely. It does seem odd suddenly to find oneself with dozens of cousins one never knew existed, doesn't it?" "Damned odd." "Yes, but they are cousins, or at all events connections of ours. They acknowledge it." Harry shook his head but said, "Well, I suppose it's all right and tight. Did you say one of them was making up to Frederica?" "Yes, it's the greatest joke," replied Jessamy, fully appreciating his brother's incredulity. "And the best of it is that he's such a dead bore that—" He stopped and frowned. "I shouldn't say that of him," he said. "He's a very respectable man. Kind, too, and thinks just as he ought. Only, somehow, he makes you want to go off and knock up a lark when he starts moralizing. I know that's wrong, but it does make me see what Cousin Alverstoke meant when he said I should make a better parson if I did fall into scrapes." This disclosure made a stronger appeal to Harry than anything else Jessamy had said in the Marquis's favor. He declared himself anxious to make his acquaintance, even going so far as to say that he sounded as if he had a lot of rum gumption. "Well, I dare say you will be taking the girls to balls, so you're bound to meet him." "Taking the girls to balls," echoed Harry, horrified. "No, by Jupiter. "That I won't." Nothing would move him from this decision. To the persuasions of his sisters, he responded that he had outgrown his evening dress, and would be dashed if he wasted his blunt on a new rig, that he expected to be fully engaged with his friend Barney, that he rather thought he might take a bolt to Herefordshire, just to be sure all was well at Grainard, and as a clincher, that he was such a bad dancer that he would only disgrace them if they dragged him to any of their assemblies. They were disappointed, but not surprised. Harry, who closely resembled Charis, could never disgrace them, however badly he danced, for besides his fair, handsome face and well-made person, he had a considerable degree of lively charm. But Harry, alas, had no taste for fashionable life, and no ambition to acquire the London touch. He was ripe for any spree, as he phrased it with his friends, but it was easy to see that it would not be many years before he settled down very happily to the life of a sporting squire. If anything had been needed to confirm him in his resolution, it was supplied by Miss Wincham, acidly expressing the opinion that the least he could do to atone for his rustication was to make himself useful to his sisters. 10 minutes in his aunt's company were enough to set Harry, in general the most easy-going of mortals, at dagger-drawing. Frederica, seeing the spark in his blue eyes and the mulish look about his mouth, intervened, and allowed some time to elapse before she ventured to suggest that if he wished to make Alverstoke's acquaintance, he could be sure of doing so by escorting his sisters to Lady Sefton's forthcoming squeeze. But Harry had an answer to that. Little though he might like doing the pretty amongst all the smarts and fribbles of the ton, he hoped he was not rag-mannered. Rather cool, he said, to depend on a chance meeting for the opportunity to pay his respects to the Marquis. He had given the matter some thought, and since it appeared that Alverstoke had placed them all under an obligation, he felt that it behoved him to pay a formal visit in Berkeley Square, not merely as a gesture of civility, but to discharge Jessamy's debt. "Well, I own I should be glad if you could do so," said Frederica, "but I don't think he will let you. I expect you are quite right in thinking that you should pay him a morning visit, but whatever you do, Harry, don't let it be before noon. Jessamy and I have both invaded his house before he had left his dressing-room, and for a third Merriville to do so would be quite dreadful." "What a paltry fellow!" exclaimed Harry scornfully. But when, strictly adhering to Frederica's advice, he presented himself in Berkeley Square, one glance was enough to convince him that whatever epithet might be used to describe the Marquis, paltry was very fair and far off indeed. As luck would have it, he arrived at Alverstoke's house just as Alverstoke emerged from it, exquisitely attired in a blue coat of Weston's tailoring, the palest of pantaloons, the snowiest of neckcloths, and Hessian boots so highly polished that they glinted in the sunshine. Harry, pausing with one foot on the first of the shallow steps leading up to the door, received an instant impression of tremendous elegance, but not for a moment did it occur to him that he was gazing at a veritable tulip of the ton. That coat of blue superfine was molded over magnificent shoulders, and those clinging pantaloons in no way concealed the swell of muscles in his lordship's powerful thighs which unmistakably proclaimed the athlete. The Marquis, also pausing but at the top of the steps, looked down at his unexpected visitor. His brows were slightly raised, but after a swift, keen scrutiny they sank and he smiled, saying, "Don't take the trouble to introduce yourself. Unless I am very much mistaken, you must be Harry Merriville." Harry acknowledged it, too well accustomed to be recognized by his resemblance to his lovely sister to feel surprise at his lordship's acumen. His lordship, correctly interpreting the look of revulsion in his face, gave him further proof of it. "There is a great family likeness between you all," he said smoothly. "Come in and tell me what brings you to London, not that I need ask, for how long are you sent down?" Since his tone held nothing but sympathetic interest, Harry saw no reason to take umbrage and replied with his frank, attractive smile, Oh, only for the rest of the term, sir. It was nothing, just fun and gig. But the bagwig was feeling out of curl, and he chose to cut up stiff. But I'm detaining you. Perhaps you have an engagement. It's not of the smallest consequence, replied the Marquis, relinquishing his hat, his gloves, and his cane into his footman's hands and leading the way into the library. You shall drink a glass of sherry with me, and tell me in what way I can serve you. Good God, sir, none at all, said Harry, shocked. It seems to me that you have done a great deal for my family already. I came merely to thank you for your kind offices. How very civil of you, but pray don't. Yes, that's all very well, objected Harry, but for the life of me I can't see that we have the least claim upon you, sir. You are forgetting our relationship. It ain't a case of forgetting, for I never knew of it, said Harry bluntly. Frederica says you are our cousin, but I've a strong notion she's shamming it. You wrong her. Our relationship is a trifle remote, perhaps, but we meet somewhere on the family tree, I assure you. Well, that might be, I dare say, conceded Harry doubtfully. I never took much interest in the family tree myself, but of course I know that everyone has hosts of relations one's never met in one's life. And some of them such very queer nabs, murmured his lordship. Yes, by Jove, aren't they just? Exclaimed Harry with considerable feeling. He burst out laughing at the quizzical look in the Marquis's eye. Oh, I don't mean you, sir, how could I? But only think of my Aunt Seraphina. Not that she's an unknown relation, I only wish to God she were. I dare say you are acquainted with her. I am, and you have all my sympathy. Harry nodded, but said, Oh, well, she don't come the ugly with the girls, and they must have somebody to play gooseberry, I suppose. He waited while Wiccan, who had entered the room, set a heavily embossed silver tray down at his master's elbow. But when he had accepted a glass of sherry from his host, he said, The thing is, sir, that if we are only remotely related, there's no reason in the world why you should be troubled with any of us, and I don't like it at all that my sister Frederica should have jockeyed you into it. Which, he added shrewdly, I'll go bail she did. Oh, no, replied his lordship. I collect you were not aware that I was under an obligation to your father. No, I wasn't, said Harry. How should you be? Said his lordship, with the sweet, discomfiting smile which rarely failed to depress pretension. Harry knew an impulse to ask in what way his erratic parent had contrived to place this unquestionable out-and-outer under an obligation, but the smile warned him that any such inquiry would be an impertinence. He refrained, therefore, but after drinking a little sherry made a recover and said, his chin lifting a little, However that may be, sir, I must feel myself greatly indebted to you, not only for sponsoring my sisters, which is a debt I can't repay, but for coming so kindly to my young brother's rescue. That debt I can repay and wish to do immediately. In fact, that forms a part of my errand to you, so will you tell me, if you please, what was the sum which you were obliged to spend on his behalf? I am afraid you will have to hold me excused, replied his lordship apologetically. For one thing I don't know, my secretary settled the business, and for another I lent Jessamy the sum, whatever it may have been, upon certain terms. Yes, sir, he told me, and I'm very much obliged to you. Though why the silly gudgeon didn't bring his covert hack to London, instead of making a dashed martyr of himself, or even hire a horse, I hardly think he would care for a job horse. And since he is determined not to incur the expense of a horse and a groom in London, may I suggest that you leave well alone? Harry flushed. I beg your pardon, but it isn't well, sir. I mean, there's no reason why Jessamy should be so much beholden to you. He should have applied to me because I'm his guardian, not you. Oh, I haven't the smallest intention of usurping your authority, the Marquis assured him. It isn't so much that, well, as a matter of fact, it's my sister who has the younger ones in charge, confessed Harry. But when it comes to letting my brother, my ward, run into debt, no. That is a matter which lies between you and him and in no way concerns me. Give him a thundering scold if you feel it to be your duty. What, when I've been sent down myself? Exclaimed Harry. I'm not such a mawworm, besides, he added frankly. "I'll be damned if I give my head to Jessamy for washing." The Marquis smiled. "Then, I repeat, leave well alone." Then he saw that Harry was looking far from satisfied, and the amusement deepened in his eyes. "Or you can stand surety if you feel he won't redeem the debt," he said. Harry stiffened, and replied in rather a gritty voice, "I have no fear of that, sir." "No, nor have I. What I do fear," said Harry, slightly mollified, "is that he'll very likely run himself aground over the business." "In that case," replied his lordship, "it will be your duty as his guardian to bring him about again. I can't agree, however, that it is a likely contingency. I believe the sum involved to have been quite trifling. Meanwhile, he is happily employed every morning, exercising one or other of my hacks, instead of addling his brain with overmuch study. Really, it is I who stand in his debt. I had liefer by far entrust my horses to him than to any groom." "Yes, indeed," Harry said warmly. "He's got a maggot in his head over some things, but he's a clipping rider, I promise you. In the hunting field, I mean. No need to be afraid he won't keep your hacks well in hand." "Then, since our minds are now relieved of care, we needn't discuss the matter further," said his lordship. "What are your own plans? Are you making a come-out too?" Harry's mind was not quite relieved of care, but partly from diffidence and partly from an innate dislike of responsibility, he let the subject drop, assuring the Marquis instead that he had no desire to make a come-out. He added that he did not think it would be, under the circumstances, quite the thing. "I shall be visiting a friend and going about with him a good deal, I dare say." "I see. Keep away from the sluiceries of Tothill Fields, and if you end up in a watch-house with your pockets to let, send a message here, not to Upper Wimpole Street. I'll bail you out." "Thank you, but I don't anticipate—" "One never does," murmured his lordship. "These things happen to one, however, and it is just as well to be prepared." He looked thoughtfully at his young guest. "I recall that your sister told me once that you are fond of boxing. If you have a fancy to attend Jackson's school, it's in Bond Street, number 13, send this in to him. He will pay particular attention to you." He drew out his card case as he spoke, scrawled something on one of the visiting cards he abstracted from it, and flicked it over to Harry. "Oh, by Jupiter!" Harry exclaimed, catching it and eagerly deciphering the scrawled message. "That's devilish good of you, sir. I'm excessively obliged to you. I'm no better than a moulder, of course, but I am very partial to the sport. Thank you very much. Though why you should concern yourself with me, I'm damned if I know." He colored hotly and added in apologetic accents, "I mean, well, all this gammon about being under an obligation to my father, the charm of novelty," replied his lordship, bringing the interview to an end by rising from his chair. "Since I assumed the role of guardian titular, of course. Of your enterprising brothers, I haven't known what might happen next. Hitherto, I have always known precisely what would happen next. A dead bore, believe me." With this, Harry had to be content. He took a punctilious leave of the Marquis and went off, unable to decide if he liked him or disliked him. The Marquis had no such doubts. Within 10 minutes of making Harry's acquaintance, he had recognized in him not only his father's merits but also his failings. A pleasing boy, with frank, well-bred manners, whom it was impossible not to like, but one who lacked strength of character, and would always be amiably ready to let another shoulder his responsibilities. And why the devil should I shoulder them? The Marquis demanded of himself. I must have windmills in my head. 16. If Harry was doubtful of the Marquis, he found no difficulty at all in deciding that the Marquis's cousin and heir was a capital fellow. The young gentlemen, in fact, took to one another on sight, and this in spite of the slight prejudice created in Harry's mind by the knowledge that Frederica did not look with favor upon Mr. Daughtry. Endymion was not much given to speculation, but had he thought about the matter he would have felt sure that he would like Harry, or any other of Charis's relations. He was some few years older than Harry, and he had all the town bronze which Harry lacked. But his intellect was not strong, and like many other persons of slow wit to whom learning was a painful labor, he was inclined to regard with respect bordering upon awe anyone capable of passing responsions. It might have been supposed that disparity of age and of intelligence would have raised a barrier between the two gentlemen. Frederica did suppose it, but she had reckoned without one powerful factor. Each was sporting mad. A chance word revealed to Harry that this seeming sapskull was a Melton man, and from his description of the Shires, an accomplished horseman. Not that Endymion, a modest young man, boasted of his prowess. The only personal anecdotes he recounted were of having been bullfinched at a regular stitcher at Barkby Holt, and of having once taken a toss into the Wissendine. But you could tell, thought Harry, quick to realize that Endymion laid the blame for these mishaps not upon his horse but upon himself, that however blockish he might be in a drawing-room he was a first-rate man in the saddle. From hunting it was a short step to almost every form of sport, and by the time the superiority of Manton's new patent shot had been discussed, the advantages of a 6 or 7 over a heavier shot argued, and the fights each gentleman had had with various salmon of stupendous size, described in exhaustive detail, it would have been hard to have decided which held the other in the higher esteem. Frederica might be exasperated by Endymion's easy conquest of her volatile brother, but Charis, listening to their exchanges with a glowing look of gratification in her beautiful eyes, was encouraged when she found herself alone with Harry to say imploringly, "You do like him, Harry, don't you?" Blushing, she added, "Our cousin, I mean Mr. Dauntrey." "Oh, him," said Harry. "Yes, a first-rate man, bang up to the knocker too, I should think. And so very handsome, don't you think?" She suggested shyly. Since this was not a matter which had previously excited Harry's attention, he was obliged to consider it for a moment before replying, "Yes, I suppose he is. Too big, though. I shouldn't wonder at it if he rides as much as 16 stone, poor fellow. Aye, and what's more, he might strip well, but you may depend upon it that it would be bellows to mend with him in the ring. All the same, these big, heavy men, too slow by half." Slightly daunted by these strictures, Charis said, "But so very amiable, so truly the gentleman." He agreed to this, but added a rider. "Not much in his knowledge box, mind you. In fact, if we hadn't got to talking about hunting, I should have said he was a regular chawbackin. He is not. I know that. He knows the devil of a lot about horses," and he broke off, suddenly struck by her unusual vehemence. "You don't mean to tell me you're in love again?" he exclaimed. "No. For I was never in love before, never." "Not in love before? Why, what about no?" she reiterated. "I didn't know, I didn't understand. This is different, quite different." "Well," said Harry skeptically, "if you weren't in love with any of the caulkers who made such dashed cakes of themselves about you, all I can say is that you're a desperate flirt. Why, you never even hinted them away." Tears sprang to her eyes. She uttered in a stricken voice, "Oh, Harry, no, not a flirt. It was only that they were all such particular friends. How could I be unkind to anyone I've known all my life? And if you are thinking of poor Mr. Griff, I promise you I didn't give him the least encouragement." "Or the least set-down," said Harry. "But dearest, only think how brutal it would have been. He was so dreadfully humble, and he had so much sensibility. I couldn't wound him so. There wasn't anything very humble about the jackhatwarts Tom Rushberry brought home with him last year. The coxcomb who had the infernal impudence to come serenading you and woke us all up with his damned caterwauling." "Oh, Harry," she said reproachfully, "you know he had a very fine voice." "Yes, and you know I didn't like him and was only kind to him because you were so uncivil as to empty a jug of water over him and pretend you thought he was a cat. I own, I have once or twice fancied I might be in love, but I know now that I quite mistook the matter. I never loved any of them as I love my dear, dear Endymion, and I never shall." "Yes, you will," said Harry in a bracing tone. "Well, you know what you are, Charis. You'll have a tender for some other fellow next week, I dare say." Her tears spilled over. She turned her face away, saying sadly, I had hoped that you would understand. For the Lord's sake, don't get ticklish, begged Harry, observing with apprehension these signs of distress. What the deuce is there to cry about? It ain't as if Daughtry weren't nutty on you. Frederica told me he was not, that she need have done so. Any jobberknoll could see that. Frederica doesn't like him, said Charis on a sob. Well, what has that to say to anything? It's my belief she don't know you formed a lasting passion for him. Why the devil don't you tell her? Good God, you surely ain't afraid of her. Oh, no, 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 declared Charis. But she wouldn't believe me, Harry, any more than you do. It's all so dreadful. It was on my account we came to London, because Frederica was set on establishing me comfortably. I know she doesn't think I should be comfortable with Endymion and should forget him in a sennight if I didn't see him again. And she has pinched and saved and contrived all for my sake. How could I be so ungrateful as to— Fudge, interrupted Harry with strong common sense. I'll tell you what, Charis, if you don't stop trying to do what everybody wants, you'll find yourself in the suds. Besides, Frederica is a dashed sight too fond of you to drive a spoke in your wheel, even if she could. But she could, Harry. Oh, she would never, never do so if she didn't believe I should regret it if I married my adored Endymion. But that's just what she does believe. I know she thinks that she need not care for his visiting us because I shall grow tired of him. Since Harry knew this too and was much inclined to agree with Frederica, he could find nothing better to say than, "Oh, well. No sense in getting into the hips. If I mean when she sees that you really have fixed your interest, she'll come about." Another sob shook Charis. "Alas, it's worse than you know, and I have the gravest fear that Endymion will be torn from me." "No, that's coming it much too strong," said Harry, revolted. "I wish you wouldn't talk such balderdash. Torn from you indeed, by Frederica I collect." "Oh, no, no, by cousin Alverstoke," he stared. "What the devil has he to do with it?" "Endymion is his heir," replied Charis mournfully. "Well, what if he is?" With a stirring of his earlier suspicion, he said, "Is he dangling after you himself?" She looked astonished. "Alverstoke? Good gracious, no. He likes Frederica better than me, but he isn't dangling after either of us. I expect if he ever does marry, it will be someone of high rank and fortune, for everybody says that he is very proud, besides being of the first consequence. You may depend upon it that he means Endymion to do the same, and so does Endymion's mamma. She is determined he shall make a brilliant match. Clia told me so. She is his sister, you know, and the dearest girl. She says that Mrs. Daughtry is always on the lookout for a suitable heiress. One can't wonder at it or blame her. He is not rich, you see, and if cousin Alverstoke ceased to make him an allowance he would be quite poor. I shouldn't care a straw for that, and he says he wouldn't either. But oh, Harry, he has been used to live in the first circles, and to ride splendid hunters, and not to consider expense very much. And I am so afraid he would hate to be obliged to make and scrape." Harry was beginning to think that Frederica was wiser than he had at first supposed, but since he knew Charis would start to cry again if he said so, he sought for something consoling to say instead, finally achieving, "Well, I see no occasion for you to be thrown into gloom. 10-1 Alverstoke won't raise any objection. After all, he hasn't tried to interfere, has he?" "He doesn't know," said Charis, refusing to be comforted. "Mrs. Daughtry suspects, but Clia says she is hoping it is only a horrid flirtation. But if Frederica was aware of my sentiments and begged cousin Alverstoke to intervene—" She shuddered and clasped her hands tensely together. "You see, he could, Harry. He could arrange for Endymion to be sent abroad, for instance, and then I think I should die. Oh, my dear brother, there's no one to help us but you, and I count on your support." By this time, Harry was heartily regretting that he had been rusticated. There seemed to be every prospect of finding himself embroiled in just the sort of situation he would most wish to avoid. He said uneasily, "Yes, but I don't see what I can do." Charis did not appear to have any very clear idea either, for while, in one breath, she begged him not to divulge her confidence to Frederica, In the next, she charged him with the office of persuading her to look with a kindly eye upon Endymion, and to forbid her to approach Alverstoke. By no stretch of the imagination could Harry conjure up a vision of himself forbidding Frederica to do that, or anything else, but he naturally did not say so. Nor did he tell Charis that while it was not wholly impossible that Frederica would be swayed by his persuasion, it was extremely unlikely that she would be. He said instead that he would do his best, and faithfully fulfilled his promise at the first opportunity that offered. He told Frederica that he wouldn't wonder at it if Endymion, whom he described as a trump and quite up to the hub, wasn't just the man for Charis. "A trump!" exclaimed Frederica. "Because he's a Melton man and has an eye to a hound. Harry, how can you be so absurd? He's nothing but a handsome moonling." "Oh, he don't want for sense," said Harry. "I don't say he's one of the long-headed ones, but dash it, Freddie, there's precious little in Charis's cockloft." She was unable to deny this, but said, "The more reason for her to marry a man of superior sense. Surely you must perceive, Harry, I do beg of you not to encourage her in this nonsense. You must know what she is. She may have been dazzled by his appearance, I don't know, but I think it very likely, for I will allow him to be a remarkably fine young man, and she has, most unfortunately, seen him in full regimentals. But if he were to be removed from her sight she would very soon forget all about him. My dear, you cannot, in all seriousness, wish your sister to throw herself away on a personable nodcock of small fortune and no prospects worthy of a moment's consideration." "I don't know that," objected Harry. "He's Alverstoke's heir, isn't he?" "Yes, at present he is, but when Alverstoke marries and has sons, what then, pray?" "Oh, I shouldn't think he would," said Harry. "Well, he's quite old now, isn't he?" "Old!" she ejaculated. "If you consider a man of 37 old, you must be a bigger greenhead than I knew. He is in the prime of life." Slightly taken aback, he said, "Well, past the age of falling into Parson's mousetrap at all events." "I should think he must be a confirmed bachelor, wouldn't you? Dash it, there must have been hundreds of females on the scramble for him any time these dozen years and more," she replied in a colorless voice. "Very likely," and immediately turned the subject, asking him if he did not feel that Mr. Navenby, with all the advantages of birth, fortune, and amiability, would be an ideal husband for Charis. Unfortunately, Harry had not taken a fancy to Mr. Navenby. Having himself no ambition to sport a figure in the world of fashion, he was much inclined to regard with contempt even such mild aspirants to dandyism as Mr. Navenby. He exclaimed, "What, that bandbox creature? I should hope Charis would have more sense than to marry him. Why, Daughtry is worth a dozen of him." Knowing that any attempts to persuade Harry that an addiction to sport was not the most desirable quality to be looked for in a husband would be useless, Frederica said no more, a restraint which enabled him to feel that he had discharged his obligation to Charis, and might now, with a clear conscience, turn his attention to matters of more immediate importance. Chief amongst these was the absolute necessity of presenting Alverstoke's card at number 13 Bond Street, where John Jackson had for many years given lessons in the art of self-defense. Harry had not been born when Jackson, in the last of his 3 public fights, had beaten the great Mendoza in exactly 10.5 minutes, but like every other young amateur, or indeed professional, he could have described in detail each round of this, and Jackson's 2 previous encounters, and he was well aware of the unique position held, and maintained without ostentation, by the pugilist whose pleasant manners and superior intellect had earned for him the sobriquet of gentleman. Anyone, upon payment of a fee, could get instruction at number 13 Bond Street, but by no means everyone could hope to engage the attention of Gentleman Jackson himself, as Harry, armed with Alverstoke's card, hoped to do. If he had had any doubts of the value of this talisman, they would have been dissipated by the reverence with which his knowledgeable friend, Mr. Peplow, inspected it. Alverstoke, said Mr. Peplow, was a noted amateur of the fancy, none of your molders, but a boxer of excellent science, who was said to display to great advantage, and was always ready to take the lead in milling. A Corinthian. No, Mr. Peplow, frowning over it, did not think that his lordship belonged to that or any other set. He was certainly a top sawyer and a first-rate fiddler, might be said, in fact, to cap the globe at most forms of sport. He was extremely elegant, too, trim as a trencher, one might say, but in an unobtrusive style of his own which never included the very latest quirks of fashion. The thing is, said Mr. Peplow confidentially, he's devilish high in the instep. Too young to know that the Marquis had taken Mr. Brummel for his model, he added. Sets his own mode. Never follows another man's lead. Always been one of the first in consequence, you see, and holds himself very much up. Mind, I don't mean to say he's one of those stiff-rumped fellows who think themselves above their company, though he can give some pretty nasty set-downs by all accounts. Do you like him? Demanded Harry. Me? Exclaimed Mr. Peplow, scandalized. Good God, Harry, I'm not acquainted with him, only telling you what people say. Well, he didn't give me one, and my young brothers swear he's a great gun. They ain't a bit afraid of him. Oh, well, you're related to him, ain't you? Yes, but that has nothing to say to anything. One of his nephews is dangling after my sister Charis, some sort of a cousin of mine. Gregory Sandford, or Sandridge. I don't know. But it didn't seem to me as if he knows Alverstoke well enough to get as much as a common beau in passing from him. Which makes me wonder, he broke off. Mr. Peplow, with exquisite tact, forbore to press him, and was rewarded by a burst of confidence. Well, I won't scruple to tell you, Barney, that what with his indulging Jessamy and Felix as he does, and giving me his card for Jackson, I can't help wondering if he's dangling after Charis too. His worldly wise friend subjected this proposition to profound consideration, finally shaking his head and saying, Shouldn't think so at all. Well, stands to reason, his ward, ain't she, wouldn't be at all the thing unless he wants to get riveted. Well, he doesn't, not to my sister at all events. She says he likes my sister Frederica better than her, and neither of them above half. He grinned suddenly. Lord, though, only to think of it, Frederica. Mind you, she's a capital girl, sound as a roast. But she'll never be married. She hasn't had an offer in her life. She ain't that sort of female. Both he and Charis had spoken in good faith, but both were mistaken. The elder Miss Merriville had received 2 unexceptionable offers from Lord Buxted and Mr. Darcy Morton, and Lord Alverstoke liked her very much above half. She would have agreed, however, that marriage was not for her, and had indeed told Buxted so when she declined his offer. She told him that she was born to be an aunt, at which he smiled and said, You mean a sister, I think. Why, yes. Just at present I do, but I look forward to the day when I shall take charge of all my nephews and nieces whenever their parents are at a stand, or wish to go jauntering off to the continent. His smile broadened. He said, You will be a much beloved aunt, I dare say, for the liveliness of your spirit must make you as enchanting to children as to their seniors. But be serious for a moment, and consider whether, as a sister, a husband might not be an advantage to you. You have 3 brothers, for although I am aware that Harry is of age, I do not think him grown as yet beyond the need of guidance, and you have, with that nobility and courage which command my admiration, assumed the charge of them. But is any female, however devoted, however elevated her mind, able to succeed in such a task? I don't think it possible. Indeed, I will venture a guess that you must frequently have felt the want of male support. Oh, no, she answered serenely. The boys mind me very well. Very well when one goes off to Margate without leave and the other hires a dangerous machine, and, as was to be expected, suffers an accident, he said, laughing indulgently. I don't think it was a dangerous machine. In any event, I didn't forbid either of them to do these things, so there was no question of disobedience. and no fear in their heads of consequences. No, or of anything else. They are full of pluck, my brothers. Very true. One would not wish it to be otherwise, but boys who are, as you put it, full of pluck, stand in need of a guiding hand, you know. It has been so with my own young brother. You see, I don't speak without experience. My mother has always been a firm parent, but she has been content to leave the management of George to me, realizing that a man knows best how and when to deliver a reproof, and is in general better heeded. She hardly knew how to keep her countenance. She had not met George, but if his youngest sister were to be believed, he was a lively young gentleman, already bidding fair to become one of those choice spirits ripe and ready for any form of jollification, and resenting nothing so much as what he called his brother's jobations. Nor had the result of a grave lecture addressed to Felix been happy. Not only had it banished from Felix's head all contrition for having alarmed his sisters, but it had instantly transformed Jessamy into a hot partisan. All his bristles up, Jessamy had demanded to be told what right cousin Buxted had to shove his oar in, and although he had later offered Buxted a stiff apology for this incivility, he cordially agreed with Felix that the fellow was an encroaching windsucker, a prosy bore, and probably a slow top into the bargain. Remembering this incident, Frederica was obliged to choke down a chuckle before she responded. I dare say you are right, cousin, but if ever I should be married, it won't be because I wish to provide my brothers with a mentor. I only said that because I thought it might be, because I thought you might regard my offer more favorably. The humble note in his voice touched her, but she shook her head, and when he began, in rather stilted language, to enumerate and describe the various excellent qualities in her character which had excited at first his admiration, and then his ardent desire to make her his wife, she checked him even more decidedly, saying kindly, but with a little amusement, I am very much obliged to you, cousin, but pray say no more. Only think how much your mamma would dislike such an alliance. He looked grave and sighed, but replied, I hope I am not lacking in respect for my mother, but in such matters a man must decide for himself. Oh no, you must not marry to disoblige her. Recollect how much she depends on you. You must not think I am unmindful of my duty to her, or that I make you an offer without long and careful consideration, he said earnestly. Her eyes danced. No, indeed, no one could think that. I'm excessively flattered, I can't tell you how much. But the long and short of it is that I'm not hanging out for a husband. In fact, I don't in the least wish to change my single state. It suits me very well, far better than I should suit you, Carlton, believe me. He looked disconsolate and said nothing for several moments, but after turning the matter over in his mind, he smiled and said, I have been too previous, for which you must blame the natural impatience of a man in love. I fancy that your thoughts have hitherto been so wholly devoted to the interests of your family that you have had none to spare for your own future. I shall say no more on this head now, but neither shall I despair. He then took his leave, and with real nobility Frederica forbore to regale Charis with an account of the interlude. She was not tempted to tell anyone of Mr. Morton's offer, for it was simply made, and she liked him too well to betray him. She declined it as gently as she could, but when he sighed and said with a faint smile, I feared it, her eyes twinkled irrepressibly, and now are quite cast down. Well, of course I am, but also just a trifle relieved, confess. Miss Merriville, no, I swear I'm not. You will be, she assured him. You know how comfortably you go on as a bachelor, and how very much you would dislike to be tied to a wife's apron strings. He laughed a little ruefully, but denied it. I shouldn't dislike being tied to your apron strings. Or to play the mentor to my brothers, she asked, quizzing him. You would be obliged to include them in your household, you know. Yes, at least, won't they live with your eldest brother? Oh no, poor Harry, they would drive him distracted. He is too young for such a charge, too young to command either respect or obedience. Besides, he and Jessamy would be at outs within a sennight. I see. Well, I know nothing about rearing boys, but I would do my best," he said heroically. She laughed and held out her hand to him. "Even though your blood runs cold at the very thought of it. How kind you are, my dear friend, thank you. What a fix you would be in if I did accept your offer. I shan't, however, so you may be easy." He took her hand and kissed it. "Not quite that. May I still and always count myself your friend?" "Indeed, I hope you will," she replied cordially. She could not help laughing a little when he had gone, but kindly. There had been enough dismay in his face, swiftly though he had recovered himself, to strengthen her belief that it would not be long before he was thanking Providence for his escape. The intrusion into his carefree existence of two such enterprising young gentlemen as Jessamy and Felix provided her with a vision that appealed instantly to her sense of humor. Only Buxted, she thought, could make sadder work of bridling them. Alverstoke could do it, and without rousing even the shadow of hostility, because they had decided, for inscrutable reasons, that he was a person eminently worthy of respect. But at this point her musings came to an abrupt halt. She was obliged to give herself a mental shake, renewing a resolve not to think about Alverstoke at all. This was not easy. Whether he knew it or not, he had developed an uncomfortable habit of intruding upon her thoughts, and to allow him to do so could only bring her to Fiddlestick's end. That was certain, and she hoped she had enough common sense to realize it. Enough pride, too, not to add to the number of his victims. He was a confirmed bachelor, far more so than Darcy Morton, who carried a warm heart in his breast. There was no warmth in Alverstoke and no softness. If he was kind, it was for his own ends. When it pleased him to make himself agreeable, he could be the most delightful of companions, but his treatment of his sisters and of anyone who bored him was ruthless. Hard, cold, and selfish. That was Alverstoke, and a rake into the bargain if the audits were true. Probably they were, but one must be just, even to such an abandoned character. He had shown no signs of the rake in his dealings with her, or with her lovely sister. She had on one occasion suspected him of trying to get up a flirtation, but had soon decided that she was mistaken. Moreover, it was only fair to acknowledge that, although he had consented to sponsor her, and Charis with no other motive than a malicious wish to infuriate his sister Louisa, he had been extremely kind to Jessamy and Felix as well. Still being just to his lordship, she recalled the expedition to Hampton Court, which must surely have been intolerably boring to him, the readiness with which he had rescued Loughra from an untimely end, and the skill with which he had handled Jessamy. It was impossible to discover in these activities any base, ulterior motive. He had behaved as though he really were their guardian, so that she had come, insensibly, to regard him as one to whom she could turn in any difficulty. This vexed her, for she had not previously looked for support or advice, and she had a shrewd notion that if she were to maintain her own strength she must not allow herself to fall into the habit of depending upon his. For some unknown reason it amused him at present to befriend the Merrivilles, but he might grow bored at any moment, shrugging them off as easily as he had adopted them. For what, after all, she asked herself, did she know about him? Nothing much beyond what the gossips recounted, not even if he liked her above the average. Sometimes she had been encouraged to think that he did, but at other times, when he let half the evening slip by at some assembly before strolling over to exchange a few words with her, she had been convinced that he regarded her with indifference, which, when one thought the matter over dispassionately, was in all likelihood the truth. For if the truly dazzling beauties who showed themselves perfectly ready to receive his addresses bored him, as they demonstrably did, how much more must he be bored by a country cousin endowed with no more than passable good looks, and long past the first blush of her youth? Indeed, when she considered the handsome Mrs. Paracombe, or the dashing widow who was commonly thought to be his latest flirt, She could only be surprised that he continued to interest himself in her affairs. Had she been told that she was rapidly becoming an obsession with him, she would have been incredulous. 17, the Marquis, in fact, was behaving with unusual circumspection, careful to give the tattle-mongers no food for gossip. Well aware of his notoriety, of the scandalous audits which would instantly attend the least sign he gave of having formed a partiality for Miss Merriville, he was taking inordinate pains to shield her from envious or merely malicious tongues. To satisfy the curiosity of those who might wonder why he was gratifying so many hostesses by appearing at their balls, drums, and assemblies, he set up the dashing Mrs. Ilford as his flirt, knowing that the lively widow's charms were equaled by her shrewdness. The Marquis, man of the town though he might be, had no desire to break hearts, and the objects of his gallantry had never yet included guileless innocence. In general, he had ignored the handkerchiefs thrown to him, but he had his own remorseless way with any overbold damsel who disgusted him by too obviously setting her cap at him. He would indulge her with a brief, desperate flirtation, conducted under the envious or the shocked eyes of her contemporaries, and at their next encounter fail to remember her name, or even that he had met her before. These merciless tactics had earned for him the reputation of being dangerous, and caused prudent parents to warn their daughters against encouraging his advances. They even caused his closest friend to remonstrate with him once or twice, but Mr. Morton's accusation of cruelty was productive of nothing but a contemptuous smile, and a coldly uttered hope that the victim had learnt her lesson. From the hour of his come-out, the Marquis had been a matrimonial prize, but the years had not taught him to accept this position with equanimity, to tolerate the schemes of matchmaking mammas, or to be amused by the lures cast out by their ambitious daughters. Since the day of his discovery that his first love would have been as ready to marry a hunchback, possessed of his rank and fortune as himself, he had grown steadily more hardened in cynicism, until, at the age of 37, when Frederica thrust herself into his life, he had no more intention of saddling himself with a wife than of throwing himself into the Thames. But Frederica had seriously ruffled the calm waters of his agreeable existence. Not quite immediately, but soon enough, he had found himself strongly attracted to her, and in a way that was strange to him. The only women who had previously interested him were the well-born flirts, with whom it was amusing to dally, and the barks of frailty with whom he enjoyed more intimate relations. He felt no affection for any of these ladies, and not the smallest wish to establish with any one of them a more permanent connection. To be leg-shackled to a female who, however lively or beautiful she might be, would inevitably become a bore within a very few months was a fate too hideous even to be contemplated. He did not wish for female companionship, and still less did he wish to saddle himself with the trials and responsibilities that attended the married state. Then came Frederica, upsetting his cool calculations, thrusting responsibilities upon him, intruding more and more into the ordered pattern of his life, and casting him into a state of unwelcome doubt. And try as he would, he could discover no reason for this uncomfortable change in himself. She had more countenance than beauty. She employed no arts to attract him. She was heedless of convention. She was matter-of-fact and managing, and not at all the sort of female whom he had ever wished to encourage. Furthermore, now he came to think of it, she had foisted 2 troublesome schoolboys onto him, which was the last thing in the world he wanted. Or had she? A rather rueful smile flickered at the corners of his lordship's mouth as he considered this point. No, she had not. He had allowed himself to yield to the blandishments of Felix's detestable imp. Then Jessamy had got himself into a scrape, tiresome young chub, and had turned to him for help which naturally had to be given to him, but it would really be quite unjust to blame Frederica for these happenings. She had been as cross as crabs over Jessamie's affair, top-lofty little pea-goose that she was. Top-lofty, goosish, managing, no more than passably good-looking. Why the devil did he like her so much? Unconsciously following the example Frederica had set, he began to do her justice, trying to discover what quality in her it was which had jerked him out of his idle hedonism into a state of nagging uncertainty. It was a pleasant exercise, but it brought him no nearer to solving the problem. He liked her composure, her frankness, the smile in her eyes, her ready appreciation of the ridiculous, the gay courage with which she shouldered burdens too heavy for a girl to bear, the way she caught herself up guiltily on a cant phrase culled from her brother's vocabularies, the intent look which came into her face when she was pondering a ticklish question, the unexpected things she said, but what was there in all this to disrupt his present life, and to place his untrammeled future in jeopardy? Nothing, of course. She had certainly aroused in him feelings he had not known he possessed, but she could be no more than a passing fancy. A frown gathered on his brow as he thought this over. The devil of it was that the more he saw of her, the stronger grew the feeling he had for her, which was not love, an emotion which belonged to one's salad days, nor yet mere liking. Call it affection. It caused him to think about her far too much for his peace of mind, and really he must be growing senile. To be constantly aware of a wish to lift the burdens from her shoulders. As matters stood, he was powerless to render her any but the most trifling assistance, and none at all in what he guessed must be the greatest of her present anxieties. He had suspected at the outset that she had underestimated the expenses of a London season, and when his experienced eye detected, beneath velvet trimming on a drapery of Albany gauze, the evening dress which had already undergone several transformations, he was very sure that she was beginning to feel purse-pinched. He thought, savagely, that every available groat was squandered on Charis. He was too well versed in such matters not to recognize that Charis too wore dresses which had been subtly altered to present a new appearance, but he quite unjustly supposed that the cunning hand at work had been Frederica's, even going to the length of picturing her slaving over her stitchery until the candles guttered in their sockets. Had he been told that the drudgery, as well as the inspiration, belonged to the younger sister, only she did not think it drudgery, he would have been amazed to the point of incredulity, for he had long since decided that Charis had nothing to recommend her but her undeniable beauty. In his lordship's prejudiced eyes, she lacked what the ton called that certain sort of something, which meant, in a word, quality, and which characterized Frederica. It was apparent, he thought, in whatever Frederica did, from the air with which she wore her furbished-up gowns, to the assurance with which she received visitors in the shabby-genteel house she had hired for the season. But he wanted to remove her from Upper Wimpole Street, and to place her in surroundings worthier of her, furnishing her at the same time with every extravagant luxury, and enough pin money to enable her to purchase a new gown whenever she chose to do it. And with all his wealth, the only assistance he had been able to render her was the discharge of Jessamie's and Luffre's trifling debts. There was the possibility that he might be granted the opportunity to render further assistance of the same kind, but even that would fall a long way short of what he would like to do for her. His frown deepened. That eldest brother of hers was likely to prove an encumbrance rather than a support to her. There was no harm in the boy, but if he was not as volatile as his father, he had quite as little sense of responsibility. He would probably settle down happily on his Herefordshire estate in a year or two, but at present he was clearly bent on enjoying his first London fling, and was perfectly willing to leave the conduct of his household, the management of his young brothers, and all the problems that attached to a family living on straitened means, in Frederica's capable hands. The Marquis had been keeping an unobtrusive eye on him, and he believed that it would not be long before Harry found himself in dun territory. He seemed, mercifully, to have no taste for gaming, so that the bow traps on the lookout for well-breeched greenheads from the country cast their lures in vain, and very soon abandoned him for likelier prey. Harry could conceive of few duller or more unprofitable ways of spending the evening than in one of the gaming hells against which Mr. Peplow had warned him. It would certainly be agreeable to win a fortune, but he was shrewd enough to guess that fortunes were not won by those who played with a set of persons described by his friend as Greek banditti. Horses, however, were a different matter. If one were a judge of horseflesh, which Harry prided himself he was, studied the form, kept an eye on Cocker to see how the odds stood, carefully watched how the tulips of the turf were betting their money at tats and knew when to hedge off, there was every chance that one would come off all right. On the Monday following his arrival in London, he had gone with Mr. Peplow to Tattersall's, and thereafter became a frequent visitor to the subscription room. As he liked the sport more for its own sake than for the money that could be won by backing winners, he went to any race meeting held within reach of the city, driving himself and Barney in a curricle which, acting on the advice of Endymion Dawntree, he had bought really dog-cheap in Long Acre. The pair of sweetgores he acquired to draw the curricle had not been quite so cheap, but, as he rather guiltily pointed out to Frederica, it was false economy to buy cheap prads which would inevitably turn out to be stumblers or limpers or incurable millers. She agreed to this, suppressing the impulse to protest against his extravagance. She was prompted in some measure by the knowledge that criticism from his sister would not be well received, and to a far greater degree by a realization of the expenditure she was herself incurring. Grainard had supplied the money for this London season, and Grainard belonged not to her but to Harry. She allowed herself to do no more than beg him, half-laughingly, not to outrun the constable. He said impatiently, "Oh, fiddle, I'm not a pauper. Do you expect me to drive job horses like a once-a-week beau? Why should I? No, no, only that the expense of stabling in London and a groom besides, gammon, the merest trifle. If you had had any rumgumption, Freddie, you would have brought our own horses to London and John Coachman as well. I can tell you, I don't like it above half that you should be jauntering about in a job carriage. It don't present a good appearance, and if you thought I should have grudged the expense you're fair and far off." She assured him that no such thought had entered her mind, and thereafter said no more. His somewhat censorious brother Jessamy was not so forbearing. Not only did he refuse to take the smallest interest in Harry's neatish pair of Welsh bays, but he condemned their purchase so unequivocally, and with such a total want of the respect due to his senior, that only his sense of propriety, as he told Jessamy, restrained Harry from tipping him a settler. Thereafter, his family saw little of Harry. His smart new set-out made it an easy matter for him to attend a good many race meetings, and several pugilistic battles, held discreetly out of town, but at such accessible places as Molesey Hurst or Copthall Common. The Marquis knew all about the quarrel, and the resultant coolness between the brothers. He had once or twice invited Jessamy to ride with him in the park, and on one of these occasions they had encountered Harry, trying out the paces of his prime pair. The Marquis had said, "Two very tidy ones, have you driven them?" "No, and I don't mean to," had replied Jessamy, fire in his eyes and his upper lip lengthening ominously. "Harry knows very well what I think of this bang-up set-out of his. I'm not so well informed. What do you think of it?" That was quite enough. Jessamy told him in explicit terms. He was, in general, reserved to the point of stiffness, but he had long since ceased to regard his lordship in any other light than that of a close and trusted relation, and he hoped that cousin Alverstoke would give Harry snuff for his reckless extravagance. "Because he don't care a straw for what I say," he ended bitterly. "I don't suppose he does. It says much for his forbearance that you didn't, receive a chancery suit upon the knob," had said Alverstoke, adding with the flicker of a quizzical smile, "How would you like it if Felix raked you down?" Jessamy had flushed hotly, an arrested look on his face, but after a moment or two he had replied, "Very well, sir, I shouldn't have said it, but it provoked me so much I don't know how I could have kept my tongue between my teeth. Frederica may say that he has a right to do as he pleases, but I think he should be considering how he can best help her, instead of wasting the ready on his own pleasure." The Marquis was much in sympathy with this sentiment, but he had not said so, preferring to cast a damper on Jessamy's wrath, and to point out to him that the purchase of a curricle and a pair of horses was hardly likely to bring the whole family to ruin. He was sincere in this opinion, and he did not think that Frederica was much worried by Harry's slight burst of extravagance. But that something was causing her to feel anxious he was reasonably certain, and since it had become, by almost insensible degrees, a matter of importance to him that nothing should be allowed to trouble her, he set about the task of discovering what had brought just a faint look of strain to her eyes. He invited the Merriville sisters, my Lord and Lady Jevington, and Mr. Peter Navenby, to be his guests at the opera one evening, mentally holding his sister Louisa and her prosy son in reserve, in case Augusta should spurn his invitation. She did not, however, which, since the Jevingtons also rented a box at the opera house, surprised him a little, and still more her mild spouse. Nothing, therefore, could have been more unexceptionable than his lordship's opera party, and nothing could have been more exactly calculated to convince even the most suspicious that he was merely doing a guardian's duty than his lordship's polite, but rather bored demeanor. It was a simple matter for him to engage Frederica in conversation during the interval without attracting attention. He had merely to retire with her to the back of the box, to make room for those of Charis's admirers who ventured to present themselves. He had said, "I hope you are pleased with me. I shall think myself very ill-used if I don't receive a fervent expression of your gratitude." Only for an instant did she look puzzled. As he watched the laughter spring to her eyes, he reflected that she had never yet daunted him by asking fatally, "What do you mean?" She had said instead, "Indeed, I am very much obliged to you, sir. I only wish," she paused, sighed, and said, "Don't you think, now that you have had the opportunity to observe him more closely, that he would be the very man for her?" He glanced at the unconscious Mr. Navenby. "Perhaps. How can I tell? Is that what troubles you?" "No, it doesn't trouble me precisely. I am only anxious that she should be comfortably and happily established." "Then what is it?" he asked. "Why, nothing, except that I shall be obliged to turn off the cook, which is a great bore because she cooks well, but my housekeeper tells me that she is so much addicted to gin that she must go. Can you wonder at it if I appear a trifle harassed? Though I hoped I did not. Oh, don't be alarmed. I dare say no one who wasn't well acquainted with you would notice the least change in you, and might even be fobbed off with this Canterbury tale about your cook." "It isn't a Canterbury tale," she said indignantly. "Very well, but the cook hasn't cut up your serenity, Frederica. Tell me, are you afraid, as Jessamy appears to be, that you will all be brought to a standstill because Harry has bought himself a stylish curricle and pair?" "Good God, no. I own I wish he hadn't done so, for I don't think he has the least notion of what it will cost him to maintain his own carriage in London, but I promise you it hasn't cut up my serenity, as you call it. Did Jessamy tell you about it? I wish you will tell him that it is not for him to lecture Harry how he should go on." "Oh, I've already done so," he replied. "Thank you," she said, with a look of gratitude. "He pays much more heed to you than to anyone else, so I shall indulge myself with the hope that when next he sees Harry he won't look quite so disapprovingly at him." His brows rose. "When next he sees him, is Harry away then?" "Why, yes, just for a day or two. I am not perfectly sure, but I believe that is, I know he has gone off on an expedition with some friends," she replied lightly. "So that's it," he said, smiling. "Indeed it isn't. How can you be so absurd? Shall I accept that rebuke with a civil bow, or would you prefer me to reassure you?" His smile grew, as her eyes lifted involuntarily to his face in a questioning look. "You are a very good sister, and you don't in the least object to Harry's going off with his friends, but you are afraid that he may have got into bad company, are you not? Well, you may be easy on that head. I am not personally acquainted with young Peplow, but according to what I hear, he's not one of what we call the peep-of day boys. I have little doubt that he and Harry will cut up a number of extremely foolish larks, but that need not concern you. Such antics are to be expected of halflings." He paused, hesitating for a moment before he said, "When I first met you, Frederica, you spoke to me of your father with a frankness which makes it possible for me to tell you that I believe that you have very little need to dread that Harry may follow in his footsteps. I perceive the resemblance between them, but I can also perceive certain differences, the chief being that Harry seems to have no taste for gaming. Does that reassure you?" She nodded and replied in a low tone, "Yes, thank you. I own that that possibility has been in my mind, though I can't tell how you should have guessed it." She smiled at him in her frank way, saying simply, "You are very good, and I'm truly grateful in particular for your kindness to my brothers. I don't know why you should interest yourself in Harry, who can't even make a false claim to be your ward, but I do thank you for it." He could have told her why he had made it his business to interest himself in Harry, but he had not done so, shying away from what would have come perilously near to the declaration he was determined not to make. She was a darling, but he had no intention of committing himself, and not for the world would he cause her to suffer the least twinge of mortification. Or so he had thought. It was not until later, when he searched his own mind, that he realized that there had been another reason for his abstention. He had been afraid of losing her altogether. He remembered that he had kissed her hand once, and that even that small sign of regard had made her withdraw from him a little. He had retrieved his position almost immediately, but in the resumption of cordial relations there had never been, on her side, any hint that she wanted anything but friendship from him. This was a new experience. So many traps had been set for him, so many handkerchiefs thrown to him, that it had not previously occurred to him that his suit might not be acceptable to any lady whom he chose to honor with a proposal. But Frederica was not on the catch for him. He was very sure that she would not marry him, or any other man, for the sake of rank or wealth. He was far from sure that she liked him well enough for his own sake to accept an offer from him. Salutary, he thought with a wry smile, and suddenly wondered whether the ease with which he had captivated Julia Paracombe, the dashing Mrs. Ilford, and a score of others, had turned him into a contemptible coxcomb, who believed himself to be irresistible. He was still, several days later, trying to discover the true state of his own mind, and Frederica's, when he returned to his house at dusk one evening to find the hall littered with portmanteaus and bandboxes, the 2 footmen halfway up the stairs, carrying a corded trunk, and his butler wearing an expression of fatherly benevolence. "What the devil?" he demanded. "It's my Lady Elizabeth, my lord," explained Wickham, relieving him of his hat and gloves. "Quite like old times it seems. She arrived not 20 minutes ago." "Oh, did she?" said his lordship, somewhat grimly. The Lady Elizabeth, that poor Eliza who had married a mere Mr. Kentmere, emerged from the library at this moment, still habited in her travelling dress, and said, with great affability, "Yes, dear Vernon, she did, but you mustn't fall into raptures. It's not at all the thing. Besides, I know how delighted you must be." She strolled forward as she spoke, a tall, rather lanky woman, the nearest to the Marquis in age of his sisters, and the most like him in countenance, but with more liveliness and less grace than he possessed. "What an elegant rig," she remarked, laughing at him. "Everything prime about you." "I wish I might return the compliment," he retorted, lightly kissing her proffered cheek. What a quiz of a hat! You look like a dowdy, Eliza. What has brought you to London? My quiz of a hat, of course. I positively must buy a new one, she added, in languishing accents. If only I could afford to buy a new dress as well, my dear, dear brother. Since the only thing that had made the mere Mr. Kentmere in any way acceptable to her parents had been his extremely handsome fortune, the Marquis was not deceived. Pushing her into the library, he said, shutting the door, "Try for a little conduct, Eliza," she laughed, "as though Wiccan didn't know all there is to be known about us. How is our dear sister Louisa, by the way? I've been spared the sight and sound of her for over a week." He scanned her, his eyes narrowed. "Setting aside the hat, what has brought you to London?" "You can't set aside hats," she objected. "I must have a new crop too and bring myself back into the established mode. However, the thing that really made me come was your own complaint, boredom, my dear." "What, tired of rural tranquility?" "If," she said severely, "you ever took the smallest interest in your nephews and nieces, you would not talk to me of tranquility. We began the year with whooping cough. 3 of them had that, one after the other. Hardly had the last whoop died away, then what must Caroline do at her age too? Then start in the chicken pox and communicate it to Tom and Mary. And then Jack brought home some horrid infection from Eton, and they all succumbed to it, even John. I wish I had done so myself, for it would have been much less exhausting. I remained at the manor like the devoted wife and mother I am until they had recovered, and then packed my trunks before any of them had had time to throw out a rash, complain of a sore throat, or break a limb." He smiled, but his steady gaze remained on her face. "And for how long do you propose to remain?" he inquired. "Goodness, I don't know, a week or 2 perhaps. Does it signify? Had you rather I went away?" "Not at all," he replied politely. "Well, I'm glad of that, because I mean to visit my old friends and pick up all the threads again. Also to look about me for a suitable house to be hired for the season next year. I shall be bringing Caroline out, you know. At least, you don't, but you should. A house with a ballroom, of course, no. I haven't any desire to hold a ball under any other roof than my own, so you need not be alarmed." "Vernon, what in the name of all that's marvelous prevailed upon you to hold one here for Jane Buxted?" "I didn't," he responded. "I held it in order to present Fred Merriville's daughters to the ton. Can it be that you didn't know I had taken upon myself the guardianship of a very beautiful girl?" She tried to keep her countenance, but broke into laughter under the mockery in his eyes. "No, it cannot be. What a detestable creature you are. Very well, I own I am quite consumed with curiosity. But how came it about?" "Oh, very simply, you may call it the payment of a debt. I'm not in fact the Merrivilles' guardian, but they were commended to my protection. To launch the beauty into society seemed to be the least I could do, so I did it. That is to say, I persuaded Louisa to do it." "Demon," said his sister appreciatively. "Augusta wrote to me that she was as mad as fire when she clapped eyes on your beauty and has been glumping ever since. And the other one, is she a beauty too?" "Oh no, not to compare with Charis," he said indifferently. "She is the eldest of the family and has charge of the younger ones. My guardianship, you perceive, is purely nominal. I have really very little to do with them." At this somewhat inopportune moment, Wiccan entered the room and said demurely, "Master Felix has called, asking to see your lordship. Shall I show him in, my lord?" "Now, what the devil does he want?" demanded the Marquis in accents of foreboding. "Tell him I suppose I shall have to see him, show him in." He glanced down at his sister and said, with the hint of a rueful smile, "You are about to make the acquaintance of the youngest Merriville, Eliza, a devilish brat." He turned his head as Wiccan ushered Felix into the room and said, "Well, Felix, what's the scrape?" "Sir," uttered Felix, outraged, "there isn't any scrape. Accept my apologies, just a social visit. Eliza, allow me to introduce Felix to you, one of my wards. Felix, this is my sister, Lady Elizabeth Kentmere." Oh, I didn't know, I beg pardon, ma'am," said Felix, looking a trifle discomfited but achieving a very creditable bow. He cast an anxious glance at Alverstoke. "Perhaps I had better come to see you tomorrow, sir. I didn't mean to intrude, only Wiccan didn't tell me, and I have something very particular to say to you." Lady Elizabeth, the mother of 3 hopeful sons, interposed, saying, "Then of course you mustn't lose a moment. Is your business of a private nature? Shall I excuse myself to my brother and go away for a while?" Perceiving from the twinkle in her eyes that she was what he termed a right one, he grinned engagingly at her and answered, "Oh no, ma'am, thank you. It is only a little private if you won't tell anyone." "I'm true blue and will never stain," she replied promptly. "Cut line, Felix," commanded Alverstoke. "If it isn't a scrape, what is it?" "Well, well, it's a balloon, cousin Alverstoke," disclosed Felix, taking his fence in a rush. Lady Elizabeth was betrayed into laughter, which she hastily turned into a fit of coughing, but his lordship merely said in the voice of one inured to misfortune, "Is it indeed? And what have I, or you for that matter, to do with balloons?" "But, sir," said Felix, deeply shocked, "you must know that there is to be an ascension from Hyde Park on Thursday." I didn't, however, and let me tell you here and now that I have no interest in balloons. So if you are going to ask me to take you to see this ascension, my answer is no. You can very well go to Hyde Park without my escort. "Yes, but the thing is, I can't," said Felix, suddenly assuming the demeanor of an orphan cast penniless upon the world. He raised melting blue eyes to his lordship's face and said beseechingly, "Oh, cousin Alverstoke, do, pray, go with me. You must. It's obligatory," he produced urgently. "Why is it obligatory?" asked his lordship, preserving his iron calm but directing a quelling glance at his sorely afflicted sister. "Well, well, you're my guardian, and I told cousin Buxted you had invited me to go with you," said Felix with disarming frankness. He smiled blindingly at the Marquis and added, "I know you'll understand when I explain it to you, cousin Alverstoke. You don't like cousin Buxted either." "When have I ever said so?" demanded his lordship. "Oh, you don't say it, but a pretty good lobcock I should be if I didn't know it," replied Felix scornfully. "Besides, when I told you about the bear garden jaw he gave me when I went on the steamboat, you said, in some haste," the Marquis interrupted, saying, "Yes, well, never mind that. In what way is Buxted concerned with this balloon of yours?" "He has invited us all to drive with him to the park, to watch the ascension, well, not Harry but the rest of us," said Felix, in the voice of one relating a catastrophe. "And don't you say that it is very kind and obliging of him, sir, like Jessamy, because if you don't like a person you don't wish to be obliged to him." "That is very true," remarked Lady Elizabeth, much struck. "In fact, one would prefer him not to be kind and obliging." "Yes, one would," agreed Felix, bestowing a look of warm approval upon her. "Besides, I know just how it would be, and I had almost liefer not go at all. Because, you may depend upon it, Jessamy will sit on the box with the coachman, and I should have to sit beside cousin Buxted and listen to him prosing on, and very likely gibble-gabbling to the girls about aeronautics, just as if he knew, which he doesn't, and then explaining it to me in a very kind way, and oh, you know, sir, I couldn't." He saw the corners of Alverstoke's mouth quiver and said triumphantly, "I knew you would understand." So when I came into the room, not knowing he was there, and Frederica told me that he had invited us, I said I couldn't go with him, because you had invited me to go with you, sir. And if Jessamy tells you I was rag-mannered, it is not true. I thanked him very civilly, I promise you. Yes, and naturally I see that I can't go at all if you don't take me, because that would be uncivil. And you said you weren't in a scrape. Did you bamboozle your family into believing your mendacious story?" "Oh no, Frederica and Jessamy knew it wasn't true, of course. In fact, Frederica said afterwards that she utterly forbade me to plague you to take me, but I am not plaguing you, I am just asking you, sir. She says you don't wish to see a balloon ascension, but I think it would be a treat for you." "Oh, do you?" said the Marquis. "Then let me tell you, you repellent and unscrupulous whelp," he was interrupted. "So it would be," said Lady Elizabeth. "A high treat." For my part, I should enjoy it excessively because it so happens that I have never watched a balloon ascension. Dear Vernon, you have been wondering how you may best entertain me, haven't you? And now you know. You shall drive Felix and me to Hyde Park to see the balloon go up." "Wretch," said the Marquis. "Very well. I knew you would," cried Felix. "I told Jessamy you would." He paused before adding tentatively, "In your phaeton, sir." "Now, what do you care for phaetons or horses?" asked Alverstoke. "What you would like me to do would be to drive you to Hyde Park in a catch-me-who-can." "Yes, by Jupiter, wouldn't I just!" exclaimed Felix, his eyes kindling. "Only you couldn't, you know, because it ran on lines. The thing is that Jessamy is getting to be so top-lofty, because you let him drive your team besides riding with him, that there's no bearing it. So it would be splendid if you took me instead of him." A doubt shook him. He cast a look at Lady Elizabeth and said politely, "If you wouldn't object to it, ma'am." "Certainly not. I shouldn't dream of watching a balloon ascension from anything so stuffy as a barouche," she said promptly. "Besides, how else could we take the shine out of Cousin Buxted?" This very proper speech confirmed him in his impression that she was a right one, and earned for her his fervent gratitude. A caveat, entered by Alverstoke, that phaetons were not designed to accommodate 3 people, was summarily disposed of, and he then took himself off, leaving Lady Elizabeth to the enjoyment of the mirth that had been consuming her. 18. As a result of Felix's visit, Lady Elizabeth went to visit Lady Jevington on the following morning. It was surprising, but understandable, that Alverstoke should take an interest in so engaging a young gentleman. But it appeared, from Felix's artless conversation, that his interest extended to Jessamy, whom he permitted to drive his cherished horses. And that was by no means so understandable, unless this unprecedented behavior sprang from a wish to gratify the beauty of the family. Eliza had learnt all about the divine Charis from one of her oldest friend's rare letters, but she had not set much store by Sally Jersey's prophecy that Alverstoke would marry a girl who had not yet attained her 20th birthday. Sally might say that it was always so with hardened bachelors, but she fancied she knew her brother rather better than Sally did, and she had dismissed the prophecy as a mere on dit. Dining tête-à-tête with him, she was careful to evince little curiosity about the Misses Merriville, merely saying, "I hope you mean to introduce them to me. If they are as delightful as Felix, I don't wonder at it that you consented to befriend them. How do they go on? Did you contrive to fire them off successfully?" "Yes, and without the smallest exertion. I had merely to present them to the ton. I wish you might have seen Louis's face when they came into the room." She had met Frederica already, and was agreeably surprised, I fancy, to discover that she is neither in the first blush of youth, nor a beauty, but a passably good-looking young woman, with a great deal of common sense, and a somewhat masterful disposition. Louisa was therefore unprepared for Charis. A reminiscent smile curled his lips. "I suppose I must have seen the beauties of close on 20 seasons, but I must own I have never seen one comparable to Charis Merriville." He raised his wineglass and drank a little. "Face and figure are perfection, and her expression most winning. Impossible to find a fault. Even her carriage is graceful, and it is universally agreed that her manners are particularly pleasing." Startled and considerably dismayed, Eliza said, "Good gracious, I must certainly meet this paragon." "You may do so tomorrow if you choose. She will be at the assembly the Seftons are holding, I imagine. You had better accompany me to it, if only to spare me the gush of reproaches Maria Sefton would swamp me with for not having brought you. I shall be astonished if Charis doesn't take your breath away." Unlike her sisters, Eliza had never tried to provide her only brother with an eligible wife. Relations between them had always been amicable, even mildly affectionate, but no strong ties bound any member of the Dawntree family to another. Happily married to her John Kentmere, absorbed in her progeny, and rarely visiting London, She had little interest in Alverstoke's future, and had once infuriated Louisa by saying that his marriage was no concern of hers. But installed once more in Alverstoke House, picking up the threads of her old life, she did feel some concern, for it seemed to her that he was on the verge of contracting an alliance which could only end in disaster. However beautiful she might be, this schoolroom miss of his would become a dead bore to him within a year of their marriage, probably even sooner. She had set no great store by Lady Jersey's disclosures, and even less by an impassioned letter from Louisa, recommending her to try what her supposed influence over Alverstoke would do to save him and the family from a shocking mésalliance. But the dithyramb Alverstoke had sung in praise of Charis Merriville had the effect of sending her off next day to visit Augusta. With all her faults, Augusta did not want for sense or judgment. Lady Jevington received her with temperate pleasure, inquired with meticulous civility after the health of her family, and expressed the hope that she would replenish her wardrobe while she was in London. "For I should be failing in my duty as your eldest sister, Eliza, if I did not tell you that that outmoded gown you are wearing gives you a very off appearance," she said. "No doubt you have come to London for that purpose." "Well, I haven't," replied Eliza. "I've come to discover if it's true that Vernon has fallen head over ears in love with some highly finished piece of nature not yet out of her teens." "Not to my knowledge," replied Lady Jevington with majestic calm. She favored her sister with a thin smile in which tolerance and contempt were nicely mixed. "I collect that Louisa has been writing to you. Louisa is a fool." "Yes, but Sally is no fool, and she too wrote to me that Vernon stands within an ace of committing what I can't but feel would be the greatest imprudence of his life." "I have never," stated Lady Jevington, "rated Sarah Fane's understanding above the average. Augusta, he described the girl to me last night in such terms as I have never heard him use before." "He was hoaxing you," said Lady Jevington. Eliza frowned in perplexity. "Do you mean to say that she is not so excessively lovely?" "But if that's so, why should he? I do not think I have ever seen a more beautiful girl than Charis Merriville, and rarely one who is more prettily behaved," pronounced her ladyship judicially. "She made an instant hit when she appeared at Vernon's ball, which was not wonderful, and now has more than half the eligible bachelors languishing at her feet. Gregory," she added, with unruffled composure, "is one of them. But nothing will come of that, and I am happy to know that his first fancy should have alighted on a modest girl of excellent principles. I dare say it will do him a great deal of good." Eliza said impatiently, "Yes, but Vernon. If he is not in love with the girl, what in the world prevailed upon him to bestir himself, not only on her behalf but on her brother's as well? It is not at all like him. I do not pretend to be in his confidence, but I am tolerably well acquainted with him, and I believe he presented the Merriville girls merely to spite Louisa and Lucretia." "That woman," said Augusta, with awful restraint, "was not behindhand in badgering him to hold a ball at Alverstoke House, to mark Clia's come out as well as Jane's. One may guess the means he used to compel Louisa to chaperone the girls. He is at liberty to indulge his freakish whims as he pleases, but I consider that his conduct was most reprehensible. Indeed, I strongly advised him not to yield to Louisa's and Lucretia's importunities." Restraining the impulse to remind her that Alverstoke had never been known to listen to sisterly advice, Eliza said, "I dare say he might have invited the Merrivilles to his ball to punish Louisa, but that doesn't account for the rest of it. One of his so-called wards, Felix, the most delightful urchin, invaded the house yesterday, and it was perfectly plain that he looks upon Vernon as a certain source of indulgences. He doesn't stand in the least awe of him either, which tells its own tale. Now why, pray, should Vernon, who is utterly indifferent to our children, interest himself in the Merrivilles, if not because he wishes to make himself acceptable to their sister. That, no doubt, is the reason. But unless I am much mistaken, it is the elder and not the younger sister for whom he has conceived a decided tender. Eliza stared at her. Good God, how is this? He told me she was passably good-looking, not in her first youth, full of common sense and masterful. Very true, agreed Lady Jevington. I believe her to be some 24 years of age, but from the circumstances of her mother's early demise, which left her the virtual mistress of the household, one would suppose her to be older. I think her a young woman of character, and I have come to the conclusion that she will suit Alverstoke very well. Augusta, Eliza gasped. A woman who is no more than passably good-looking for Alverstoke. You must be all about in your head. When, pray, has he had a tender for any but regular out-and-outers? And when, my dear Eliza, have any of these out-and-outers, as you call them, failed to bore him within a few months? Retorted Augusta. Frederica cannot, I own, hold a candle to Charis in respect of beauty, but she has a great deal of countenance and a liveliness of mind which Charis lacks. They are both agreeable, well-bred girls, but Charis is a lovely ninny-hammer, while Frederica, in my judgment, is a woman of superior sense. A trifle stunned by this measured pronouncement, Eliza said, Augusta, am I all about in my head? Do you seriously mean to tell me that you think one of Fred Merriville's daughters an eligible match for Alverstoke? It is not, perhaps, the match I should have chosen for him, admitted her ladyship. Upon reflection, however, I believe it will do very well. Unless you are prepared to face with equanimity the prospect of seeing that block, Endymion, step into Alverstoke's shoes, you will agree that it is of the highest importance that Alverstoke should marry, and set up his nursery, before he becomes wholly abandoned to the single state. I think I may say that I have spared no pains to introduce to his notice every eligible female of my acquaintance. I shall not attempt to deny that my exertions were useless, as were Louis's, but that was to be expected. She said, momentarily descending from her Olympian heights, if I were to tell you, Eliza, of Louis's folly, she checked herself, resuming her dignity, and said, but that is of no moment. Suffice it to say that neither her nor my efforts were attended by success. She paused again, but continued after a moment with austere resolution and fixing her sister with a quelling eye. My natural partiality, she stated, has never blinded me to the faults in Alverstoke's character, but much as I deprecate them, I feel bound to say, in common justice, that they are not to be laid wholly at his own door. Setting aside the indulgence that was granted him from the hour of his birth, he has been so much courted, flattered, and positively hunted, that much as one may deplore the cynicism with which he regards females, one cannot wonder at it. I assure you, Eliza, I have frequently blushed for my sex, and that, I fancy, is why he seems bent on fixing his interest with Frederica. You may depend upon it that I have closely observed her, but if you were to ask me whether she is aware of his interest in her, or would welcome an offer from him, I should be obliged to reply that I do not know. All I can say is that I have never seen her throw out the smallest lure to him, or betray by the least sign that she cherishes for him any warmer feeling than a cousinly friendship. Digesting this, Eliza said slowly, I see. You think that intrigues him, and you may well be right, but it seems very odd to me that both Louisa and Sally believe him to be in love with the other sister. He is being extremely cautious, said Augusta. It must be for the first time. Exactly so. I am of the opinion that he does not yet know his own mind, but I consider it significant that he is taking pains also, I dare say, for the first time, to do nothing that might make Frederica the subject of malicious audits. Even Louisa has failed to perceive that there is a very different expression in his eyes when he talks to Frederica than the quizzing look he gives Charis. Well, said Eliza, I had no notion of this, or that matters had become so serious. To be sure, it did occur to me when we sat coasting together last night, and when Felix set out to cajole him, that he was not as inhuman as he was used to be. If that is Frederica's influence at work, oh, but Augusta, you can't have considered. Only think of her encumbrances. He told me himself that Felix and his brother are in her charge. Can you conceive of his being willing to undertake any part of that responsibility? By what I hear, responded Augusta dryly, he has already begun to do so. I am heartily glad of it. It has given him something to think of besides his own pleasure. I have never made any secret of my conviction that idleness has been his ruin. His wealth has made it possible for him to indulge his every extravagant whim without even troubling himself to count the cost. He has never been obliged to consider anyone but himself. And what is the result? He was bored before he was 30. So you advocate the guardianship of 2 schoolboys as a remedy? Eliza gave a chuckle as she passed her own sons under mental review. Well, he certainly wouldn't be bored, she said. She began to draw on her gloves. I hope to make the acquaintance of the Mrs. Merriville this evening, and am now doubly anxious to do so. It will be hard to convince me, however, that such a female as you have described would make Alverstoke a suitable wife. But when she drove away from the Seftons' house that night, she was much inclined to think that Augusta might be right. She felt strongly drawn to Frederica, liking her frank, natural manners, her air of quiet elegance, and the laughter in her eyes. That must have been what had attracted Alverstoke, she decided, if he was attracted. It was impossible to make up her mind on that question, for while on the one hand he plainly stood on terms of friendly intimacy with her, on the other, he did not linger beside her for many minutes, but strolled away to engage Mrs. Ilford in a light flirtation. Lady Elizabeth noted with approval that Frederica's eyes neither followed him, nor afterwards searched for him in the crowded room. Augusta was right, she thought. The girl has quality. But to describe her as passable merely was to do her a gross injustice. She was certainly dimmed by her sister's brilliance, but in any other company she would rank as a very pretty girl. She possessed, moreover, the indefinable gift of charm which, unlike Charis's fragile beauty, would remain with her to the end. She said smilingly, I must tell you that I have quite lost my heart to your brother Felix. You are aware, I dare say, that I made his acquaintance yesterday. A most engaging child. Frederica laughed but shook her head. Yes, but he is very naughty and is quite in my black books if he would but care for that. I strictly forbade him to plague Lord Alverstoke, who has been much too kind to him, indeed to all of us. Already. Oh, but he didn't plague him. He told us that you had forbidden him to do so, and assured my brother that he was only asking him. Oh, dear, what a dreadful boy he is. I do beg your pardon. He told me that you said you wished to watch this ascension, and I'm very sure you don't, ma'am. On the contrary, I shall enjoy it excessively, and in particular the spectacle of my brother being brought round a small and probably grubby thumb. Certainly grubby, said Frederica ruefully. Isn't it odd that you may send a little boy out as neat as wax, and within half an hour he will be a perfect shagrag? Yes, and in that respect they are all exactly alike. I have 3 sons, you know, Miss Mary. Oh, no, why should we peel eggs? Frederica, we are cousins, are we not? Well, I think we are, said Frederica. Only rather remote, I'm afraid. She hesitated and then said candidly, It must seem very odd to you that I should have asked Lord Alverstoke to befriend us. The thing was he was the only relation whose name I knew. My father had several times spoken of him, so I was so bold-faced as to apply to him. I was very anxious, you see, that my sister should have a London season. I can readily understand that, Eliza said, looking towards Charis, who made one of a group of young people on the opposite side of the room. I see she has Endymion Daughtry on a string. If he were not so handsome one would take him for a mooncalf. Is that his sister, Cly, talking to young Renthorpe? How monstrous that he should be so much the better looking. She withdrew her gaze and smiled at Frederica. Alverstoke tells me that you are under the chaperonage of an aunt, but that she is not here tonight. I should like to make her acquaintance, so I shall pay her a morning visit if you think she would not dislike it. She could not do so, but I fear you would not be very likely to find her at home, said Frederica. Her brow was creased and she sighed. It is a most unfortunate circumstance, well, a very sad circumstance, that my uncle, who lives in Harley Street, is dangerously ill, not expected to recover, which indeed one would not wish him to do, for he has been a sufferer from a painful and incurable disease for a long time. My Aunt Seraphina feels it to be her duty to support her sister, and spends almost the whole of every day in Harley Street. My Aunt Amelia is in great affliction, which seems to suspend her every faculty. She is all sensibility, and the least thing overpowers her. She added hastily, "Not that I mean to say this is a little thing." "I know just what you mean," interposed Eliza. "Poor soul, I sincerely pity her, but I shall spare you any flowery commonplaces. I fancy we are alike in preferring the word with the bark on it. It is in the highest degree unfortunate that this should have happened just now. You must be most awkwardly placed without your chaperone. Well, I mean to stay in London for a few weeks, so perhaps I may be able to come to your rescue." "Oh, no, no. It is most kind of you, but that doesn't signify. My aunt dislikes ton parties and rarely accompanies us to them. Indeed, she only consented to come to Upper Wimpole Street on the understanding that she need not do so. I thought that perhaps it would present a more correct appearance if she were known to be with us. But in point of fact, I've always been Charis's chaperone. You see, by the time she was 17, I was quite beyond the age of needing a chaperone myself, whatever Cousin Alverstoke may say." "What does he say?" inquired Eliza. "Everything that is disagreeable," replied Frederica, laughing. "He thinks me sunk beneath reproach, positively a hurly-burly woman, because I don't take my maid with me when I go out. It is too absurd, as though I were a green girl, which anyone can see I am not. No, but not, if I may say so, at your last prayers." Frederica smiled. "I dare say no female ever reaches her last prayers, but that doesn't signify. The thing is that if my uncle were to die now, it would be most improper, wouldn't it, for Charis to attend any such parties as this?" The laughter sprang into her eyes again. She said comically, "Oh dear, how odious that sounds! But when one has schemed and contrived, as I have, to bring a very beautiful and very dear sister to London for at least one season, it does seem hard to be obliged to forego it all because an uncle, whom we scarcely know, and who is not a blood relation though a kind, worthy man, should die at such an ill-chosen moment." A responsive twinkle came into Lady Elizabeth's eyes, but she replied quite seriously, "Yes, I see. Awkward. But if he is only related to you by marriage, I am much inclined to think that you need do no more than go into black gloves." "But not dance in black gloves," objected Frederica. Lady Elizabeth thought this over. "Perhaps not. I am not perfectly sure about dancing, but I do know that we were in black gloves for one of my great aunts when my mother presented Louisa, and I seem to remember that she went to parties every night. I don't care a rush for proper modes myself, and should have supposed that you do not either. I'm obliged to care, for my sister's sake. What might be thought eccentricity in Lady Elizabeth Dauntry would be condemned in Miss Merriville as very unbecoming conduct," said Frederica dryly. Eliza wrinkled up her nose distastefully. "I suppose that's true. How detestable! Well, the only thing to be done is to—" But at that moment she was interrupted by Lady Jersey, who came up to her with her hands outstretched, exclaiming, "Eliza! Oh, goodness me! I hadn't the least notion, my dearest wretch. How dared you come to London without one word to me?" So Frederica, moving away, did not learn what, in her ladyship's opinion, was the best thing to be done. She could only hope that Mr. Navenby, who had punctiliously asked her leave to address himself to Charis, might succeed in winning that soft heart. Since Charis showed a tendency to burst into tears whenever his name was mentioned, the hope was not strong. But when Frederica compared him to Endymion, she found it hard to believe that Charis, ninnyhammer though she was, could really prefer a handsome block to so admirable a young man. Indeed, she had been so much exasperated by the sight of Charis gazing worshipfully up into Endymion's face, at Almack's, 2 days previously, that she had quite tartly requested her not to make such a figure of herself at the Seftons' party. "You cast just such sheep's eyes at young Fradden when you fancied yourself in love with him," she reminded her wilting sister. "But then you were only 17. You are past 19 now, and indeed, my dear, it is time that you showed a little common sense. Instead, you show less. Well, Fradden had more than his handsome face to recommend him, and had your tender for him endured, neither I nor his parents would have raised any objection to the match. It didn't, however, and now you choose to make a goose of yourself over another, and far less eligible, handsome face. Charis, surely you must know that I am not more opposed to such a match than is Mrs. Dauntry, or, I don't doubt, Lord Alverstoke. No, no, don't cry. I don't mean to be unkind, and I promise you I perfectly understand how you came to be dazzled by so magnificent a clodpole. Only try to give your thoughts a more rational direction. How could you be happy with a man whom his own relations think a block?" The effect of this practical homily was to cast Charis into a fever of apprehension, which she communicated to Endymion at the first opportunity that offered. No sooner had he succeeded, at the Seftons' assembly, in drawing her apart from the throng of her suitors, than the story was poured into his ears, and his beloved was entreating him not to come near her for the rest of the evening. "I have the most dreadful feel that Frederica has divulged the secret of our attachment to Alverstoke," she said tragically. "You cannot have failed to notice the way he watched us when you first came up to me. I declare I was ready to sink when I looked up and found his piercing gaze upon me." Endymion had not, in fact, noticed this unnerving circumstance, but he agreed that it was sinister. After painful cogitation, he said, "There's only one thing for it, I must sell out." "Oh, no, no," Charis breathed. "Never would I let you do so for my miserable sake." "Well, to own the truth, I've never cared for military life above half," confided Endymion. "But the thing is that cousin Alverstoke will very likely cut off my allowance if I sell out, and then, you know, we should find ourselves obliged to bite on the bridle. Should you object to being a trifle cucumberish? Though I dare say if I took up farming or breeding horses or something of that nature, we should soon find ourselves full of juice." "I," she exclaimed. "Oh, no, indeed. Why, I've been cucumberish, as you call it, all my life. But for you it is a different matter. You must not ruin yourself for my sake." "It won't be as bad as that," he assured her. "My fortune ain't handsome, but I wasn't born without a shirt, and if I was to sell out, my cousin couldn't have me sent abroad." "But could he do so now?" she asked anxiously. "Harry says the Life Guards never go abroad except in time of war." "No, but he might contrive to get me sent off on a mission." Her eyes widened. "What sort of a mission, dear love?" "Well, I don't know precisely, but we're always sending missions somewhere or other, and very often they have a military man attached to them. Diplomatic stuff," explained Endymion vaguely. "Like Lord Amherst going to China a couple of years back and staying there above a 12-month. Something to do with mandarins," he added, in further elucidation of the mystery. "Wouldn't suit me at all, but there's no saying what might happen if I don't sell out. Got a devilish lot of influence, Alverstoke." Since it never entered her head that nothing short of royal influence could avail to obtain a place for Endymion on any diplomatic mission, Charis was instantly assailed by a hideous vision of death and disaster. If the ship which bore so precious a burden escaped wreck, he would either perish at the hands of unknown, but probably murderous mandarins, or succumb to one of the deadly fevers peculiar to Eastern countries. Her face perfectly white, she said, in a low, passionate voice, that to avert such a fate she would be prepared to renounce him. Endymion was much moved, but not having visualized any of the disasters which had sprung so immediately to her mind, he did not feel that the situation, even at its worst, called for so great a sacrifice. But when Charis suddenly begged him to leave her because Lady Elizabeth was looking at them, he did feel, and forcibly, that they could not go on. He said in this devilish havey-cavey way. "Oh no, it is the greatest misery to me," Charis agreed. "Aye, and so it is to me, seeing you by scraps and not getting on in the least," said Endymion gloomily. "I'll tell you what, Charis, we must talk about it, decide what's to be done, you know. Dashed if I won't bring Cly and Diana to see the balloon tomorrow." "Aye, that's the barber. You can tell your sister you wish to speak to Cly. No harm in that. I'll play least in sight, and while everyone's watching the balloon we'll slip off together. Shouldn't think it will be difficult, bound to be a devilish crowd in the park." "No, no," she said distressfully. "If you bring your sisters to see the ascent, you must promise not to come near me. Felix has persuaded Lord Alverstoke to take him there, and you may depend upon it that he will bring his carriage as close to ours as he may." "Alverstoke going to watch a balloon go up?" exclaimed Endymion incredulously. "You're bamming." "No, indeed I'm not. He is taking Lady Elizabeth too, so you see, he must be getting queer in his attic. Well, I mean to say, Alverstoke. Why the deuce must he take it into his head to come and play boots with everything? What a dashed thing. Seems to me the end of it will be that we shall have to take a bolt to the border." "Endymion," she uttered in shocked dismay. "You couldn't ask me to do anything so dreadful. You're joking me. It would be beyond everything." "Yes, I know it would. My colonel wouldn't like it either. But we can't stand on points forever, love. Got to bring ourselves about somehow. We will. Oh, I know we shall succeed in the end. Hush, here comes Lord Renthorpe." 19. When Nap drew back the blinds in his master's bedroom upon the following morning, the Marquis was first revolted by the sight of brilliant sunshine, and then by his valet's announcement that it was a beautiful day. He had hoped for rain, gales, or even snow, anything, in fact, which would make a balloon ascension impossible. But a cloudless sky met his gaze, and when, hope dying hard, he asked Nap if it was not very still and windless, Nap replied with all the air of one bearing good tidings. "Just a nice light breeze, my lord, what you might call a perfect June day." "You are mistaken," responded his lordship. "At what time does this damned balloon make its ascension?" "At 2 o'clock, my lord, according to what Master Felix told Wicken," said Nap demurely. "And you may depend upon it," said his lordship, that brat will be upon the doorstep on the stroke of noon." But when he himself emerged from his dressing-room at noon, he found that young Mr. Merriville had arrived some little time earlier, and was discussing a hearty nuncheon under the aegis of Lady Elizabeth. Owing to the exertions of his sisters, he was impeccably attired in spotless nankeens, his best jacket, and a freshly laundered shirt, with his nails scrubbed and his curly locks brushed till they glowed. Between mouthfuls of mutton pie, he was initiating his hostess into the mysteries of aeronautics. He greeted Alverstoke with acclaim, explaining that he had come to the house perhaps a little early, because he knew that he and cousin Elizabeth wouldn't wish to reach the park too late to obtain a good place for the phaeton. Upon receiving a somewhat embittered rejoinder, he at once subjugated his lordship by saying anxiously, "You do wish to go, don't you, sir?" "Yes, but you are a vile and an abominable young Thatchgallows," said his lordship. Accepting this as a compliment, Felix bestowed a seraphic smile upon him and applied himself again to the pie. "Also," said his lordship, leveling his glass at the loaded plate and slightly shuddering, "a bacon-picker. I know, sir. Do you know how they were used to fill balloons and how they now do it?" "No," said Alverstoke. "I've no doubt, however, that I soon shall." He was right. From then on Felix, who had acquired a tattered copy of the History and Practice of Aerostation, maintained a flow of conversation, largely informative but interspersed with eager questions. He sat wedged between Alverstoke and Eliza in the phaeton, but since he addressed himself exclusively to Alverstoke, Eliza was able to sit back at her ease, listening with amusement and some surprise to her brother's very creditable answers to the posers set him by his youthful admirer. Felix, though much indebted to Cavallo's history, had discovered that it was deplorably out of date, which, as he ingenuously told Alverstoke, was disappointing, since he felt that there was a great deal he did not yet know about aeronautics. And what was the peculiar virtue of silk, which made it a better covering for balloons than linen? From the properties of silk to the intricacies of valves was a short step, but it was one which seemed to Eliza to sweep her companions into a foreign language. Abandoning all attempt to grasp the subject, she withdrew her attention until it was reclaimed by Felix, who startled her by expressing a wistful desire to float through the air attached to a parachute. She exclaimed, "What an appalling thought! I should be frightened out of my life." "No, why, ma'am," he said. "Only fancy what it must be like. Cousin Alverstoke says he once saw a man giving displays. I wish I had." They had by this time entered the park, and when they reached the site of the ascension, Felix was delighted to see that, although the balloon was already tethered, the casks of hydrogen, from which the bag would presently be inflated by means of a hose pipe, were still being assembled within the roped-off enclosure. He drew a deep breath of gratification, demanded of Alverstoke if he wasn't now glad they had started early, jumped down from the phaeton, and made all haste towards the scene of activity. "I do hope he won't meet with a repulse," remarked Eliza. "It would quite ruin his day. From what I know of him, he is more likely to meet with quite unnecessary encouragement," replied Alverstoke. "They took him to their bosoms at the foundry, to which it was my fate to escort him, and he appears to have had a similar success on the steamboat he once boarded. He has a thirst for information on all forms of mechanical invention, and for his age, a remarkable grasp of the subject. You two seem to know more about such things than I had suspected. No more than any other man of moderate understanding. I am now going to withdraw into the shade of the trees, no matter how anxious you may be to remain as close as possible to the enclosure." She laughed. "I shall be thankful, though I fear Felix will think it very poor-spirited of us." Early though it was, they had not been the first of the spectators to arrive. A number of persons had gathered round the enclosure already, and several carriages had taken up positions under the shade of the trees. Amongst these was Lady Buxted's landaulet, a circumstance which made Eliza ejaculate, "Good God, isn't that Louis's carriage? I wonder how she was induced to lend it. She detests the Merrivilles, you know. I should suppose that she had little choice in the matter. I find Carlton intolerably boring, but I'll say this for him. He's not afraid of Louis's tongue, and he doesn't knuckle down to her. Or so I collect, from the complaints she has from time to time poured into my unwilling ears. I had not credited him with so much spirit. Do draw up beside the carriage. I should like to pursue my acquaintance with Frederica." He complied with this request, backing the phaeton into place on the right of the landaulet, so that although the high perch of the phaeton made it impossible for his sister to shake hands with Frederica, she was able to exchange greetings with her, and might have maintained a conversation had she not decided that to be obliged to talk to anyone sitting so far above her would soon give Frederica a stiff neck. Jessamy had descended from the landaulet and with an awkward gallantry helped her to climb down from her seat when she expressed her intention to enjoy a comfortable coast with his sisters. She smiled upon him, saying, "Thank you. You, I believe, are Jessamy, the one who handles the reins in form. How do you do?" He flushed, and as he bowed over her extended hand, stammered a disclaimer. Her ladyship was very good, but quite mistook the matter. He was the merest whipster, as cousin Alverstoke would tell her. "Oh no, He says you have a bit of the drag about you. How do you do, Carlton? I am delighted to see you, but you had liefer go to watch what they are doing to the balloon than talk to an ant, so you shall give me your place for a while." There seemed to be no reason why her ladyship should not have occupied Jessamie's place, but Lord Buxted, taking his smiling dismissal in good part, forbore to point this out to her. He handed her into the carriage and turned to look up at his uncle, saying humorously, "I can guess what, or perhaps I should say who, has brought you here in such excellent time, sir. Yes, an irresistible force. But what the devil brought you here so early?" "Oh, much the same cause," said Carlton, glancing towards Jessamie, who was paying no heed to him, his attention being divided between his lordship's horses and his lordship's groom. He continued, lowering his voice, "I knew that our young cousin there would want to see everything from the start, and would think himself very hardly used if we had arrived only in time to watch the actual ascension." A deadly, and all too familiar boredom crept over the Marquis. An acrid rejoinder hovered on his lips, but remained unspoken. As his derisive eyes scanned his nephew's countenance, he realized that the pompous young Slowtop was sincere. He believed in all honesty that he was giving Jessamie a high treat, and, as his next words proved, he had taken pains to render it as instructive as it was exciting. "Knowing that I should be expected to answer all manner of questions, I took the precaution of consulting my encyclopedia yesterday," Buxted said. "I must own that I became quite absorbed in the subject. The information was not quite up to date, but the adventures of the first ballooners held me positively spellbound. I have been entertaining my companions with an account of Professor Charles's experiments. I dare say Jessamie will be able to tell you the height to which he rose on one occasion. Jessamie," he added, raising his voice. He was obliged to repeat the question before he could divert Jessamie's attention from the leader to whom he was addressing soft blandishments, and even then it was Alverstoke who supplied him with the answer. 2,000 feet, he said, coming to Jessamie's rescue. "Not for nothing have I endured your brother's company this day, Jessamie. So don't attempt to tell me that Lunardi filled his balloon with gas procured from zinc, or that Tyler ascended half a mile, at Edinburgh, or even that Blanchard once came to rest in an oak tree, because I am already fully informed on these and a great many other matters." "Ah, Felix has an inquiring mind," said Buxted, smiling indulgently. "Where is the little rascal? Probably taking an active part in the excessively tedious preparations within the enclosure. I hardly think he will have contrived to gain admittance, but perhaps we should go to see that he isn't in mischief, Jessamie. I dare say you two will like to watch the bag being filled," said Buxted kindly. He turned away to suggest that the ladies might care to go with them, and Jessamie, looking up at the Marquis, said, "I wish I were in Felix's shoes, your Grays too. Did he ask you to drive him behind a team, sir? I told him you would not, so now he's got a point the best of me. Little ape." "Yes, Cousin Buxted, I'm coming." The ladies having declined the offered treat, Buxted and Jessamie went off together, but it was not many minutes before Jessamie returned. Alverstoke, who had alighted from the phaeton and was standing talking to Frederica, turned his head. "Murdered him?" he inquired. Jessamie was betrayed into a laugh which he instantly checked, saying, "No, no, but there was no bearing it, so I made an excuse to come away." It was bad enough when he would prose on forever about these intolerable aeronautics, just as though I hadn't heard enough of them from Felix. But when he got to reading Felix a lecture and begging those men's pardons for having permitted him to plague them, I knew I should be at dagger drawing with him if I stayed, so I didn't. "Is Felix plaguing them?" asked Frederica. "Ought I to fetch him away? He wouldn't come, particularly now that Cousin Buxted has told him to do so, saying that people engaged on important matters didn't want little boys under their feet. That set up Felix's bristles in a trice, I can tell you. Well, can you wonder at it?" "A very ill-judged remark," agreed Alverstoke gravely. Well, you wouldn't call him a little boy to his face, now would you? Of course he wouldn't, said Eliza, her eyes dancing. I distinctly recollect that he called him, this very day, an abominable young Thatchgallows. Exactly so, ma'am, said Jessamy. He wouldn't care a straw for that, any more than he cared for my telling him that he was a disgusting little scrub. But to call him a little boy, why, I wouldn't do so, no matter how angry I might be. I collect, said Frederica in a resigned voice, that the pains Charis and I took to send him out in good trim were wasted. He looks like one of the Scaff and Raff, said Jessamy candidly. But as for getting under those men's feet, they like him, Frederica. And even if they didn't, it's no concern of Buxted's. What right has he to behave as if he were our guardian, pinching at one in that kind way which gets up one's back? Till he stopped, clipping his lips together, and after a moment's struggle said, I shouldn't say so. He is a very respectable man, and he bore me no malice when I was shockingly uncivil to him. I am determined not to let him provoke me again. So I came away. Very proper, said Alverstoke. Did you learn when the balloon is going to make its ascension? No, sir. That is, I heard someone say that there is very little wind, and I believe they were discussing whether to make the flight or to postpone it, but I wasn't really attending. Then I wish you had been, said Alverstoke. I find this affair quite as tedious as you do, and should be delighted to withdraw from it. Oh my God! If it is postponed, Felix will expect me to repeat this performance. Frederica laughed. Don't be alarmed. I won't let him tease you to bring him here again. An empty promise, he will assure you, and me too, that he has no intention of teasing me, and he will just ask you, interpolated Eliza. Yes, or offer it to me as a high treat and look like an orphan without means of support if I decline it, said his lordship bitterly. Playing off his tricks, said Jessamy. Of course he will do so when he knows he can bamboozle you, sir. Why don't you give him a set-down? Instead of encouraging him to think he can depend on you for every indulgence, agreed Frederica. Jessamy, do you think you should perhaps bring him away? I dare say they must be wishing him at Jericho. Jessamy shook his head, saying with a reluctant smile, No, they ain't. One of them told Cousin Buxted that he was making himself useful. As a matter of fact, he's getting as much encouragement as he gets from Cousin Alverstoke, and Lord, won't he be intolerable for weeks to come. It would be a waste of breath, I imagine, to say that I have never offered him encouragement, nor, I might add, perceived the smallest need to do so, said Alverstoke. He saw that his nephew was approaching and greeted him with a demand to know how much longer they were to be kept waiting. Oh, not for long now, I fancy, responded Buxted. I have been talking to the chief aeronaut, a very agreeable man. There are two of them, you know. This one, Olton, I believe his name is, has been telling me a number of interesting facts concerning the difficulties and dangers of ballooning. The unexpected currents of air at high altitudes, the delicacy of the valve, the hazards of descending in a strong wind when the grapnels have frequently been known to tear away whole bushes, so that the balloon swiftly reascends, to name only a few. One needs to be intrepid indeed to venture into the sky. I don't scruple to say I would not do so for the world. No, indeed, said Charis, shuddering. The speed to which they attain, too, he continued. Conceive of traveling at 50 miles an hour. But that, it seems, cannot be seen today, for there is too little wind. I fear that nothing more than a short flight will be attempted, unless, of course, a stronger current is encountered as the balloon rises. I wonder, Charis, if you know to what enormous, one might say incredible heights they have been known to rise. Felix told me 1/2 mile. Oh, I hope they will not do so today. It terrifies me only to think of it. The Marquis, interpreting with fiendish accuracy the expression on his nephew's countenance, said, Come, come, Carleton. Surely you can't be such a clunch as to have hoped to astonish Felix's sister. If she has been attending for the past week to his instructive discourse, she must be very well able to recite all the statistics to you. He glanced at Charis with a smile that drew a soft laugh from her. But I do beg you won't, Charis. Oh no, how could I? I am too stupid to understand such things. Or perhaps your little brother didn't perfectly understand all that he tried to tell you, said Buxted. It is not the height which constitutes the danger, but the delicacy of the valve, which controls the height. Owing to the atmospheric pressure, the cord attached to it has to be operated with great caution. If the valve cannot be sufficiently opened, the place of descent may be missed. If, on the other hand, it is opened, and cannot be closed again, the gas escapes with such violence that the balloon collapses so rapidly that it falls to the earth with fatal velocity. Fortunately, since Charis had turned pale at the thought that she might be going to witness so terrible a disaster, Jessamy created a diversion by exclaiming, "Look, they have begun to fill it." And indeed, the silken bag which had previously been spread on the ground could now be seen, rising above the heads of the crowd. As it swelled and mounted, it drew gasps of admiration from the spectators. For although those who had had the curiosity to observe it at close quarters knew that its classically shaped boat was painted in blue and red, with a scrollwork of gold, it was not until the bag began to fill that the huddle of colors on the ground resolved themselves into vertical stripes of red and white, with a blue band like a sash running across them. "Your ordeal is nearly over, cousin," said Frederica. Before he could reply, they were both startled by a hoarse shriek from Charis. Frederica turned quickly, just in time to see her pointing hand drop, and to catch her as she sank into a swoon. She looked round in alarm, and saw that the balloon, released from its moorings, was swiftly soaring upwards, with a small figure clinging, monkey-like, halfway up one of the dangling ropes which had tethered it to the ground. She sat rigid, so paralyzed with dread that she could neither speak nor move. Her eyes, drenched with horror, remained fixed on Felix's diminishing form, and she was unaware either of the noise made by the crowd of startled onlookers or of the shocked silence which had fallen upon her companions. That silence was broken by Jessamy. As white as Charis, he croaked suddenly, "They are pulling him up. Don't try to climb, you little fool. Don't, oh God, he'll never keep his hold." He buried his face in his hands, but raised it again as Alverstoke said coolly, "Yes, he will. Steady, my child, they are hauling him up fast." His gaze, like Frederica's, never wavered from Felix, already a tiny, indistinguishable figure against the sky. The suspense lasted for seconds that seemed hours. Buxted said, "I can't see, I can't make out." "Yes, yes," cried Jessamy, his lips trembling. "They're pulling him into the boat. Oh, well done, you little brute, you little devil. Just wait till I get my hands on you, just wait." He then sat down abruptly on the grass and ducked his head between his knees. Alverstoke, mounting the step of the landaulet, grasped Frederica's wrist. "Come," he said authoritatively. "You are not going to faint, he's quite safe now." Buxted, also suffering like Jessamy from reaction, ejaculated, "Safe? Upon my word, sir, if you think it safe to be quiet, cloth-head," interrupted Alverstoke, with so much menace in the glance he cast upon his nephew that that well-meaning young man almost quailed. Frederica pulled herself together. She said, out of a dry throat but with a calmness to match Alverstoke's, "No, I never faint." Becoming aware of Charis limp against her shoulder, she said, "Charis, my wits must have gone begging. I forgot. Take this," said Eliza, producing a vinaigrette from her reticule. "No, never mind. Lay her back against the squabs." "I'll attend to her. For heaven's sake, Vernon, what's to be done?" "Revive Charis," he recommended. "That's not what I meant," she snapped, untying the ribbons of Charis's bonnet and casting this modish confection aside. "Frederica, change places with me, or let Vernon hand you out of the carriage." Still dazed by shock, Frederica yielded to the compulsion of Alverstoke's hand and climbed down from the landaulet. Her knees were shaking so much that she was glad to cling to his arm. She tried to smile and said, "I beg your pardon, I am being very stupid. I don't seem to be able to think, but you will know what I should do. Tell me, cousin." "There is nothing you can do," he replied. She stared rather blindly at him for a moment, but then said, "Nothing. You are right, of course. Nothing. I don't even know, cousin, where are they going? It's an object with aeronauts, isn't it, to discover how far they can travel? So I believe, but you need not let that alarm you. They will be quite as anxious to set Felix down as you are to recover him. I can't tell you where that will be, but from the direction of what little wind there is I should suppose they will descend somewhere in the region of Watford." "Watford? Is not that a considerable distance?" "No, less than 20 miles. They will hardly dare to risk a landing until they are clear of the metropolis, and all the environs, you know. It is one thing to make an ascent from Hyde Park, but quite another to bring their infernal balloon down in an area dotted all over with towns and villages." "Yes, yes, I see. I had not realized, and they are bound to take every care, don't you think?" "Undoubtedly." She managed to summon up a smile. "I am not afraid of accident, not much afraid of it. But Lord Buxted has been telling us that the cold becomes intense at high altitudes, and I do fear that. You see, although he is perfectly stout, Felix does catch cold more easily than most, and it goes to his chest. He is not of a consumptive habit. Our doctor at home calls it bronchitis and says he will very likely grow out of it, but I can't forget how ill he was 2 years ago when he suffered a very bad attack. And he has gone up there in that thin jacket." She stopped, and again forced herself to smile. "I am being foolish. There is nothing anyone can do." "There is nothing we can do, but you may depend upon it that the balloonists will wrap him up." He spoke in his habitual tone of cool unconcern, and it had its effect. She was insensibly reassured. On Buxted it also had its effect, but a different one. He said angrily, "Good God, sir, is that all you can find to say in this dreadful situation?" Alverstoke looked at him, his brows lifting. "That's all," he replied. He saw Buxted's hands clench themselves into fists and smiled faintly. "I shouldn't," he advised him. For a moment it seemed as if Buxted would yield to impulse, but he mastered himself. His face was still much flushed, and he said with suppressed passion, "Are you ignorant of the dangers that boy is exposed to, or insensate?" "Neither," said Alverstoke. "I'm glad to see you have some red blood in you, but if you don't keep your tongue between your teeth I shall be strongly tempted to let some of it." "Oh, be quiet, both of you," exclaimed Eliza. "Charis, listen to me. Felix is safe. There is nothing to cry for, do you hear me? Come now." But Charis, recovering consciousness, had broken into hysterical sobs and seemed to be unable either to check them or to understand what Eliza was saying to her. "Vapors," said Alverstoke. "It needed only that. Now we shall have a mob gathered round us." Frederica, stepping quickly up into the carriage, said, "Let me come there, cousin, if you please. Soothing will only make her worse." As she spoke, she pulled Charis out of Eliza's arms and dealt her one deliberate slap across her cheek, which startled the rest of the company almost as much as its recipient. Charis caught her breath between a sob and a whimper and stared up out of frightened, tear-drenched eyes into her sister's purposeful countenance. "Felix," she uttered. "Oh, Felix, Felix! Oh, Frederica!" "Stop," Frederica commanded. "Not another word until you are able to control yourself." Eliza, who had got down from the carriage, remarked in an undervoice to her brother, "Well, that seems to have done the thing, but it was rather drastic. After all, the poor child has had a dreadful shock, and one can see that she has a great deal of nervous sensibility." "Too much," he returned. Jessamy, overcoming by sheer force of will his sudden nausea, had got to his feet again. He was very pale, and he was breathing short and fast, as though he had been running. He fixed his stern eyes on Alverstoke's face and jerked out, "Lend me your phaeton, sir. I beg of you, I won't drive it, Curry can do so. You have my word I won't, sir, you must let me have it." "Are you proposing to chase the balloon?" asked Alverstoke, regarding him in a little amusement. "For heaven's sake, Jessamy, don't be so shatterbrained," exclaimed Buxted. "As though things were not bad enough already. Really, I wonder at you. This is not the moment to indulge in theatrical air-dreaming." "On the contrary," said Alverstoke, "it appears to be exactly the moment. Nor is it the moment for frivolous jests, retorted Buxted, his color mounting again. Sir, Jessamy begged. Will you? Alverstoke shook his head. I'm sorry, Jessamy, the balloon is already some miles distant. Yes, I know it can still be seen, but that's deceptive, believe me. Matters are not as desperate as Buxted would have you think either. Accidents are the exception rather than the rule. But they do occur, Jessamy said. And even if all goes well, Felix will be nearly dead with cold and hasn't any money, or, sir, you said they would descend as soon as they can do so safely. And if only I can keep it in sight, moonshine, snapped Buxted. Could that be done? Demanded Eliza of her brother. I dare say, but to what avail? It will come to earth long before we could be within reach of it, and however strongly they might be tempted to do so, the men won't abandon Felix. By the time we had found the place of descent, if we ever did, which I think doubtful, Felix would probably be on the way back to London in a hired chaise. You said yourself they would come down in open country, sir. They may be miles from any town. And if they don't land safely, I must go. I tell you I must. Oh, why isn't Harry here? Jessamy said, anguish in his voice. Frederica said, Cousin. He met her eyes, reading the unspoken question in them. He smiled crookedly, shrugged, and said, Very well. The anxious expression melted into one of brimming gratitude. Thank you. I've no right to ask it of you, but I should be so grateful, so very grateful. To think that I came here in the expectation of being bored, he said. Eliza, I regret that I must now leave you. Accept my apologies. Don't give me a thought, she returned. I shall take our cousins home, and Carlton may then drive me back to Alverstoke House. He nodded and turned to Jessamy. Up with you. His face transformed. Jessamy cried, You'll go with me yourself. Oh, thank you, now we shall do. 20. The mood of exaltation was not of long duration. By the time the Stanhope Gate had been reached, the various disasters which might threaten Felix had been recollected, and Jessamy became silent, his eyes, an instant earlier full of fiery light, somber and frowning. As the phaeton approached the gate, a smart tilbury came through it, driven by a very ugly man, dressed in the height of fashion, who no sooner clapped eyes on Alverstoke's greys than he reined in the showy chestnut between the shafts of his own carriage, and called out, Alverstoke, the very man I want. The Marquis had checked his team, but he shook his head. No use, kangaroo, I haven't an instant to spare. But I only want, where the devil are you off to? Shouted Cook, slewing round in his seat as the phaeton passed him. Chasing a balloon, Alverstoke threw over his shoulder. Why did you say that? Demanded Jessamy. He will think you've run mad, very likely, and it will be no more than the truth. There was a moment's silence, then Jessamy said in a voice of resolute calm, Do you mean, sir, that this is a wild goose chase? Oh, no, said Alverstoke, catching the note of anxiety and relenting. We may be behind the fair, but I've never yet been out jockeyed. Silence reigned for another half-mile. Jessamy broke it, saying violently, He deserves to be flayed, and if we find him safe I will too. Not if I have anything to say in the matter, replied the Marquis. The thought of flaying him has been sustaining me for the past hour, and not even Harry shall rob me of that pleasure. That drew a laugh from Jessamy, but he said after a moment, You had better flay me. It was my fault, all my fault. I was wondering how long it would be before you contrived to convince yourself that you were to blame, said Alverstoke caustically. I haven't the slightest wish to know how you arrived at such an addle-brained conclusion, so don't put yourself to the trouble of telling me. If blame rests on any shoulders but Felix's, it rests on mine. He was in my charge, not yours, I would remind you. Jessamy shook his head. I ought never to have left him in the enclosure. I know what he is, sir. Oh. You suspected, in fact, that he would risk his life in an attempt to take part in this flight? No. Good God, no. I never dreamed, but I did think I ought to keep an eye on him, perhaps, and if I hadn't let Cousin Buxted hackle me, I think I should have done so, Jessamy confessed, staring rigidly ahead. My cursed temper, jealousy, self-importance, getting up in the bows, only because my cousin took it upon himself to tell Felix to come away. and he was right. He buried his face in his hands and said in a stifled voice, "I shall never be fit, never. Not, I agree, until you have got the better of your tendency to fall into distempered freaks," said Alverstoke unemotionally. He allowed Jessamy a moment or two to digest this blighting remark before adding with far more encouragement, "I've no doubt that you'll succeed. I won't insult you by calling you a little boy, but you are not very old yet, you know." Dropping his hands, Jessamy managed to smile. "Yes, sir, I know. One should have fortitude of mind, not allow oneself to be overpowered, or to magnify even one's own sins, because that's a form of self-indulgence, don't you think?" "Possibly. It is not one in which I've so far indulged," replied his lordship dryly. "Frederica doesn't either, or read curtain lectures, and she is the best person I know." He added with unexpected naivete, "I dare say that seems an odd thing to say of one's sister, but it's true, and I'm not ashamed to say so. She may not be a beauty like Charis, but she's worth a dozen of Charis," supplied his lordship. "Yes, by Jupiter she is," said Jessamy, his eyes kindling. He relapsed after that into silence, which he broke only to return monosyllabic answers to such remarks as Alverstoke addressed to him, to ask him once at what speed he judged the balloon to be traveling, and once to say in a burst of confidence, "It was wrong of him, very wrong, but you can't deny he's plucked to the backbone, sir. Oh, yes, full of foolhardiness and ignorance. Yes, I suppose, but I couldn't have done it. Thank God for that." "I shouldn't have had enough spunk," said Jessamy, making a clean breast of it. "It's to be hoped that you have more sense," said Alverstoke with asperity. "If, at your age, you did anything only half as hare-brained, the only place for you would be Bedlam." "Yes, if I did it. The thing is that one can't help feeling mortified when one's young brother does something one knows one wouldn't have the spunk to do oneself." This betrayal of boyishness made Alverstoke laugh, but he would not tell Jessamy why, recommending him instead to keep his eyes on the balloon, which, except for brief periods when houses or woods obstructed their view, had all the time remained within their sight. It had risen to a considerable altitude, but it did not seem to be traveling fast, its distance from the phaeton, so far as Alverstoke could judge, being some 8 or 10 miles, and only slowly increasing. From the start it had sailed to the west of the road, a circumstance which several times, when it seemed to be drawing farther westward, cast Jessamy into such a fret that it was as much as he could do to bottle up his impatience. He managed to do so, however, for although he wanted to urge Alverstoke to leave the post road, following the balloon along some lane which appeared to run directly in its wake, the saner part of his brain knew that this would be folly. Country lanes pursued erratic courses, and too often ended at some farm or hamlet. He controlled his nervous irritation, telling himself that the balloon was traveling steadily northwestward, and that when it appeared to be drawing away, this was merely due to the divergences of the road from the straight. But whenever they were obliged to pull up at a toll gate, or a pike keeper was slow in responding to the imperative summons blown by Curry on his yard of tin, he could have screamed with exasperation. Even Alverstoke's unruffled calm exacerbated him, and whenever Alverstoke eased his horses he had to dig his nails into the palms of his hands to keep from bursting into hot and unwise speech. It seemed as though Alverstoke wasn't even trying to catch up with the balloon. But then, as he stole a glance at that impassive profile, he saw that Alverstoke had turned his head a little, and was looking with narrowed, measuring eyes at the balloon, and he felt better, and was able to believe that Alverstoke knew exactly what he was doing. Just beyond Stanmore, Alverstoke said over his shoulder, "Where, after Watford, can I get a change, Curry?" "I've been thinking of that myself, my lord. I reckon it'll be Berkhamsted." "Then if that cursed balloon doesn't come down soon, I must change at Watford. I imagine it must be close above Berkhamsted now, and I'll be damned if I kill my greys. You'll stay with them, of course." "How far away is Berkhamsted, sir?" asked Jessamy. "About 10 or 12 miles." Dismayed, Jessamy exclaimed, "We are an hour behind then. Rather more, probably very much more." "Hold on, sir," interrupted Curry. "Seems to me it is coming down." Jessamy stared at the balloon until his eyes watered. He brushed his hand across them, saying angrily, "Oh, curse this sunshine, it isn't coming down, it's as high as no, by Jove, it is, it is. Look, sir." Alverstoke cast a fleeting glance at it. "It is undoubtedly coming down, how gratifying. I said the descent would be in the region of Watford." This way of receiving the glad tidings struck Jessamy, soaring into optimism, as exquisitely humorous. He gave a crack of laughter, exclaiming, "What a hand you are! Oh, I shouldn't have said that, I beg your pardon, sir. So I should hope, as though you cared a button. You can't hoax me, sir, because I know very well," he broke off, and after a tense moment said uneasily, "Why is it veering like that? It was coming down almost straight a moment ago. You may be seeing it from a different angle." "No, I'm not. I mean, that wouldn't account for the way it's traveling now." In another minute, a spinney shut the balloon from his view, and by the time the phaeton had passed the last of the trees it had dropped altogether out of sight. Jessamy began to pose unanswerable questions to the Marquis. What had caused the balloon to swerve? Did he know if it could be steered in any way? Did he think there might be something amiss with the valve? "I should think it more likely that when they dropped nearer to earth they found there was more wind than they had expected," said Alverstoke. Jessamy's eyes widened. "Wind? Do you remember what Cousin Buxted told us about the grapnels tearing away whole bushes, not anchoring the balloon at all, so that they had to shut the valve, which made them shoot up again? And I have some faint recollection of his pitching various tales to your sisters, but as I have yet to hear him say anything worth listening to, I fear I didn't attend to him. I dare say there may have been such mischances, but as this particular balloon has not shot up into the air again, it seems safe to assume that that fate has not befallen it." "Yes, that's so. I hadn't thought, but Jessamy," interrupted his lordship wearily, "your reflections on the subject are as valueless as Buxted's. Neither of you knows anything about it. Nor, I may add, do I, so that it is quite useless to bombard me with questions. It is even more useless to harrow yourself by imagining disasters, which really, my dear boy, you have very little reason to expect." "You must forgive me, sir," said Jessamy stiffly. "I had no intention of boring you." "No, that's why I ventured to give you a hint," said his lordship apologetically. Jessamy was obliged to bite his lip at this description of a masterly set-down, and to turn his face away so that Alverstoke should not see how near to laughter he was. He was still on his dignity when, at last, they reached Watford, but the news that met them at the Essex Arms drove all other thoughts from his mind. "Oh, yes," said the landlord, "they had seen the balloon as plain as print. Such an uproar as it had caused his lordship wouldn't hardly credit, with everyone rushing out of doors to get a sight of it, and then rushing in again because it was so low they thought it was going to come down right in the middle of the town. Which of course it didn't, as any but a set of jobberknolls would have known it wouldn't, my lord. By what I hear it came down between here and King's Langley, and if there's a boy in the place, barring my own lads, it's more than I'd bargain for. They was all off, and others old enough to know better than to take part in such foolishness, for they might have known they wouldn't see the balloon land, and where's the sense of running miles to look at it on the ground?" "How long ago was it when it came down?" Jessamy asked eagerly. "Well, I can't rightly say, sir," replied the landlord, smiling indulgently at him. "It was an hour ago when it came by the town, maybe an hour and a half." Jessamy's shining eyes lifted to Alverstoke's. A smile wavered on his lips. He said simply, "The relief of it! How far is that place, King's Langley?" "Just a matter of 5 miles, sir. But I don't believe all I hear, and there's no saying that the balloon did come down there. All I say is that none of those cods' heads that went chasing after it has come back yet, So if they ain't still gawking at it where it lays, there may be following it into the next county." "I see," said Alverstoke. "You can draw me a tankard of your home brewed. Order what you like, Jessamy. I'm going to have a word with Curry." He strode out of the inn as he spoke, to find Curry and the head ostler leading the greys towards the stables. He ran his experienced eye over his horses. They were sweating but not distressed. Curry said with pride, "Prime uns, my lord. Didn't I say to your lordship they'd go well upon wind?" Alverstoke nodded, but Curry saw that he was slightly frowning and looked an inquiry. "They've taken no hurt, my lord. I'll give 'em some warm gruel and, yes, see that done, and give the ostler exact instructions. I'm taking you on with me." "Very good, my lord. Nothing wrong, I do hope." "I'm not sure. No need to say anything to Mr. Jessamy, but there's no question that when we last saw the balloon it was being borne off its course. Well, if the wind took it, the country is fairly open and it may have made a safe landing. No reason why it shouldn't have, my lord. None, but it appears that none of the people who ran off to see it have yet returned. If there was nothing more to look at than the boat and the empty bag, what should be keeping them so long?" "Well, your lordship knows what boys are," suggested Curry. "I do indeed, but they were not all boys. I may have become infected by Mr. Jessamy's alarms, but I've a feeling I may need you. 15 minutes. He went back into the inn to find Jessamy refreshing himself from a large tankard. He lowered it with a sigh of satisfaction and handed a similar one to the Marquis, saying, "Lord, I was thirsty. Here's yours, sir. The ale-draper says it's a regular knock-me-down. In that case, you will shortly be top-heavy, and I shall abandon you so that you may sleep it off at your leisure." "Well, I thought I might be a trifle overtaken, so I ordered a half and half for myself." "Thank God for that," Jessamy laughed, but said, a little shyly, "I expect I've plagued you enough already with my distempered freaks, sir." "Now, what can I have said to make you think so?" demanded Alverstoke in astonished accents. "You may choose to poke bogey at me, but you know very well, sir, such a set-down, I am afraid I took snuff, and I shouldn't have done so." "Handsomely said," approved Alverstoke. "But if you took that for one of my set-downs—" "Well, if it wasn't, I hope you'll never give me one," said Jessamy frankly. "Sir, when do we set forward again? I have been thinking, and I shouldn't wonder at it if we met them on their way back to London. Except that, what becomes of the balloon?" "I haven't the least idea. It's a nice point, I admit. It occurred to me a minute ago. They can't carry it and they can't fill the bag again, because where would they get the hydrogen? And all those casks couldn't be brought on the wagon. At least they could, but it would take them all day to get here, even if they knew where the thing meant to make its descent, which they never do." "Very true. One can only assume that they must have it conveyed by farm cart or some such thing to a place of safety, leaving it there to be recovered later." "Well, if that's how they manage, doesn't it prove what a crack-brained thing it is?" said Jessamy scornfully. "A fine way to go on a journey. Getting set down in a field, very likely miles from where you wish to be, and then being obliged to pack the boat and the bag and the anchors and all the rest of the gear onto a cart before you trudge off to find some sort of a carriage." "A sobering thought," agreed Alverstoke. "I fancy, however, that balloons are not intended for mere travel. Are you ready to set forward again?" Jessamy jumped up at once and went out into the yard. He was critically inspecting the new team when Alverstoke joined him, exchanging with Curry various disparaging remarks about job horses. He was surprised when Curry sprang up behind, but beyond saying that he had thought Alverstoke had meant to leave him in charge of the greys, he made no comment. His mind was preoccupied, and he only nodded when, a mile out of Watford, Alverstoke acidly animadverted on leaders which had acquired the habit of hanging off. No other vehicles than the mail and a private chaise, both southward bound and traveling fast, were encountered, and the only pedestrian was a venerable gentleman in a smock, who disclaimed all knowledge of balloons, adding that he didn't hold with them, or with any other nasty, newfangled inventions. But at the end of the second mile, Alverstoke saw a cluster of people ahead and drew up alongside them. They were mostly of immature age, and they had emerged onto the post road through a farm gate opening onto undulating pastures. They were talking animatedly amongst themselves, and said the Marquis sardonically, bore all the appearance of persons capable of running 2 miles to marvel at a deflated balloon. So indeed it proved, and they had been richly rewarded. Not that any of them had been in time to see anything, but there were them as had, and as several voices assured his lordship, a rare bumble broth it must have been, such as hadn't happened in these parts not since anyone could remember. Dicked in the knob they were surely, for what must they do, with a good 3 acres of clear ground under them, but bear down on a clump of trees and get all tangled up in the branches? Oh, it was a terrible accident. For although one of the gentlemen climbed down safe enough, the other, which was trying to help the nipperkin they had with them, made a right mull of it by all accounts and broke his arm, while, as for the nipperkin, he came crashing through the branches with blood all over him and was taken up for dead. Which, a senior member of the gathering told the Marquis, wasn't so laughable nor anything like. "Where?" Jessamy demanded hoarsely. "Where? Oh, you won't see nothing now, sir. They was all gone off to Monk's farm above an hour ago, with the nipperkin stretched out on a hurdle. Well, all of us which came from Watford was too late to get a sight of aught but the balloon, with its ropes caught up in the elm tree, and there's no saying when they'll start in to get it down, which don't hardly seem worth waiting for, so we come away." "I seen the doctor drive up in his gig," piped up an urchin. "Aye, so you did, and got a clout from Miss Judbrook for your pains, poke nose." "Where is the farm?" asked Alverstoke, interrupting the good-natured mirth caused by this last remark. He was told that it was at Clipperfield, a statement immediately qualified by the ominous words, as you might say. But when he asked for more precise information, all that he was able to gather from the conflicting, and generally incomprehensible, directions offered by half a dozen persons was that the lane leading to the village joined the post road at King's Langley. Cutting short the efforts of a helpful youth to describe the exact situation of Monk's farm, he drove on, saying, "We shall more easily discover the whereabouts of the farm when we reach Clipperfield." He glanced briefly at Jessamy and added, "Pluck up. There's a doctor with him, remember." Jessamy, ashen pale, trying desperately to overcome the long shudders that shook his thin frame, managed to speak. They said, "I heard them," interrupted Alverstoke. "He was taken up for dead, and he was covered in blood. Good God, boy, have you lived all your life in the country without discovering that illiterates always invest the most trifling accident with the ingredients of melodrama? Taken up for dead may be translated into was stunned by his fall. And as for covered in blood, what the devil should make him bleed but scratching his face when he missed his hold and tumbled down through the branches?" Achieving a gallant smile, Jessamy said, "Yes, of course." Or a nosebleed. "Very likely. Yes," but he stopped, unable for a moment to command his voice, and then said jerkily, "Not a trifling accident." "No, I am afraid he may have broken a bone or two," replied Alverstoke coolly. "Let us hope that it will be a lesson to him. Now, my young friend, I am going to do what you have been wishing me to do from the start of this expedition. Spring 'em." As he spoke, the team broke into a canter, quickly lengthening their strides to a gallop. At any other time, Jessamy's attention would have been riveted by the consummate skill displayed by a top sawyer driving strange horses at a splitting pace along a winding road, too narrow for safety, and by no means unfrequented. But in the event, a dreadful anxiety absorbed him, and his only impulse, when Alverstoke faultlessly took a hill in time, or checked slightly at a sudden bend, was to urge him to a faster speed. It was not he, but Curry, grimly hanging on, who shut his eyes when Alverstoke feather-edged a blind corner, leaving an inch to spare between the phaeton and an oncoming coach. And it was Curry who, when the first straggling cottages of King's Langley came into sight, gasped, "For God's sake, my lord!" But even as these words were jerked out of him, he regretted them, for the Marquis was already checking his horses. As the team entered the little town at a brisk trot, he said over his shoulder, "Yes, Curry, what is it?" "Nothing, my lord, except that I thought you was downright obfuscated, for which I'm sure I beg your lordship's pardon," responded his henchman, availing himself of the license accorded to an old and trusted retainer. "You should, I'm not even bright in the eye." "Look, there's a signpost," Jessamy said suddenly, leaning forward in his seat. "Clipperfield and Sarat," read Curry. His lordship turned the corner in style, but was forced immediately to rein the team into a sober pace. The lane was winding and narrow, bordered by unkempt hedges, and so deeply rutted, so full of holes, that Curry remarked with dour humor that they might think themselves lucky the month was June, and not February, when the lane would have been a regular hasty pudding. At the end of 2 difficult miles, which stretched Jessamy's nerves to snapping point, he said, "Crossroad ahead, my lord, and I can see a couple of chimneys off to the left. This'll be it." Whatever excitement had been aroused in Clipperfield by the recent accident had apparently died away. There was only one person to be seen, a stout woman, engaged in cutting a cabbage in the patch of garden in front of her cottage. Having, as she informed him, far too much to do without troubling herself with balloons, she was unable to give Jessamy any news of Felix, but she told Alverstoke that Monk's farm lay about a mile down the road, towards Buckshill. She pointed with her knife to the south and said that he couldn't miss it, a statement which he mistrusted, but which turned out to be true. It was set 100 yards back from the lane, a large, rambling house of considerable antiquity, with its barns, its pigsties, and its cattle byre clustered round it. Before its open door stood the doctor's gig in charge of his man. Alverstoke turned in through the big white gate and drove up to the farm. Before the phaeton had stopped, Jessamy sprang down from it and almost ran into the house. A shrill voice was heard demanding to know who he might be and what his business was. "Ah," said the Marquis. "The lady who clouted young, poke-nose, I fancy." 21. The door of the farmhouse opened on to an unevenly flagged passage, at the end of which a flight of worn oak stairs rose to the upper floor. Jessamy, hesitating after his impetuous entrance, found himself confronted by an angular woman whose sharp-featured countenance wore all the signs of chronic ill-temper. In answer to her angry inquiry, he stammered, "I beg pardon, it's my brother, the boy who was carried in here." This reply, far from mollifying her, had much the same effect as a match applied to a train of gunpowder. Her eyes snapped, her color rose, and she said, "Oh, he is he? Then I'm mightily glad to see you, young sir, and I trust you've come to take him away. This house isn't a hospital nor a public inn neither, and I've got too much to do already without looking after sick boys, let me tell you. What's more, I'm not a nurse, and I won't take the responsibility, say what you like." At this point in what threatened to be a lengthy diatribe, she stopped, and her jaw dropped. Alverstoke was standing on the threshold. At all times an imposing figure, he was, on this occasion, a startling one, for although he wore a long driving coat of white drab with a number of shoulder capes, it was unbuttoned, and revealed the exquisite attire he habitually wore in London, which included an extremely elegant waistcoat, the palest of pantaloons, and highly polished Hessian boots. In Bond Street he would have been complete to a shade. In a country village he looked quite out of place, but Miss Judbrook was almost as much impressed as she was astonished. He said pleasantly, but with a faint touch of hauteur, "Why should you indeed? I fancy you must be Miss Judbrook. I am Lord Alverstoke. I should like to see the doctor, if you please." Miss Judbrook was so much overcome that she dropped a slight curtsy and said, "Yes, my lord." However, she was a redoubtable woman, and she made a swift recovery. "I hope I'm not an unfeeling woman, my lord, nor one as doesn't know her duty, but it's none of my business to be nursing boys which fall out of balloons, and I can't and I won't undertake it, as Judbrook should have known, instead of having him brought here without a word to me, let alone calling Betty out of the dairy to sit with him. I'm not going to do her work, so he needn't think it. I'm sure I'm very sorry for the young gentleman, but as for having him laid up here as bad as he is, and having to be sat with and waited on hand and foot, I haven't the time nor the patience to do it, which I told Dr. Elcott to his head. And if Mrs. Hucknall sets foot inside this house I leave it, and that's flat. Yes, well, all these matters can no doubt be arranged, when I have had word with the doctor, said Alverstoke. Miss Judbrook sniffed resentfully, but his evident boredom disconcerted her. She said, rather more mildly, I'm sure I hope so, my lord. The doctor's in my parlor mussing it up with his splints and his bandages and bowls of water and I don't know what more beside. This way. She opened a door on the left of the passage, saying, This is my Lord Alverstoke, wanting to see you, doctor, and the little boy's brother, and I'll be obliged to you not to slop any more water on to my new carpet. Oh, go away, woman, go away, said the doctor testily. Contrary to Jessamie's eager expectation, the doctor and the second of the two aeronauts were the only people in the room. The aeronaut, his brow adorned with sticking plaster, was sitting in a chair by the table while the doctor was bandaging his splinted forearm. Felix, Jessamie blurted out. My brother. The doctor paused in his task to direct a penetrating glance at him from under his bushy brows. His brother, are you? Well, there's no need for you to be in a stew. He hasn't managed to kill himself. He transferred his gaze to Alverstoke and favored him with a nod. Good day to you, my lord. Are you related to the boy? Cousin and guardian, said Alverstoke. The doctor, continuing his work, said, Then you'll give me leave to tell you, my lord, that you're a mighty careless guardian. So, indeed, it would appear, agreed Alverstoke. How badly is the boy hurt? Early days to tell you that. He suffered a severe concussion, cut his face open and sprained a wrist, but there are no bones broken barring a couple of ribs. Badly bruised, of course. He came round half an hour ago, complained of headache, which might mean that would be the altitude, said his present patient. Many people suffer from acute headache when I'm not an ignoramus, growled the doctor. Keep still. Has he injured his brain? Asked Jessamie, as though he dreaded to hear the answer. The doctor shot another of his piercing looks at him. No reason to think so. He wasn't himself, couldn't expect him to be, but he knew what had happened to him, I think, saying out that he couldn't and some gabble about falling. Again the aeronaut intervened, addressing himself to Alverstoke. I thought he was safe, my lord. Everything was going well till we started the descent. That was when we veered. You see, when you drop down close to the earth, yes, I understand that you frequently meet winds that were not encountered at higher altitudes, interrupted Alverstoke. Also that you were blown amongst trees. Never mind why. Just tell me, if you please, what happened when you became entangled with an elm tree, wasn't it? Yes, that is, it may have been an elm, my lord. I don't know anything about trees. When Mr. Olton saw that we weren't going to clear it, which we should have done, if the valve hadn't stuck when he tried to close it, he shouted to me to grab hold of a branch and climb out of the boat onto it. You first, Beanish, and lend the boy a hand, he told me. Which I did, and it was easy enough, and there wasn't much danger either, as long as the weight was taken out of the boat, so that it wouldn't break through the branches and crash down onto the ground. The valve being open and the gas escaping pretty fast, there was no fear the balloon would rise again, you understand. And the little chap wasn't a scrap afraid. That I'll swear to. Cool as a cucumber he was, and thinking of nothing but ways of controlling balloons. Don't be in a worry about me, he said. I shall do, which I never doubted, my lord. There was Mr. Olton, helping him to climb out of the boat, and I was just thinking he wouldn't want me to lend him a hand when he suddenly seemed to lose his head. At least, I don't know, but I can't think what else it could have been, for it looked to me as if he had hold of the branch all right and tight, though it all happened so quickly, of course, that I can't be sure of that. All I do know is that he cried out, "I can't," and fell. My lord, I swear I did my best. I tried to grab hold of him, but I lost my balance, and the next thing was that I fell out of the tree. Jessamy, who had been listening to him in gathering incredulity, exclaimed, "Felix, why he climbs like a cat." "Young man," said the doctor, "if you don't know why your brother couldn't grasp the branch, I can tell you. His hands were numb with cold, that's why." "Oh my God," uttered Beanish. "He never said, don't suppose he knew it. Knew they were frozen, didn't know he couldn't use 'em." Only a boy, excited too. Beanish, looking at the Marquis, was plainly torn between a feeling of guilt and a desire to exculpate himself from blame. He said, "My lord, it wasn't our fault. Maybe I should have sent him about his business, but he wasn't doing any harm. And as Mr. Olton said himself, he's such an intelligent little fellow, not like most of his age, only wanting to see the balloon go up for the marvel of it and not caring for what makes it rise, or, pray don't think I blame you," said the Marquis. "If anyone is to blame, it is I, for he was in my charge." "Not your blame, mine," Jessamy said in a stifled voice. "The thing was, my lord, we never suspected what he meant to do. But I can't deny I did say we should be happy to take him up with us, never dreaming he begged us to, you see, and Mr. Olton answered him a bit sharply, telling him he was much too young, and well, he looked so hurt, if your lordship knows what I mean." "I know exactly what you mean," said the Marquis grimly. "Well, that's how it was, my lord. I told him we couldn't take him without his father's consent, and Mr. Olton bore me out. Yes, and it was him which said if we took up a boy which was under age without his pa's consent, we should be clapped into jail, not me." A reminiscent grin stole over Mr. Beanish's face. "And damn if the little rogue didn't throw it up at him when we'd hauled him into the boat. 'It's all hollow,' he told Mr. Olton, game as a pebble. 'You won't be clapped into jail,' he said, 'because I haven't got a father.'" A chuckle escaped him. "Pluck to the backbone," he said. "His nerves won't ever lose their steel. When I saw him clinging to that rope and the balloon rising fast as they do, my lord, I thought he was bound to take fright and do something silly, and much good it was for us to shout to him to hold tight. But he did, and we got him in like you saw. And he enjoyed every minute of the flight, even though the teeth were chattering in his head." A groan from Jessamy made him turn his head. "We did the best we could, sir, but there wasn't much we could do." "No, I know, and you saved him. I am very grateful, sir. Where is he? Can I see him?" "Oh, yes, you can see him," replied the doctor. "He's upstairs, snugly tucked into bed, first door to the right of the stairs. You go and sit with him and tell the girl I left there that she can go back to the dairy. He's sound asleep, and don't you dare try to rouse him, and don't fall into despair because his head's bound up. I've had to put a couple of stitches in his face." "No," said Jessamy humbly. "If he wakes, shall I call you?" "He won't wake. I've drugged him, for I want him to sleep for as long as possible. Off with you." He watched Jessamy hurry out of the room, grimaced at Alverstoke, and adjusted the sling he had knotted round Beanish's neck. "I've done with you now," he said. "Let it be a lesson to you. If the Almighty had meant men to fly, he'd have provided us with wings. You'd best sit still for a while." "Oh, this is nothing," Beanish said cheerfully. "I'm in a capital way, doctor, thanking you for what you've done. I only wish the little fellow hadn't had the worst of it. I'll be off now to see if they've rescued the balloon." "More guts than brains," said the doctor as the door shut behind Beanish. "Balloons, what next, pray?" "Felix might furnish you with the answer. I can't," replied Alverstoke, stripping off his driving coat and casting it over a chair. "Now, doctor, if you please, how seriously is that boy hurt?" The doctor, packing the instruments of his trade into his bag, said gruffly, "Ask me tomorrow, my lord. I wasn't shamming it when I told you it was early days yet. Not but what I would have done so while that brother of his was here. I know his kind, and I don't want him on my hands as well. More nerves than flesh. Well, the other one, what do you call him? Felix. Aye, well, he's broken no bones but what I told you, and you've no need to trouble yourself over a couple of ribs. He suffered a severe shock, however, which is why I've given him pretty well as much laudanum as he can hold. In general, I don't believe in it. But in such cases as this it's of the first importance to keep the patient quiet. I don't set much store by the head pains, but there's no knowing yet, and if you're thinking of removing him from here, my lord, you'll do it against my advice. Rest assured, doctor, that I have no such intention. Good. But unless I'm much mistaken, the boy will need careful nursing, and there's the rub. Judbrook is a decent fellow, but that sister of his can't be depended on, and the devil of it is I can't send in a nurse. There's only one hereabouts, and she has a cross birth on her hands. If, interrupted his lordship, you are referring to a Mrs. Hucknall, we need not waste our time in discussing her merits. Miss Judbrook has already informed me that when Mrs. Hucknall enters the house, she will leave it. Let me reassure you on one point at least. Tomorrow, either Felix's aunt or, more probably, his sister, Miss Merriville, will come here to nurse him. Now tell me without roundaboutation what it is that you fear. Dr. Elcott, strapping his bag, did not answer for a moment. He was frowning heavily and at last said, "That boy, my lord, was cold to the marrow. My guardianship is of very recent date, but I have it on the authority of Miss Merriville that Felix is subject to some chest complaint, which she called bronchitis." The doctor snorted. "Oh yes, a new word for an old complaint. If nothing worse than that befalls him, he may think himself fortunate. I'm saying no more until I know more, my lord. We shall see. Polly Judbrook is a cross-grained spinster, but at least she had enough sense to wrap the boy up in blankets and to put a hot brick to his feet. He's a stout-looking lad, too, an excellent constitution, I should suppose." He added brusquely, "Send for one of your London practitioners if you choose, my lord. I've no objection. He can tell you no more at this present than I can, and he wouldn't give you any other directions. Keep the boy warm and quiet, let him drink as much barley water as he likes. I've told Polly to make some, and she'll do it, never fear. And if he should be feverish, give him a saline draught. I'll make one up and send my man over with it. No hot wine, mind, or any other old woman's remedy." He paused and eyed the Marquis doubtfully. "I take it your lordship means to remain with him." "Naturally. But as I have little or no experience of illness and have never before attempted to nurse a sick person, I shall be obliged to you, doctor, if you will tell me exactly what I am to expect and to do, and where, in case of need, you are to be found." Anyone here could tell you that. And if there were to be any alarming change in the boy's condition, Judbrook would send one of his lads to fetch me. "I might come, too," he said, with a flash of mordant humor, "for you look to me like a rational man, my lord, not one to fly into a great fuss because a sick boy might become a trifle delirious when the drug wears off. His case isn't desperate. I'll visit him in the morning." When the doctor had gone away, the Marquis spent several minutes considering his situation. It was certainly unusual, and while he was prepared to deal with it without losing either his head or his sang-froid, he could have wished, glancing at the few scribbled reminders the doctor had given him, that these instructions had been rather more extensive. He looked a little ruefully at the paper before folding it and slipping it into his pocketbook and going out to find Curry. "Properly in the briars we are, my lord," said Curry. "They tell me Betty and the old Griffin that Master Felix is going to cut his stick, but I hope and trust that ain't so. No, I think not. Curry, I'm going to send you back to London." "You are, my lord," Curry said, staring at him. "Yes, and as soon as possible," said Alverstoke, drawing out his watch. "You should be there well before midnight. Change horses as often as you think desirable. You are going to take Mr. Jessamy with you. He can do no good here, and Miss Merriville might well believe that matters are far more serious than they are if neither he nor I return to London tonight. He may even be of assistance to her, and can at all events bear her company tomorrow, when I am very sure she will come to nurse Master Felix. If he don't throw her into gloom, said Curry. He was fretting like a fly in a tar box all the way here, my lord. He was indeed. But unless I am much mistaken in him, he won't do so when he feels himself to be responsible for her. You'll drive back to Watford in the phaeton and leave it there. The rest of the journey by post you can take this. Accepting the roll of bills, Curry demurred a little. You might need 'em, my lord. Not immediately. You will bring me a fresh supply tomorrow. Mr. Trevor will attend to that. When you reach Upper Wimpole Street, try for a word with Miss Merriville. Inform her that my traveling carriage will take her up tomorrow at whatever hour she may appoint, but don't allow her to set out tonight. I think she has too much sense to do so. When you have arranged matters with her, go on to Alverstoke House, and give Mr. Trevor the letter I am about to write to him. He'll do the rest. You will escort Miss Merriville here, or possibly Miss Wincham, tomorrow, as far as to Watford, where you may pick up the Greys and my phaeton and bring them to me here. And understand this, Curry. I am putting you in command of this journey, and if Miss Merriville should talk of hiring a postchaise or some such thing, you will tell her that my orders are that she is to travel in my carriage, which will certainly be needed when it becomes possible to remove Master Felix from this place. Now try if you can procure a pen, some ink, and some writing paper from that extremely disobliging woman, and bring them to me in the parlor. It might be as well to puff off my consequence, perhaps. Oh, I've done that, my lord, returned Curry, grinning at him. A regular brimstone she is, but I said to her, what his lordship wants, I said, he'll pay for handsome, which made her change her note, my lord. I'm happy to hear it. Tell her to hire a woman from the village, as many women as she wants, and hang it up to me. Where's her brother? Have you seen him? Not yet, I haven't, my lord. He went off with some of his lads to help get that balloon packed up and loaded on to his wagon, which is another thing Miss Brimstone don't like. You astonish me, said his lordship. The writing materials which Curry presently brought to him in the parlor left much to be desired, the ink being muddy, the pen in urgent need of repair, and the paper both dog-eared and a trifle grimy. His lordship made the best of them, but revolted against a selection of colored wafers, merely folding the note he had written to Charles Trevor. He might be forced to write with a spluttering pen on dirty paper, but for no consideration would he seal his letter with a wafer of virulent pink, green, or blue. Handing his missive to Curry, he was about to go upstairs when he was delayed by the arrival on the scene of Mr. Olton, accompanied by the farmer. He was obliged to listen to Olton's explanations, accusations, and excuses with what patience he could muster, but he found Judbrook to be a man of few words and simple goodwill. Judbrook said, "You've only to tell me what you want, my lord, and I'll see you get it. My sister has her crotchets, but it's me as is master here, never you fear." Felix had been carried up to a large, low-pitched room, and was lying in a four-poster bed, hung with crimson curtains and covered with a patchwork quilt. He was heavily asleep, breathing stertorously, his head bandaged and looking so small and broken that Alverstoke's anger melted, and he was aware only of pity. He stood watching Felix for a moment, and then turned his head to find that Jessamy's eyes were fixed on his face, a painful question in them. As he met them, he realized suddenly that there was more than a question in them. There was trust as well. This queer boy, who was sometimes so much older than his years, not only trusted him, but was depending on him too, confident that he, who had all his life evaded irksome responsibilities, had seldom exerted himself on another's behalf, and knew nothing about sick rooms, was competent to take charge of Felix himself, the doctor, and even the hostile Miss Judbrook. It was the height of absurdity, but his lordship was not much amused. He thought Jessamy's faith in him rendered him almost as pathetic a figure as his brother. If the boy only knew how little he wanted to accept the charge laid upon him, and how uneasily aware of his unfitness for it he was. As well that he didn't know it, perhaps. He smiled at Jessamy and said, in a lowered voice, "We might have guessed he would come off with nothing worse than a couple of broken ribs and a cut face, might we not?" Little devil. There was a lightening of anxiety, but Jessamy said, "The doctor said it was too early to be sure. He looks dreadfully bad, and the way he's breathing, merely because he's heavily drugged," said Alverstoke. "Oh, are you sure, sir?" "Yes," Alverstoke replied, salving his conscience with the reflection that truth was of less importance than the need to allay Jessamy's fears. "As for what the doctor said, he shares your own apprehension. It would be marvelous indeed, if Felix didn't contract a very severe cold after having been exposed as he was. Therefore, my child, the most immediate need is to fetch his sister. She will know just what to do for him." "Yes, oh yes. I have been wishing that she was here. She always knows. But how? I am going to send you back to London to bring her here tomorrow," Alverstoke said. Jessamy recoiled. "Oh, no, 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 I won't leave him." "How could you think? I am thinking of Frederica, not of you, Jessamy." "Yes, yes, but cannot you go, sir, and leave me to take care of Felix? It ought to be me." "You are mistaken. He was in my charge, and mine must be the responsibility of taking care of him." He saw that Jessamy was looking stubborn and added quizzically, "Do you think you could do that better than I could and shall?" "No, I didn't mean that. You'll know just what to do if he wakes and grows restless, and he'll mind you better. But oh, couldn't Curry go, sir?" "Curry is going. He is putting the horses to now. You will dine at Watford and go on post from there." "Dine? I couldn't swallow a mouthful, and why must I go as well as Curry?" "Hush, not so loud. You are going to be of help to Frederica and to reassure her. Don't fly into one of your ways. Consider instead how uneasy she must be if neither you nor I return to London tonight. Curry could never convince her that Felix's case was not desperate. She won't think it extraordinary that I have stayed with Felix, I assure you. But if you stay too, she will imagine him to be at death's door, as well she might. As for not dining, you have eaten nothing since breakfast, and it would not be very helpful of you to arrive in Upper Wimpole Street in a fainting condition. And really, my dear boy, to starve yourself because Felix has knocked himself up would be just a trifle melodramatic, don't you think?" A burning flush rose in Jessamy's thin cheeks. He hung his head, muttering, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall into a distempered freak. If you think it's my duty to go, I will." "Well, I do think it. She may need you. There will be arrangements to be made, I dare say a score of things to be done. She may even wish you to remain in London to be with Charis, for she certainly won't care to leave her alone, and as far as I can discover, your aunt spends her whole time in Harley Street. And Harry has gone off with his bacon-brained friend to Wells for the races," said Jessamy bitterly, "just when he is most needed. He can scarcely be blamed for not having foreseen that he would be needed. You mustn't think I don't value Harry, but I can't but feel that if I stood in Frederica's shoes I should look to you for support rather than to him." The flush rose again, but this time from gratification. Thank you," Jessamy stammered. "I don't think but I'll do my best. And if Frederica does wish me stay with Charis, I will." He drew a breath and said heroically, "In fact, I'll offer to." Doubt shook him, and his anxious look returned. "Only, sir, will you, if you please, tell me exactly what I must do? I mean about post-chaises and hiring the boys and how much it will cost. And I'm afraid I haven't enough blunt for my journey. Curry will take care of that, and there will be no need for you to hire a chaise for Frederica. She will come here in my traveling carriage, which will remain here until Felix can be taken home. It will be far more comfortable for him, than a chaise." "Yes, indeed it will be," Jessamy said, raising eyes brimming with gratitude to his face. "Thank you, you think of everything, sir. I'm so very much obliged to you. I'll do exactly what you tell me to." Alverstoke's smile was a little twisted, but he only said, "Curry will tell you what my orders are. Go down to him now, it's time you were gone." Jessamy nodded but lingered for a moment looking down at Felix. He turned away, biting his lips. Yes, sir. I know he'll be safe with you, of course. It's only that you won't leave him, will you? Oh no, I beg pardon, I know you won't. You may be very sure I won't, Alverstoke replied, gently pushing him towards the door. Though I may be strongly tempted to do so when he wakes up and tries to tell me how one might propel a balloon by the use of steam. Jessamy laughed rather shakily, gripped his hand for an instant and went quickly away. The Marquis shut the door and, after glancing at Felix, walked over to the leaded casement. Curry had brought the phaeton up to the house, and in another minute Jessamy emerged, climbed into it, and Curry gave the horses the office. The Marquis watched until the phaeton was out of sight, then turned and went back to the four-poster, looking down at Felix. It was hardly surprising, he thought, that the boy's appearance should have dismayed his brother. It was not the bandage round his head which was alarming, or his stertorous breathing, but his immobility and the position in which he lay, which was on his back, perfectly straight, and with the bedclothes drawn up under his chin. No doubt the doctor had settled him in this position. Perhaps the broken ribs made it uncomfortable for him to lie on his side, but it made him look almost as if he had been laid out for burial. The Marquis saw this, but his mind was neither fanciful nor ill-regulated, and he was easily able to maintain his calm. He had formed a good opinion of Dr. Elcott, and was content to abide by his pronouncements. Elcott plainly felt uneasy about possible developments, but he did not expect any great change to take place immediately, and he certainly did not consider Felix to be in danger. The Marquis felt that what lay before him was not anxiety but tedium. Hours of it, too. He thought, consulting his watch, and with nothing whatsoever to do if Felix continued to sleep soundly, but to try to keep awake. Probably the armchair would help him to do that. It looked to be hard and unaccommodating. He remembered that he was engaged to join a convivial party at the castle in that evening. He smiled crookedly, contrasting that engagement with his present situation. It was to be hoped that Charles Trevor would recall this and make his excuses for him. He would, of course. He never forgot things like that. He would be waiting up for news, too, for Eliza would have told him what had happened, and he would guess that his services might be needed. A most reliable secretary, Charles. He would miss him damnably, but he would have to let him go. Which reminded him that he must bring him to the notice of one of the coming men of affairs. So his lordship sat down in the armchair to occupy his mind with consideration of this question. 22. It was not long before the Marquis's meditations were interrupted by a gentle scratching on the door. He opened it to admit Judbrook, who came in, bearing a tray which he set down stealthily on the table, whispering that besides the barley water his sister had sent up a bowl of vinegar and water, in case the poor young gentleman should have the headache. He seemed to be very much concerned, and shook his own head sadly when he looked at Felix. He's bad," he muttered. "Not, I hope, as bad as he looks. Do you think your sister could send me up some cold meat, or something of that nature?" "Indeed, my lord, she'll do no such thing, nor wouldn't think of it. She bid me tell you your dinner will be laid out for you in the parlor in half an hour, and begs you will excuse it not being what your lordship's used to, her having had no time to dress a joint or a chicken." "We have our own dinner midday," he explained apologetically, "but Polly knows fine how to manage for gentlemen, being as she was housekeeper to a gentleman in London for 15 years, which I sometimes wish she was still, because she don't like living in the country and never did, which is what makes her so maggoty. Still, she thought it was her duty when my missus died, and she's right enough at heart, my lord, for all her crotchets. It was me bringing the young gentleman in without a word to her which set her on end, her being one as likes to act contrary. Though how I was to ask her leave, when I was in my 3-acre field, which was where it happened, my lord, and all of a quarter of a mile from here, I don't know, nor she neither. But there, A slow smile crept over his face, and he said with more truth than he knew, "Your lordship knows what females are." "None better," agreed his lordship. "I trust I shall be able to come to terms with Miss Judbrook, however, which is a matter I wish to discuss with you. As for my dinner, pray tell her not to put herself to any trouble over it. Cold meat and cheese will do very well, but bring it to me here if you please. I was thinking that I could stay with the young gentleman while your lordship was in the parlor." Alverstoke shook his head. "No. Very obliging of you, but if the boy were to wake and see only a strange face, it might alarm him," he said tactfully. "Just as you say, my lord. There's just one other thing which, well, I'm fairly put about to know what to offer your lordship to drink," Judbrook disclosed. "Barring the cowslip wine Polly makes, and she says it ain't fitting, we don't have any wine in the house. I could send one of my lads down to the alehouse, but I doubt on no account, unless you have no beer in the house either. That's all I want, and I do want that." "Oh, if that's so, my lord," said Judbrook, his mind relieved of care, "I'll bring you up a mug straight." He also brought up a second tray, loaded with the mute witnesses to his sister's mettle, and by the time the Marquis had disposed of a meal which began with a bowl of excellent soup, and included a dish of hasty mutton, and 2 pigeons roasted on a spit, the long summer's day had begun to close in, and he had had the satisfaction of seeing his charge stir a little, slightly altering his position, and turning his head on the pillow. He then entered into lengthy negotiations with the farmer, whose reluctance to accept any payment for his hospitality would, under different circumstances, have bored him intolerably, and sent for Miss Judbrook to compliment her on her culinary skill, in the hope that a little flattery now would, later, benefit Frederica. She gave him no reason to congratulate himself on this maneuver, for although she was civil, her countenance remained forbidding, and never more so than when he told her that she would shortly be relieved of all responsibility by the arrival of Miss Merriville at Monk's Farm. Judbrook then showed him where his own bedchamber was situated, adjured him to rouse him at need, supplied him with a number of candles, and left him to while away the night hours as best he might, only reappearing in his bedgown, for which he blushfully begged pardon, to give his lordship a bottle containing the saline draught brought by the doctor's man. The Marquis resigned himself to hours of tedium, but he had not many of them to endure. Long before even the earliest farm worker was awake, he would readily have compounded with fate for a week of tedium in exchange for the anxiety which beset him as soon as the effects of laudanum began to wear off. At first only restless, muttering unintelligibly, but sinking back into a slumber, Felix grew steadily harder to quiet, passing from a state of semi-consciousness to a confused realization of his aches and pains, and of his strange surroundings. He uttered his sister's name from a parched throat and struggled to free his arms from the blankets, hurting his sprained wrist and giving a sharp cry. But when Alverstoke took his other hand in a firm clasp and spoke to him, he seemed to recognize him. His fingers clung like claws. He stared up into Alverstoke's face and panted, "Don't let me fall! Don't let me fall!" "No, I won't," Alverstoke said, stretching out his hand for Dr. Elcott's saline draught, which he had poured out at the first sign of agitation. "You are perfectly safe now." He disengaged himself and raised Felix, setting the glass to his lips and saying, "Here's a drink for you, open your mouth." "I want Frederica," Felix said, fretfully turning his head away. He responded, however, to the note of command in Alverstoke's voice when he said again, "Open your mouth, Felix, come, do as you're bid." And Alverstoke, whose small experience of medicines included none that were not extremely nasty, gave him no chance to recoil from the dose, but tilted it ruthlessly down his throat. Felix choked over it, but after his first slightly tearful indignation, he seemed to grow more rational. Alverstoke lowered him onto his pillow and withdrew his arm. "That's better," he said. "I want Frederica," reiterated Felix. "You shall have her directly," promised Alverstoke. "I want her now," stated Felix. "Tell her." "Yes, I will." A short silence fell. Alverstoke hoped that Felix was sliding back into sleep, but just as he was about to move away from the bed, he found that Felix was looking at him as though trying to bring his face into focus. Apparently he succeeded, for he murmured with a sigh of relief, "Oh, it's you, don't leave me." "No, I'm so thirsty." Alverstoke raised him again, and he gulped down the barley water thankfully, and this time, when lowered onto his pillow, dropped asleep. It was an uneasy sleep, however, and of short duration. He woke with a start and a jumble of words on his lips. He was evidently in the grip of a nightmare, and it was not for several moments that Alverstoke's voice penetrated it. He said then, vaguely, "Cousin Alverstoke," but an instant later moaned that he was cold. The Marquis began to look a little grim, for the hand which clutched his was hot and dry. He spoke soothingly and with good effect. Felix lay quiet for a while, but he did not shut his blurred eyes. Suddenly he said in a troubled voice, "This isn't my room. Why am I in this room? I don't like it. I don't know where I am." The Marquis answered matter-of-factly, "You are with me, Felix." He spoke instinctively, uttering the first words that came into his head and thinking an instant later that they were singularly foolish. But after blinking at him, Felix smiled and said, "Oh yes, I forgot. You won't go away, will you?" "Of course not. Shut your eyes. You are quite safe, I promise." "Yes, of course, as long as you're here, because then I shan't fall," murmured Felix hazily. "I know that." Alverstoke said nothing, and presently had the satisfaction of knowing that Felix was asleep. Carefully withdrawing his hand from the slackened hold on it, he moved away, to alter the position of the candle so that its flickering light should not fall on Felix's face. It seemed to him that the boy had dropped into a more natural sleep, but his hope that this would endure was speedily dashed, and he did not again indulge it. For the rest of the night Felix, even to his inexperienced eyes, grew steadily worse, his face more flushed, and his pulse alarmingly rapid. There were intervals when he dozed, but they were never of long duration, and when he woke it was always in a state of feverish excitement bordering on delirium. He seemed to be suffering considerable pain. In one of his lucid moments he complained that he ached all over, but when Alverstoke bathed as much of his brow as was not covered by the bandage, he was relieved to have his hand struck away. "It's not my head," Felix said angrily. A second dose of the saline mixture produced an alleviation, but Alverstoke hovered a dozen times on the brink of summoning Judbrook and telling him to send for Dr. Elcott. Only the doctor's last words, which had been a warning that Felix might become feverish, and the knowledge that he could still recall the boy's wandering wits, restrained him. With the dawn, the fever abated a little, but not the pains. Felix wept softly and moaned, "Frederica, Frederica." At 5 o'clock, the Marquis heard the creak of a door being cautiously opened, and went swiftly out of the room to intercept Judbrook, who was tiptoeing along the passage, with his boots in his hand. Judbrook was very much shocked to learn that Felix, far from going on prosperously, was extremely ill. He promised to send one of his lads to the doctor's house in Hemel Hempstead immediately, saying that it was only a matter of 4 miles, and the lad could ride there on the cob. He took a look at Felix, and upon hearing that more barley water was needed, ventured to suggest that a cup of tea might do good. The Marquis felt doubtful, but Felix, whom he had thought to be asleep, said in the thread of a voice, "I should like that," so he nodded to Judbrook. "You shall have it in an ant's foot, sir," said Judbrook, adding under his breath, "At all events it won't do him any harm, my lord." The Marquis felt still more doubtful when the tray was brought to him. He was not, like his friend Lord Petersham, a connoisseur, but he profoundly mistrusted the mahogany brew which issued from the pot, and fully expected Felix to reject it. Felix did not, however, and it seemed to refresh him, and when an hour later Dr. Elcott arrived, he merely said, "As long as you didn't give him hot wine, I've no objection. Now, my lord, before I go into him, what's amiss? You're looking a trifle out of frame yourself. Had you a bad night with the boy?" "A very bad night," replied Alverstoke, somewhat acidly. "As for what's amiss, I trust you will supply the answer. He has been extremely feverish, sometimes delirious, and he complains all the time of pain. He says it is all over him, but it doesn't appear to be in his head, thank God." "Dutch comfort," growled the doctor. He stayed for some time in the sick room, and at the end of a long and careful examination said cheerfully, as he drew the bedclothes over Felix again, "Well, young man, I don't doubt you're feeling pretty down pin, but you'll hold for a long trig. Now I'm going to give you something to make you comfortable." Felix was not delirious, but he was not by any means himself. He had objected violently to the doctor's examination, saying that it hurt him to be touched, and had only submitted when the Marquis had commanded him to do so. He now revolted against the evil-looking potion Dr. Elcott had measured into a small glass, and the Marquis, prompted by a significant glance from the doctor, again intervened, taking the glass from Elcott and administering the dose himself, saying, when Felix jerked his head away, "You are becoming a dead bore, Felix. I dislike bores, so if you wish me to remain with you, you will do as I bid you, and at once." Cowed by this threat, Felix swallowed the potion. He said anxiously as Alverstoke lowered him and withdrew his supporting arm, "You won't leave me, will you?" "No." Felix seemed to be satisfied, and after a few minutes the lids sank over his eyes. Dr. Elcott touched the Marquis on the shoulder and led the way out of the room. "Children of your own, my lord," he said as he closed the door. "Not to my knowledge." "Oh, thought you must have. Seem to know how to handle 'em. Well, it's what I expected, rheumatic fever. No use asking me how serious it may be, for I can't tell you yet. What I can tell you is that he needs to be carefully nursed. You told me his sister would be coming to do that. Is she to be depended on? You'll pardon me if I'm speaking too freely. It's a matter of the first importance." "You may repose complete confidence in Miss Merriville," replied Alverstoke. "She is a woman of excellent sense, and she has stood to Felix in the relationship of a mother ever since his childhood. Now, I know nothing of illness, so I must request you to enlighten me. I collect that this rheumatic fever is more serious than I had supposed." "It might have serious consequences," replied Elcott. "However, the boy's a fine little fellow, and I should rather think he has an excellent constitution, so we won't alarm his sister. When does she arrive?" "I can't tell that, but from what I know of her I'm confident she will come as soon as may be possible. She will wish to see you, of course." And I wish to see her. The boy will do well enough for a while. I've given him a paregoric draught, and I expect him to sleep for the better part of the morning. You'd be wise to do the same, my lord." "I had liefer shave," said his lordship. "Do both," the doctor recommended. The Marquis contented himself with the shave. He regarded with considerable misgiving the old-fashioned razor which Judbrook lent him, but although it felt clumsy in his hand, its blade was well honed, and he managed to shave himself without mishap. Miss Judbrook, meanwhile, restored his creased muslin neckcloth to something approaching respectability, and although he would not entrust his coat to her for pressing, he was able to meet Frederica in tolerably good order, but he avoided his valet's eye. She arrived shortly after 10 o'clock in his own well-sprung and lightly built traveling carriage, and she was unaccompanied. The Marquis lifted her down from it and held her for a moment between his strong hands, saying, "Good girl, I knew you wouldn't delay. I didn't leave London as early as I had wished, but your postilions brought me here like the wind." She looked up at him in the frank way he had grown to love and said, with a smile in her eyes, "I have been obliged to thank you so many times, cousin, that there seem to be no words left." "You can't think how glad I am to know that," he retorted. "Oh, yes, you think it a dead bore to be thanked, but I hope you know what is in my heart." "No, but I wish I did." The smile touched her lips. "Now you are joking me. I forgive you only because I know you wouldn't do so if matters were desperate." "Tell me, how is he? Still sleeping?" The doctor gave him some sort of a paregoric medicine when I sent for him this morning. He means to visit him again at noon or thereabouts. I told him that you would wish to see him, and he replied that he wished to see you. He had the impudence to ask me if you were to be depended on too. Will you come in? A bedchamber has been prepared for you, and the parlor is set aside for your use. If you will be pleased to come with me, ma'am, I will show you the parlor, said Miss Judbrook, who was standing in the doorway. She spoke in frigid accents, but thought a little when Frederica said, holding out her hand, "Thank you. I am so very much obliged to you for all you have done. I am afraid it must have meant a shocking upset for you too." "Oh, well, as to that, ma'am, I was never one to grudge trouble," responded Miss Judbrook, taking the hand and dropping a reluctant curtsy. "I'm sure if Judbrook had asked me, I should have told him to bring the young gentleman in straight, but nursing him I cannot undertake." "No, indeed," agreed Frederica. "You must have enough to do without that." Following her forbidding hostess to the parlor, she paused on the threshold, cast a swift look round the room, and exclaimed, "Oh, what a handsome carpet!" The Marquis, who thought the carpet quite hideous, blinked, but realized an instant later that his Frederica had said exactly the right thing. Miss Judbrook, bridling with pleasure, said that it had been laid down not a month ago, and almost cordially invited Frederica to step upstairs with her. The Marquis, prudently remaining below, went out to confer with his henchman. He found Curry, who had driven up to the farm behind the carriage in the phaeton, assisting one of Judbrook's farm hands to remove from the carriage a quantity of baggage, and his valet, having survived a journey on the box seat without loss of dignity, directing these operations. The Marquis instructed his postilions to take the carriage on to the Sun, at Hemel Hempstead, which hostelry had been recommended to him by Dr. Elcott, told Knapp to procure accommodation there, and Curry to wait with the phaeton until he himself should be ready to leave the farm, and went back into the house. It was not long before Frederica joined him in the parlor. She declined the armchair and sat down at the table, laying her clasped hands upon it. "He is still sleeping, but not restfully. I think I should go back as soon as I may, but before I do so will you tell me, if you please, cousin, what the doctor has said? I can tell that Felix is very feverish and can guess how anxious a night you must have passed." She read hesitation in his face and added quietly, "Don't be afraid to open the budget. I'm not a fool and I'm not easily overpowered." She smiled faintly. "Nor is this the first time one of my brothers has been ill or has done his best to kill himself. So tell me." "Elcott speaks of rheumatic fever," he said bluntly. She nodded. "I was afraid it might be that. My mother had it once. She was never quite well after it. It affected her heart. I was only a child at the time, but I recall how very ill she was, worse, I think, than Felix is. But our doctor wasn't skillful and she wasn't carefully nursed. I can remember that she dragged herself out of bed because she heard the baby crying. That was Felix, of course. Well, Felix won't do so. He is more robust than my mother ever was, and medical science is more advanced. I don't mean to fall into despair, I promise you, so you needn't look at me as if you feared you might at any moment be obliged to recover me from a swoon. I certainly don't fear that. You have too much force of mind. If I look grave, it's because I am afraid you have an anxious as well as an exhausting time ahead. I only hope you may not be quite worn down. Thank you. I'm not such a poor creature. I shall have Jessamy to help me, too, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, if Harry returns to London this evening, as we believe he will. Dear Jessamy. He wanted so much to come with me today, but he never said so. He understood at once how improper it would be to leave poor Charis with only the servants to bear her company, and said he should stay in Upper Wimpole Street until Harry arrived to relieve him of that duty. He means to travel to Watford on the stage, and I own I shall be glad to have him with me. I can trust him to watch over Felix when he sleeps, so that I may lie down on my bed for a while. You see how rational I am, cousin. I never doubted that. May I ask what part Miss Wincham plays in this? A very small one, she confessed. My uncle died last night, you see. Accept my condolences. I should have supposed that this must have released Miss Wincham from what she conceived to be her most pressing duty, but I collect that I'm mistaken. Yes, because my Aunt Amelia is now prostrate and falls into hysterics as soon as Aunt Seraphina leaves her side. She has spasms, vapors, and, oh dear, I ought not to talk so. I have so little sensibility myself that I find it very hard to sympathize with people like Aunt Seraphina. I should be much inclined to know. I know exactly what you would be much inclined to do, he said, smiling. I saw how you dealt with Charis in a similar situation. It was not at all similar, she replied. Poor Charis had suffered a severe shock. There was every excuse for her. My uncle's death has been expected for weeks, and in any event I should not slap my aunt's face. However much you might wish to, he agreed. Certainly not, she said, with a severity belied by the laughter in her eyes. You are quite, that is to say, if I were not so deeply indebted to you, I should say that I was quite the most detestable man alive. Abominable was the word I had in mind, she returned instantly. Then her eyes softened. No, I shouldn't. To us you have been all kindness, however abominable you may be. Now, do be serious, sir. The case is not as bad as you think. My aunt has promised to keep a watch over Charis, but she feels that her sister has the greater claim on her. Well, well, I expect I should feel that too, so I can scarcely blame her. She thinks that, since it would be most improper for Charis to attend any parties at this moment, and will have Harry to accompany her out walking or driving, besides Mrs. Hurley to take good care of her, her presence cannot be deemed necessary. I must tell you also that your sister, cousin Elizabeth I mean, has been as kind as you are. She sent Charis a note this morning inviting her to stay at your house while I was away and offering to escort her to Lady Castlereagh's assembly tonight. Charis declined it, of course. Indeed, nothing would prevail upon her to go junketing abroad under these circumstances. And I know I can depend on Harry. He is very much attached to Charis, you know, and won't let her fall into dejection. She rose. I must go. Would you, when you reach London, tell Charis just how the matter stands here and assure her that there is no need for undue misgiving? I should be so much obliged to you. Willingly, but I'm not returning to London yet a while. Did you think that I meant to play nipshot? I'm not as abominable as that, I hope, you goose. Why did you suppose that I had sent for my valet? I didn't. I mean, oh, was he your valet? I thought he must be some sort of a courier and wondered that you should think it necessary to provide me with him. As well you might. Foolish beyond permission, Frederica. No, how should I know what freakish thing you might take it into your head to do, she countered. I never met anyone as extravagant as you are, but you must not stay here on my account. Indeed, there is no need. You are quite mistaken. After the anxieties and exertions of the past 24 hours, I am wholly exhausted and must ruralize for a few days. I shall be putting up at the Sun, in Hemel Hempstead, and pray don't argue with me. Few things are more boring than fruitless arguments. He took her hand and pressed it. I'm off now, but I shall come back presently to assure myself that you are taking good care of my ward. 23. The Marquis did not return to Monk's Farm until shortly before 6 o'clock, by which time he had been refreshed by a long sleep, a complete change of raiment, and a tolerable dinner. After a brief conversation with both the Judbrooks, he went upstairs to the room in which Felix lay, and entered it softly. The curtains had been drawn across the window, shutting out the westering sun, but he was immediately aware of a change. The room was redolent, not of the mustiness of disuse, but of lavender, and as his eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, he saw that a truckle bed had been set up, the heavy patchwork quilt removed from the four-poster, and a screen placed to shield from Felix the light that would later be cast by the oil lamp which now stood upon the table. Felix was uneasily asleep, moaning a little and muttering, and Frederica was sitting in the armchair which she had drawn up to the window. She rose when she saw who had entered the room and came towards his lordship like a ghost, breathing, "Don't wake him." She passed before him out of the room, and he drew the door to behind them both. He saw that she was looking pale and very tired and said, "He's no better. I can see you've been having the devil of a time." She shook her head. "No, we can't expect him to be better yet, you know. And at this hour a feverish person is always at his worst. But Dr. Elcott has told me just what to do." "Are you satisfied with Elcott? If you would wish to have another doctor's opinion, tell me. I'll set out for London immediately and bring Knighton here or any other you choose to name." "Thank you, but no. I think Dr. Elcott knows just what he is about." "Very well, then go down to the parlor now to your dinner. You will offend Miss Judbrook if you don't. She appears to have exerted herself to prepare an elegant repast for you, which is ready, and so she tells me, rapidly spoiling. And let me inform you, my dear, that if you mean to say that you dare not leave Felix in my care, you will offend me too." "I shan't say that, at least. Dr. Elcott told me how well you managed Felix, and how good you have been to him. The truth is that I am not at all hungry, but I know how stupid it would be to refuse my dinner, so I will go downstairs. If Felix should wake and complain that he is thirsty, there is lemonade in the blue jug on the table." "Now, why the devil didn't I think of lemonade when he was so thirsty last night?" he exclaimed. She smiled. "How should you? In any event, I don't think Miss Judbrook has any lemons. I brought some from London, which reminds me that I shall need some more. Will you procure some for me in Hemel Hempstead tomorrow, cousin?" "Yes, and anything else you need, but go down now." She went obediently, returning half an hour later to find him supporting Felix with one arm, and trying, not very successfully, to turn the pillow with his other hand. She went at once to the rescue, and he said apologetically, "I fear I'm not yet very deedy." He has been turning his head continually, trying, I think, to find a cool spot. "Frederica, are you sure you don't wish another doctor to see him? I won't disguise from you that he seems to me more feverish now than he was last night." She began to bathe Felix's face and hands with a handkerchief soaked with lavender water. "Dr. Elcott warned me that he expected him to be worse before he is better. It will soon be time for his medicine again, and that will make him easier. You'll see. At least, do you mean to go back to the Sun immediately, or would you wait for just 20 minutes? To hold him for me while I give him the dose? When he is like this, quite out of his senses, it is very difficult for me to manage him without assistance." "I am entirely at your disposal, Frederica. Did you eat your dinner?" "Yes, and drank the glass of wine you provided for me, cousin. Miss Judbrook told me that you brought over a bottle from the Sun. Thank you. It has made me feel as fresh as a nosegay." "I'm happy to hear it," he said dryly. He moved away, but after watching her struggles to control Felix and to keep his body covered, he came back again, saying, "Let me try what I can do. No, leave him to me. I succeeded last night and may yet be able to do so." She yielded her place to him, and he sat down, possessing himself of Felix's burning hand, and speaking to him in the compelling voice which he had previously used to such good effect. It did not this time recall Felix to his senses, but it seemed to Frederica that, although there was no recognition in the fevered eyes, the implacable voice at last penetrated the mists. Felix grew quieter, moaning, but no longer trying to fling himself about. He fought against the medicine, but Alverstoke held him clamped against his shoulder, and Frederica was quick to tilt the mixture down his throat when he opened his mouth to utter a wild, incoherent protest. He choked, coughed, and burst into spasmodic sobs, but gradually these ceased and he sighed wearily. Alverstoke laid him down again and said softly over his shoulder, "Go to bed, Frederica." She blinked and whispered, "I shall lie down presently on the truckle bed. Pray don't, you will go to bed in your own room. I'll wake you at midnight before if I should see any need. Oblige me by sending for Curry and telling him to put the horses to then. You cannot drive back to Hemel Hempstead at that hour. I shall do precisely that, and by the light of a full moon. Don't stand there raising bird-witted objections. Of what use will you be tomorrow if you are 3 parts dead of fatigue? She was obliged to acknowledge the truth of this. Anxiety had made it impossible for her to sleep on the previous night. She had been up almost at dawn with packing to do and arrangements to make. She had traveled for some 25 miles, and had been in attendance on her patient for 8 hours, and she was indeed exhausted. She smiled waveringly upon his lordship, said simply, "Thank you," and went out of the room. When she came back rather before midnight, she was looking very much better but conscience-stricken. She said, "The most shocking thing. I must have been more tired than I knew. I forgot about the medicine. He should have had another dose at 11, cousin." He smiled. "He did have it. Fortunately, you left Elcott's instructions on the table and I read them. Have you slept well?" "Oh, so well, 4 hours, and I don't think I even stirred. How has Felix been?" "Much the same. I'll leave you now and be with you again later in the morning. No need to tell you to stand buff. Good night, my child." She nodded gratefully, uttering no protest, either then or when he returned after breakfast, and informed her that henceforward they would strictly divide the watches. Her common sense told her that while Felix was critically ill, it was beyond her power to bear the whole burden of nursing him, and while she was aware, in the recesses of her brain, that neither she nor Felix had the smallest claim upon the Marquis, it had begun to seem so natural to rely on his support that the thought only occurred to be dismissed. He was able to manage Felix as well as she could, and sometimes better, and Felix was perfectly content to be left in his care. No other considerations mattered to her. If Alverstoke had announced his intention of returning to London, she would have strained every nerve to induce him to remain. He did not do so, and she accepted his services almost as a matter of course. The Marquis, well aware that she had no thought for anyone but her abominable little brother, was wryly amused. He liked Felix, but it would have been idle to suppose that he liked the task of nursing him, and if he had not fallen deeply and reluctantly in love with Felix's sister, it would never have entered his head to have undertaken so arduous a duty. But it was not from a wish to advance himself in Frederica's esteem that he remained in Hertfordshire, exerting himself so unusually. The only conscious thought in his mind was that she was in dire trouble, from which it was his privilege to extricate her. He had told Charles Trevor to cancel all his immediate engagements, if not without a certain amount of regret, at least without hesitation. For the first time in many years, his fellow members of the Jockey Club would look in vain for him at Ascot races. It was a pity, but it couldn't be helped. He had a horse running, too, but much pleasure would he have derived from watching it win, as he thought it well might, when he knew that Frederica was in trouble and needed his support. So the Marquis, who rarely put himself out for anyone, and whose whole life had been spent in opulent and leisured ease, entered upon the most strenuous and uncomfortable period of his career. He was obliged to put up at a modest and old-fashioned inn. He spent nearly all his waking hours attending to a sick schoolboy, and since his arrival at the farm was the signal for Frederica to retire to bed, the only conversations he held with her were brief, and were concerned only with their patient. In after years, he was wont to say that he could not recall his sufferings without a shudder, but not one word of complaint did he utter at the time, and not for an instant did he lose his air of calm self-possession. Jessamy arrived on the 2nd day. His intention had been to have walked from Watford across the fields, but the Marquis had sent Curry to meet the stagecoach with the phaeton, so that he was not obliged to do this, which was perhaps just as well, since he had brought with him, in addition to a modest portmanteau, a large valise crammed with books. He explained to Alverstoke, who was on duty at the time, that they included, besides those necessary for his studies, a number of books which he thought Felix would like to have read to him. "For that is something I can do," he said. "He likes to be read to when he's ill, you know. So I brought all his old favorites and also Waverley. Harry put me in mind of that. I'd forgotten that when Frederica read it aloud to the rest of us in the evenings, Felix was always in bed and asleep, being much too young to enjoy it. He will now, though, don't you think, sir?" "I've no doubt he will, but not just at present, I fear." Jessamy's face clouded. "Number Curry has been telling me." "Oh, thank you for sending him to meet me, cousin. Curry said that it is rheumatic fever and that he's very ill and in great pain. Sir, he isn't going to die, is he?" "No, certainly not, but he's in a bad way and may be worse before he begins to mend. He's sleeping at the moment, but he seldom sleeps for long at a time, so I must go back to his room. You may come with me if you choose. You won't disturb him if you talk quietly." "Yes, please," Jessamy said. "I would like to see him." "Of course you would. But you mustn't be surprised if he doesn't know you when he wakes. He is not always himself, you see." Fortunately, since Jessamy was so much shocked by Felix's appearance that he was quite unable to command his voice, and withdrew to a chair by the window to master his emotions, Felix did know him when he woke. He said fretfully, "I'm so hot, I'm so thirsty, Frederica." "Well, that shall soon be mended," said Alverstoke, sliding an arm under his shoulders and raising him. "Here's your lemonade, and while you're drinking it, Jessamy will shake up your pillows so that you may be comfortable again. You didn't know Jessamy had come to see you, did you?" "Jessamy," said Felix vaguely. But when he was laid down again, he looked round, and seeing his brother, managed to smile and to say again with definite pleasure, "Jessamy." Taking his hand, Jessamy said awkwardly, "That's the barber, old chap." "I wish I hadn't done it," Felix said unhappily. "I didn't know it would hurt so much. Are you very angry?" "No, no, I promise you I'm not," Felix sighed, and as Alverstoke began to bathe his face, closed his eyes again. Jessamy was so much relieved that Felix should have wakened in full possession of his senses that he began to feel more cheerful, and was able, when Felix dropped off again, to give Alverstoke an account of what had been happening in Upper Wimpole Street. On the whole, the news seemed to be good. For although Charis cried whenever she thought of poor Felix, and Miss Wincham, always put out of temper by adversity, regarded the accident as a piece of mischievous spite designed by Felix expressly to add to the cares besetting her, and said, amongst a great many other things, that she had no patience with him, or with Frederica, whose fault it was, because she had spoilt him to death. Harry had returned from Wells on the previous evening, and had at once assumed control of the household. Jessamy thought his arrival an unmixed blessing, but as his first act had apparently been to quarrel with his aunt, to such purpose that she then and there packed her trunk, and removed to Harley Street, Alverstoke doubted whether Frederica would think so. But Jessamy said confidently, "Yes, she will, sir, for she knows that my aunt and Harry always rub against each other, and I shan't scruple to tell her that Charis will go on better without her. She said such things, such uncharitable things, as wholly overset Charis. You know, sir, Charis's spirits require support, and Harry does support them. Why, she plucked up the moment he came into the room, and if he is to remain with her, which, I promise you, he means to do, there can be no need for my aunt to be there." In answer to a dry inquiry, Jessamy said that, however much at outs he might frequently be with his senior, he had never doubted Harry's devotion to his family. He adduced in proof of this statement that Harry, to his own certain knowledge, had told his friend Peplow that he must exclude him from all their engagements, even from the Ascot races. Harry's first impulse had been to post off to Hertfordshire immediately, but he had been persuaded to remain in London. "And I'm bound to own, sir," said Jessamy handsomely, "that it does him credit. For I quite thought he would take a huff when I reminded him that he was never of the least use when any of us have been ill." Not only had Harry accepted this stricture meekly, He had furnished Jessamy with the money to pay for his journey, charged him with a reassuring message for Frederica, joked Charis out of the Dismals, and had even promised to take care of Luffra. And he didn't call Luff that misbegotten mongrel either, said Jessamy. That was indeed kind of him, responded Alverstoke gravely. Yes, well, he is kind. I mean, he never tries to bullock one or comes the ugly if one provokes him, which I dare say most elder brothers would. He sighed and added wistfully, I wish I might have brought Luff here, but they wouldn't have permitted me to do so on the stage, would they? The Marquis, mentally rendering thanks to Providence for having refrained from adding the task of preserving Farmer Judbrook's herd from Luffra's onslaughts to his other duties, said, with as much sympathy as he could infuse into his voice, No, I am afraid they wouldn't, but you have the comfort of knowing that he will be well cared for while you are away. Oh, yes, said Jessamy naively. Owen has promised me that he will feed him and exercise him. If Frederica was not wholly pleased to know that her aunt had washed her hands of her young relations, she received the news philosophically, telling Alverstoke that perhaps it was just as well that she had retired to Harley Street. For it is not at all helpful to be scolding all the time, just as if any of this were poor Charis's fault. She doesn't mean everything she says, and I don't doubt she will keep her eyes on things, even if she has taken up residence with my Aunt Amelia. Charis will be much happier with Harry, and I know he will take good care of her. The only thing is, she broke off, a worried frown in her eyes, and after a moment Alverstoke said, What is the only thing, Frederica, my blockish young cousin? A tiny smile acknowledged that he had scored a hit, but she replied, Whatever it is, there's nothing I can do about it, so it would be stupid to tease myself. He said no more, knowing that her thoughts were concentrated on Felix. Charis's future was a matter of indifference to him, except as it affected her sister, so he was content to let the matter drop. He was much inclined to think that Endymion was indulging a fit of gallantry that would be as fleeting as it was violent. If the affair proved to be more serious than he supposed, and Frederica was troubled by it, he would intervene, and without compunction. His lordship, in fact, previously ruthless on his own behalf, was now prepared to sacrifice the entire human race to spare his Frederica one moment's pain. Except, perhaps, the two youngest members of the family she loved so much. Jessamy, concealing his chagrin at being allowed so little share of the nursing, and humbly holding himself in readiness to fetch, carry, run errands, or to perform any task which was required of him, and Felix, little devil that he was, who was depending on his strength and could be quietened by his voice. No, he wasn't prepared to sacrifice Jessamy or Felix. He had become attached to the infernal brats, though he was damned if he knew why. During the next 2 days he had no leisure, much less inclination, to consider this problem. Fulfilling the doctor's prophecy, Felix's fever mounted, and although Alverstoke maintained his imperturbable demeanor, he entertained the gravest fears. That Frederica shared them he knew, though she never spoke of them or showed a sign of agitation. She was invincibly cheerful and apparently tireless, but when he saw how strained her eyes were and how drawn her face, he wondered how long it would be before she collapsed. But in the early hours of the 3rd day, when he entered the sick room, he found it strangely quiet. So critical did he feel Felix's condition to be that he had not left the farm that evening. He checked now upon the threshold, filled with foreboding. Felix was lying still, neither muttering nor twitching, and Frederica was standing by the bed. She turned her head at the sound of the opening door, and Alverstoke, seeing that tears were rolling down her face, went quickly forward, saying involuntarily, "Oh, my poor girl." Then he saw that she was smiling through her tears. She said simply, "He is asleep." The fever broke. Suddenly I saw that he was sweating, and I knew, cousin, we've done the thing. 24 With Felix out of danger and slowly winning back to strength, life at Monk's Farm underwent several changes. It was no longer necessary to keep a constant watch over him, and although Frederica, sleeping on the truckle bed in his room, might be obliged to get up 3 or 4 times during the night to attend to him, she no longer needed either relief or assistance, nor, during the day, was it imperative for her to remain always within call. He slept a great deal and was docile when awake, too weak to display any of his customary recalcitrance, a circumstance which made Jessamy, permitted at last to share the task of nursing him, so uneasy that he sought counsel of the Marquis. "For I don't wish to alarm Frederica, sir," he explained. "Only it does seem to me very unlike him. I don't mean because he does what you or Frederica bid him, because he would, of course. But he does what I say he must and doesn't even argue. You don't think, do you, sir, that his brain is affected?" Preserving his countenance, the Marquis reassured him, but he was not wholly satisfied until the day when Felix had to be coaxed to swallow his medicine and apostrophized him as the greatest beast in nature. "So now I know all's right," he told the Marquis radiantly. "I dare say he will soon be throwing the glass at me." "Well, if it will afford you pleasure, I hope he may," said his lordship. "Warn him not to throw it at me." Another change was provided by Nap. After a struggle with his pride, he allowed the boredom he was suffering at the Sun, and his jealousy of Curry, who spent his days at the farm in attendance on the Marquis, to overcome his reluctance to demean himself, and offered his services. So Felix, quite unimpressed, was waited on by a valet of rare quality. The kitchen quarters were dignified by the presence of a refined personage of great condescension, in whom Miss Judbrook recognized a gentleman's gentleman of the first stare. And Frederica, as she told the Marquis, found herself with nothing to do. It might have been expected that his lordship would now have returned to London, but this was a change which had not taken place. He continued to put up at the Sun, under conditions to which he was in no way accustomed, and to spend his days at Monk's Farm. As soon as Frederica felt it safe to leave Felix in his brother's charge for an hour or two, he persuaded her to take the air in his phaeton, and later, when she had recovered from her exhaustion, to go with him for strolling walks. She was very ready to do so. She talked to him with the ease of long-standing friendship. She consulted him on any problem that arose, but her entire lack of consciousness showed him that it had not entered her head to regard him in the light of a suitor. He could not help wondering if she treated him as she might an elder brother, or even a lowering thought, an uncle. His own doubts were at an end. The more he saw of her, the more he loved her, and as he had never loved any woman before. Not the most beautiful of his mistresses had inspired him with a desire to shield her from every adverse wind. He had never pictured the most amusing of his well-born flirts presiding over his several establishments, and far less had he contemplated a permanent relationship with any of these ladies. But after knowing her for little more than 2 months, Frederica had so seriously disturbed the pattern of his life that he had been cast into a state of indecision, a novel experience which had not been at all agreeable. When he was pitchforked into her little brother's fantastic adventure, he had still been in a state of uncertainty. Since then, he had spent more than a week in close companionship with her, and under conditions as unromantic as they were uncomfortable, and all his doubts were resolved. He wished to spend the rest of his life with her, because she was the perfect woman he had never expected to encounter. His lordship, in fact, had fallen deeply in love. He was also undergoing yet another new experience. Frederica showed no sign of returning his regard. He knew that she liked him. Once or twice he had dared to hope that the feeling she had for him was becoming more than mere fondness, but he could never be sure of this, or forget that, on the only occasion when he had given her the faintest reason to suspect him of gallantry, she had instantly set him at a distance. It seemed a long time ago. She might have changed her mind, But since he had then, and for the succeeding weeks, been unable to make up his own mind, he had never made any attempt to fix his interest with her. In the situation in which they had found themselves, when she joined him at Monk's farm, it would have been both stupid and improper to have embarked on courtship. On the one hand, no moment could be more ill-chosen. On the other, it must, if she repulsed him, have created embarrassment between them, while his assistance in the task of nursing Felix had been so indispensable. But Felix had survived and was on the mend, making it unnecessary for himself to remain in Hertfordshire. The Marquis, yielding to impulse, resolved to put his fate to the touch. He had accompanied Frederica on a rambling walk, and they had paused by a stile before retracing their steps. Leaning on the topmost bar, she stared ahead, a troubled look on her face. "Frederica," said his lordship, recklessly taking the plunge. She paid no heed, but when he repeated her name she turned her head and said, "I beg your pardon, I wasn't attending. Did you say something to me, cousin?" "Not yet," he replied. "I was merely trying to recall your attention. What were you thinking about so deeply?" "I was trying to remember the name of an excellent jelly which Mrs. Ansdell, our vicar's wife, recommended to me when Jessamy and Felix were so pulled by the measles," she said seriously. "It did them a great deal of good, and I think it would be just the thing for Felix now if only I could. Oh, I have it. Dr. Ratcliffe's restorative pork jelly. How could I be so stupid? Now what have I said to make you go into whoops?" "Nothing in the world," responded the Marquis, still laughing. "Well, what did you wish to say to me?" she demanded, her brow puckered in a puzzled frown. "Nothing in the world, Frederica," he said again. "How fortunate that you should have remembered the name of this jelly. Shall I go at once to Hemel Hempstead to procure it for you?" "No, very likely you wouldn't be able to. If Dr. Elcott approves, I shall write to Harry and ask him to bring me some." "Oh, is Harry to visit us?" he asked. "Yes, didn't I tell you? Curry brought me a letter from the receiving office this morning. He writes that he can come post, and be in London again in time to dine with Charis. He would have come immediately, if Jessamy had not dissuaded him, which was very right. It could only have overset him to have seen Felix then, and there was nothing he could have done, because he is very rarely ill himself, and hasn't a notion of what to do for sick persons. But naturally he is anxious to come now, and I shall tell him he may do so, but must not allow Charis to accompany him. I am sorry for it and should dearly love to see her, but we cannot have her sick on our hands as well." "Certainly not," Alverstoke said, startled. Should we?" "Well, quite out of sorts for a day or two, at all events, on account of the post-chaise," she explained. "You know what those yellow bounders are. She would be queasy before ever they reached Edgware." His lordship, recognizing that it was still not the moment to make a declaration, very wisely refrained, and as they wended their way back to the farm, talked to her on indifferent subjects. Harry, who arrived in due course, bringing with him a supply of Dr. Ratcliffe's restorative pork jelly, was quite unmanned at the sight of Felix, so thin and white and so languid, and it needed the united endeavors of Frederica and Alverstoke to convince him that the boy was not lying at death's door. He was inclined to think that Frederica took too light-hearted a view of the case, and was so insistent that a London practitioner should be sent for, even saying that he, and not she, was the poor little fellow's guardian, that Alverstoke was impelled to come to her rescue, drawing him apart, and explaining to him, with wonderful patience, why it would be both unnecessary and inadvisable to call in another doctor at this stage. Harry did not look to be perfectly satisfied, but he brightened when Alverstoke suggested that if Felix did not pluck up as fast as he should, when he was carried home, Harry should certainly consult a London physician. To see Felix had not been Harry's only reason for posting down to Monk's farm. He wished to discharge his debt to the Marquis. "You have been put to a great deal of expense, sir, and I am much obliged to you for acting on my behalf," he said punctiliously. "I should like, if it is convenient to you, to give you a draft on my bank." There was a mulish look about his mouth, and the hint of a challenge in his eyes, but the Marquis, who had foreseen the demand, took the wind out of his sails by responding affably. "Oh, perfectly. I'll hand you the reckoning when I return to London. Do you want it in detail, or will a Dutch one suffice?" "No, no, of course I don't want it in detail, sir," Harry exclaimed, ludicrously disconcerted. "I only meant, that is to say, you won't forget, will you?" "If I do, you must remind me," said the Marquis. With this Harry had to be content, but he took care to tell Frederica that she must instruct Dr. Elcott not to present his bill to Alverstoke. "I've brought you a roll of flimsies," he said, "and if you should need any more of the ready, mind you write to me for I won't have Alverstoke standing the nonsense. A pretty fellow I should be not to look after my own brothers and sisters." She agreed, but said, "I wish you had not been obliged to, and you ought not." "Gammon. No, it's the truth. I should be more beforehand with the world. I thought, you know, that Grainard would have paid for everything, but living in London and going to so many ton parties has cost much more than I was prepared for." "Oh, pooh, who cares?" "I do, indeed. I am dreadfully mortified. I never meant to be a charge on you, Harry. I shall pay it back to you, but I fear I may be forced to draw on you." "Freddie, will you stop talking such flummery? Anyone would suppose I was on the rocks." "No, I know it's not as bad as that, but I'm very sure it isn't high tide with you. I dare say you may have debts, too." "Nothing to signify," he said with a betraying flush. "You needn't worry your head over that. As for your expenses, I can always raise the wind, you know. Salcombe will manage it for me." "Do you mean sell you out of the funds?" "No, that he shan't." "Oh, you may depend upon it, Salcombe will know of some other way. What's the figure?" "My dear, I'm not yet on the rocks either. I was looking ahead, merely warning you that I might be obliged to demand your assistance. The thing is that I must not keep Felix in London, and I hired the house there for 6 months. I thought we might have stayed there during the summer, living very economically, which we could well do when the season is over. But I have been talking to Dr. Elcott, and he advises me to take Felix out of town until he is perfectly recovered. The racket and all the excitements of London won't do for him. I shall have to take the greatest care of him, you see, not letting him tax his strength. He is going on very prosperously, but rheumatic fever, as we know, can sometimes leave certain weaknesses behind it." "Mamma!" he exclaimed. "Good God, Freddie, he must and shall be seen by a London doctor." "One who is bang up to the hub." "Yes, that's what I feel too. Indeed, Dr. Elcott has himself recommended me to do so, before I leave London. So we will ask Sir William Knighton to call in Upper Wimpole Street as soon as Felix is well enough to travel, which won't, I hope, be long now, particularly in Alverstoke's carriage, which is the most luxurious one I ever was in. And then, if Sir William approves the scheme, I mean to remove to some quiet, unfashionable place, perhaps by the sea. Only I must take Charis and Jessamy as well, of course, and I am afraid it may cost a good deal, even if we can find a cheap lodging. Harry, will you discover which of the seaside resorts would be the best, and go there to find an eligible lodging-house for us, or hire a furnished house, if you think none of the lodgings suitable." But this Harry did not feel himself competent to do. He thought it would be better for Frederica to choose the lodgings herself, handsomely offering to escort her on this exploratory trip. She did not press the matter, reflecting that it might indeed be unwise, not to say foolhardy, to leave the choice of lodgings to his uninstructed judgment. She asked him instead for news of Charis. He said she was not to tease herself, for Charis was going on tolerably well, but he admitted that her spirits were not high. She was wearing black gloves, of course, and had excused herself from attending any of the parties to which she and Frederica had been invited. No, he did not think she was moped precisely, and as for being lonely, much cause there was for that. Lord, the knocker was never still. Which reminded him that he had meant to ask her who the devil was the queer touch who was forever on the doorstep, inquiring after Felix, handing bottle flowers and billets for Charis, and in general making a cursed cake of himself. A regular counter-coxcomb, Nutley or some such name. "Oh, dear, our neighbor," said Frederica despairingly. "A very respectable young man, but encroaching. Not that I altogether blame him, because I know very well that Charis, not in the least meaning to do so, but because she is such a soft-hearted goose, did encourage him. I have tried to hint him away." "Well, I've done more than that," interrupted Harry callously. What a jackstraw to be making up to a sister of mine! When it came to his saying that he wished to serve her in this time of affliction, such impudence! I told him to his head that she needed no services from him or from anyone other than myself, which put him in the bag, I'm happy to say. Poor Mr. Nutley. And Mr. Navenby, has he called? Oh yes, brought his mother with him. She was much inclined to laugh at the affair, but he wasn't. He didn't seem able to believe it at first, and then he sat staring. It was all in the papers, you know, not very much, thank the Lord, but enough. I suppose it must have been, she sighed. Has it shocked everyone? I shouldn't think so. Well, Lady Elizabeth wasn't shocked, was she? And I can tell you of two others who aren't, Barney and Daughtry. They think Felix is as game as a pebble, but I've told him not to put that notion into his head. So I should hope, Harry, I do hope Endymion Daughtry isn't haunting the house. No such thing. Haunting it, indeed. But why you should prefer that fribble Navenby to Endymion, I'm dashed if I know. If I were you, Freddie, I'd give him my blessing. I don't say it's a brilliant match, but it's perfectly eligible. And if Charis don't care for his being a nodcock, why should you? At least he's a right one and not a man-milliner. And if he were removed from her sight, she would forget him within the month, Frederica answered. Don't let us fall into a dispute. We shall never agree on that subject. Tell me instead what Charis is doing today. Is she with Lady Elizabeth? No, but she's not alone. Clyde Daughtry is spending the day with her, and they were going to walk in the park this morning. I dare say they have been piddle-paddling all the afternoon. And I wish your idiotish cousin may not have been their escort, Frederica said later when recounting this to Alverstoke. He was amused. I imagine that their escort, if they had one, may quite as well have been my far from idiotish secretary. Is that affair likely to prove lasting? She glanced quickly up at him. Are you opposed to it? My dear girl, what possible concern is it of mine? I own I think Charles might do much better for himself, and I am very sure that he will meet with formidable opposition from Clive's fond mamma. I am even of the opinion that he would be well advised not to rivet himself before his feet are firmly set on his particular ladder, but I haven't the remotest intention of meddling. I'm glad. I agree with you, too, and Clive is too young to be thinking of marriage, except, of course, that she is thinking of it. Too young for a formal engagement, but I fancy that their attachment will prove to be lasting. As for Mrs. Daughtry, I know exactly how she may be brought to consent to the marriage. In fact, I have an excellent scheme in my head. The Marquis eyed her with foreboding. If your scheme involves me, Frederica, well, it does, but only a very little. How long is it since you saw Diana? I should think it must be a very long time, for I can't immediately recall anyone of that name, he confessed. But you know how wretched my memory is. Who, is Diana, and in what way is she concerned in the business? Alverstoke, she exclaimed. She is Clive's sister, of course. How can you have forgotten that? Oh, easily, he assured her, adding with an air of mild triumph. But now that you've put me in mind of it, I do remember that there were 3 of them. Her eyes danced, but she said severely, You know, sir, you are an abominable person. Yes, indeed I do. You have frequently told me so, and I have complete faith in your judgment. She choked on one of her involuntary chuckles. Moonshine, do pray be serious for a minute. I am utterly serious. And I cut my eye teeth years ago, she retorted. Stop joking me and pay attention. Unless I very much mistake the matter, Diana will become the rage when she makes her come out. My dear sir, she is the most promising girl. She and Endymion favor Mrs. Daughtry, and if you mean to tell me that Mrs. Daughtry was not a diamond of the first water when she was young, you may spare your breath. Furthermore, it is of no consequence at all when a female is bird-witted, is she?" he interrupted. "Oh, yes, a lovely widgeon," she paused and said carefully. "That is to say, her understanding is no more than moderate. It doesn't signify. She will take just as Charis has and will very likely achieve a splendid alliance with just a very little help from you. You will naturally give a ball for her. I beg your pardon, did you say naturally? Certainly I did. You gave one for Cly, remember. I remember nothing of the kind. I gave a ball for you and Charis. Yes, and with the most ignoble motive. However, I am too much obliged to you to say more on that head. The thing is that you were thought to have given it for Jane Buxted and for Clyde Dauntry, so naturally you will do the same for Diana. And shall I naturally do it for Jane's sisters? He inquired. She wrinkled her brow, considering this. I must own, she acknowledged candidly, that is a very daunting thought, but recollect that they have a brother who is well able to provide for them, and to do him justice, would much prefer to do so. What I wish you will do, cousin, when the time comes, and assuming that Cly is still of her present mind, is to suggest to Mrs. Dauntry that it is of the first importance to dispose of her before she fires Diana off, which it will be if Cly has formed no other attachment at the end of her second season. So do bear it in mind, I beg of you. He looked down at her with his glinting smile. I can't. You must remind me, Frederica, but why do you care? Do you mean that it's no concern of mine? It isn't, of course, but I like them both so much, and one can't but care for what becomes of persons one holds in affection, and try to help them. She seemed to take it for granted that he shared her sentiments. He said nothing, but when he thought the matter over he could only suppose that there were very few people whom he held in affection. No one, in fact, for whom he was prepared to put himself out. He had more than once come to a friend's financial rescue, but there was little virtue in that. Such assistance had entailed no sacrifice on his part. Charles. Yes, he was fond of Charles, and he meant to foster his career, but there was little virtue in that either. It would be an easy thing to do. The only person on whose behalf he had really exerted himself was Felix, and he had done that because he loved Frederica. Or had he? If Frederica had not been in question, would he have handed Felix over to the unknown Mrs. Hucknall, an ignorant woman, skilled in nothing but midwifery? No, he would not. He had no real responsibility for either of the Merriville boys, but he had grown to be fond of them, perhaps because they interested him, perhaps because they had such a touching faith in his ability to solve all problems, and never doubted his willingness to do so. None of his sisters had desired, or needed, his help in rearing her offspring, but little though she might think it, Frederica did need it. If he had his way, Felix should go to school, and he would find a suitable tutor for Jessamy, not some needy usher ready to undertake the education of two boys of widely differing ages and abilities. While these plans were revolving in his lordship's head, another of Frederica's suitors, equally convinced that her lawless brother stood in urgent need of guidance, was on his way to Monk's Farm, and arrived there 2 days after Harry's visit. He entered the parlor to find Jessamy seated at the table with his book spread about him, and Alverstoke frowning over the obscure passage on which he had been consulted. He exclaimed, "You, sir, still? I had thought you must have been at Ascot." The Marquis, looking up, said, in repelling accents, "Then you were mistaken. What the devil brings you here, Buxted? I have come to see how my little cousin goes on, of course, and to offer my services to his poor sister. A shocking business. I blame myself for not having asserted my authority and insisted on his leaving that enclosure and coming back with me to the carriage." The Marquis had been leaning one hand on the back of Jessamy's chair, but he transferred it to Jessamy's shoulder. Obedient to its pressure, Jessamy remained silent. "You blame yourself quite unnecessarily, Carlton," said his lordship. "You had no authority, and the responsibility was and still is mine. That is why you find me here. For the rest, Felix is going on as well as could be expected, and no doubt Frederica will be obliged to you for your offer of service, which, if I had been so entirely lost to all sense of propriety as to have abandoned my ward in these circumstances, would have been most opportune. Lord Buxted was neither dependent upon his uncle nor afraid of him, but whenever he found himself in his company, he was invariably made to feel much more like a callow youth than the head of his house, and the wise guide of his brother and sisters which he knew himself to be. Coloring, he said, "Oh, if I had known that you were here, sir, not but what well, I am excessively glad to hear that the poor little boy is on the mend. It must be a lesson to him, though no one would have wished him to suffer so severe a punishment. I wonder, Jessamy, if you would conduct me to his room. I have brought him a book to read and a diverting puzzle." "Oh, no," Jessamy said involuntarily. "I mean, it is most kind of you, sir. He will be very grateful, but—" He stopped, as Alverstoke's long fingers gripped his shoulder. "I am afraid I can't permit you to see him," said Alverstoke. "The doctor's orders are that he is to have no visitors yet, not to be excited in any way." "Oh, certainly, but I assure you I don't mean to excite him. He and I are quite old friends, you know." "Hardly such old friends as he and Harry," said Alverstoke dryly. "We did allow Harry to see him, but regretted it since it led to a setback. Jessamy, go upstairs and tell Frederica that Buxted is here." Left alone with his uncle, Buxted looked frowningly at him and said, "I must say, sir, it seems very surprising to me that you should have remained here all this time. I should have thought, since I collect that Miss Wincham remains in London—" "Oh, are you worrying about the proprieties?" said Alverstoke. "Let me reassure you. I am putting up at the Sun in Hemel Hempstead, and damnably uncomfortable it is. However, I hope to be able to return to London within a very few days now, as soon, in fact, as Felix can dispense with my valet's services." Buxted almost goggled at him. "Your valet, sir, waiting on Felix? Well, I am astonished that you could spare him." "I can't," said Alverstoke. "That's why I'm tied by the heels." He turned as Frederica came into the room and smiled at her, a satirical gleam in his eyes. "Ah, Frederica, I knew you would wish to see Buxted, who has come all this way to inquire after Felix." "Yes, indeed," she responded promptly. "How very kind it is of you, cousin." He grasped her hand and held it, saying, "I could not stay away." The Marquis, having observed this through his quizzing-glass and with unruffled calm, recommended Frederica to furnish him with the whole history of Felix's illness, and withdrew. For this desertion he was taken roundly to task as soon as Buxted had departed. "How could you have left me alone with him?" demanded Frederica indignantly. "The shabbiest thing. But you have told me a score of times that you are long past the age of needing a chaperone." "Chaperone? Of course I am. I didn't mean that, and you know it. But to abandon me in that heartless way, not at all. I take great credit to myself for not being heartless enough to deny him the solace of the tete-a-tete he so plainly desired. Poor fellow, he deserved some reward for his devotion." "Did he renew his offer for your hand?" "Yes, he did. Nothing could have been more horrid, for he put me in a flame, talking about Felix as he did. But I had to keep my tongue between my teeth, because I know he meant only to be kind and helpful, besides bringing Felix a book, and a puzzle which would make him feverish again. If it didn't drive him out of his mind, if I were such a ninny-hammer as to give it to him, which, of course, I shan't, and saying how happy he would be to take my burdens on his own shoulders. As though the boys could ever be burdens to me. It was all I could do to refuse his offer civilly, and now I wish I hadn't been civil, because he says he shall not despair. He is as stupid as Endymion." "No, no," said Alverstoke soothingly. "Nobody could be as stupid as Endymion." "Well, if you can think of anything stupider than to make me an offer of marriage at such a time as this," she exclaimed. "Would you do such an idiotish thing? Of course you would not. I don't believe even Endymion would." He looked at her for a moment, an oddly twisted smile on his lips. Then he said, "I can't answer for Endymion, but for myself, no, Frederica, I would not." 25. The Marquis left Hertfordshire 3 days later. When he announced his decision to Frederica, he thought for an instant that there was a flicker of dismay in her eyes, but she answered almost at once and with composure, "Yes, indeed, sir." My conscience had begun to trouble me, for there is no longer the least need for you to kick your heels here, and however much we may enjoy your company, you must be bored to death. "Do you know, Frederica, the odd thing is that I am not in the least bored," he told her. She laughed. "To be sure, you have no time to be bored, have you? If you are not taking me for a walk or a drive or entertaining Felix, you are being coaxed, if not bludgeoned, into helping Jessamy with his classical studies. That, I admit, is a severe trial, but I console myself with the reflection that it is doing me a great deal of good. I have become shockingly rusty, nor, I fear, did I ever apply myself as Jessamy does." "Well, I can believe that at all events," she said, twinkling. "You would naturally be enchanted to be granted the opportunity to rub up your scholarship. But don't attempt to gammon me into thinking that you are equally enchanted to be obliged to emerge from your bedchamber long, long before noon." "Oh, I never keep town hours in the country," he returned. "How detestable it is that you always have an answer," she observed. "Now do, pray, let us be serious for a moment. I can never hope to express to you my deep obligation, for you have now had your moment," he said. "And as it is apparent to me that you have nothing of the smallest importance to say, I don't scruple to interrupt you. What I have to say is very much more to the point. I have had some conversation with Elcott, and I learned from him, not, to my chagrin from you, that you have the intention of carrying Felix off to some seaside resort. It won't do, Frederica. At this season you would have the greatest difficulty to obtain a suitable lodging at even the most unfashionable place, and if you did obtain it, you would find yourself jostled by shabby genteels, mushrooms, and April squires. But surely there must be quiet resorts." "No doubt, but I don't know of them, and nor do you. By the time we had discovered one, the summer would be half over. If you are thinking of Worthing, put it out of your mind. It is expensive, and all the dowdies and dowagers of the ton engage accommodation there from year to year. I have a far more eligible scheme to propose to you, which is that you should remove with your family to Alver and remain there for as long as you choose." "To Alver," she repeated, startled. But do you mean Alver Park, which the guide-books describe as your principal seat?" "Yes, of course I do. I have had it in mind to send Felix there ever since I realized that it would be necessary to take him out of London. It is situated within 12 miles of Bath, so that he could, at need, go there to drink the waters, or to take the hot bath, or whatever is recommended. It is very much quieter than any watering place, but will offer both him and Jessamy much more entertainment. I'll tell my people to look after that. They will find several hacks which they may ride, and if they like to fish the trout stream they have my permission to do so." "Oh, how much Jessamy would love it!" she exclaimed. Thank you, how good you are, but of course I must not accept such an offer. Don't tempt me." "Why must you not accept it? Is it your custom to refuse all invitations?" No, but this is different. We are already too much beholden to you and to— Don't be commonplace, Frederica. It doesn't become you. Do you feel that there should be a hostess at Alver? Nothing could be easier than to provide one for you. If Miss Wincham doesn't mean to leave her sister, I have one widowed aunt, 2 elderly spinster ones, and a collection of cousins, any one of whom would be delighted to take up residence at Alver. Most of them have been trying to do so for years." She was obliged to laugh. "And then you would never be rid of them. You underrate me." "Failing Miss Wincham, I'm inclined to think I will install one of my aunts, or, perhaps, invite her to stay if I should wish to visit Alver myself. Not that I think it at all necessary. My housekeeper there, who knew the place before I was born, will take excellent care of you and Charis, and cosset the boys to death. You may remain for as long or as short a time as you please, and pray don't imagine that I am conferring a favor on you. The boot is on the other leg. I shall be glad to have the house occupied, so let us consider that settled. But, he sighed wearily, if you are wondering what people may say, let me assure you the likeliest comment will be that it is just like me to rid myself of my troublesome wards by packing them all off to Alver at the earliest opportunity. You always contrive to leave me without a word to say. I don't feel I ought to yield, but I shall, because it would be just the thing for Felix and for Jessamy too. It is high time I made them my chief concern. I've neglected them for Charis, and it was very wrong of me. Quite useless as well. I hoped so much that she would have contracted an eligible alliance. Don't despair, she may yet do so. She agreed, but she knew that she would be unable to give Charis another London season, and her voice lacked conviction. There is one other matter which I wish you will consider, Alverstoke said. I don't know what your thoughts may be on the subject, but I am of the opinion that it is time the boys were provided with another tutor, particularly Jessamy. That he should be grateful for such help as so indifferent a scholar as I am can give him tells its own tale. As for Felix, if Harry means to send him to school in the autumn, he should be prepared, and in any event he has run wild for long enough. Oh, don't look so harassed, my dear. It is for you to decide. I am merely offering you my advice, thereby rendering myself even more abominable. She shook her head. No, that you are not. You are very right, and it is a further proof of my neglect that I shouldn't have attended to the matter weeks ago. Tell me what will be best for me to do. If we were to be fixed in London, I imagine it would be an easy matter, but the best thing for you to do is nothing, but to leave it to me to find a tutor scholarly enough to satisfy Jessamy, yet not so steeped in scholarship that he cannot enter into Jessamy's other interests. Too old to fall in love with Charis, but not so old as to be a dead bore to the boys. Stop, she cried, throwing up her hands in mock dismay. An impossible task. And even if it were not, I shouldn't ask it of you, cousin. But how is this? He inquired, raising his brows. You did ask it of me. I asked you to undertake to engage a tutor for my brothers. That would be the outside of enough. I never did so. When I first made your acquaintance, Frederica, you told me that if I became the boy's guardian it would be proper for me to do so. You added that there was no reason why I shouldn't be useful. Remember? No, if I said it I could only have been funning. And my memory is reasonably good, unlike yours, dear sir. Mine is erratic, he said imperturbably. I remember only what interests me. I shan't presume to engage a tutor, but if I can discover an eligible candidate, I shall send him to wait on you when you return to London. Thank you, she said meekly. I only wish you may not find it a most wearisome task. He was quite sure that he would, but events proved him to be wrong. On the day after his arrival in Berkeley Square, when he was going through some papers with his secretary, he said casually, By the by, Charles, I suppose you don't number amongst your acquaintance anyone willing to undertake the education of Jessamy and Felix. Quite a temporary arrangement, let us say, for 3 months. Well, no, sir, unless, he paused, and Alverstoke, lifting his eyes from the document in his hand, saw that he was looking embarrassed. Unless what? He asked. You don't mean to tell me that you do know of such a man? No, sir. That is, it did occur to me that Septimus might be the very person, but I hardly like to put him forward, and I beg you won't hesitate to. Septimus. My brother, sir. He is working for a fellowship, but I know he meant to seek a post as crammer during the long vacation, and I should think he would prefer this one to any other, particularly as you mean to establish the Merrivilles at Alver. He could ride over every day and continue to live at home, which would please my father. Charles, you are a prince of secretaries, said Alverstoke. Write to him immediately. That is, if you think he won't flinch from the task of coping with 2 such enterprising pupils. Charles laughed. Lord, no, sir. He'll like 'em, and I'm pretty confident that they'll like him. He's the best of good fellows, no muffin, I promise you. He plays all manner of games and is fond of field sports too. He caught himself up, flushing. You must judge for yourself, sir. Don't take my word for it. My dear boy, when have you ever misled me? Invite him to come up on a visit next week. I fancy Felix will be well enough to travel by then so that he will be able to make Miss Merriville's acquaintance. Which reminds me that I must call in Upper Wimpole Street tomorrow to give Charis the latest news of Felix. Don't let me forget. Charis, meanwhile, had been passing through a variety of emotions. Her first agitation had been soothed by Harry's bracing treatment, but it had been succeeded by alternating fits of hope and despair, not on Felix's account but on her own, and by rapid transitions from bliss to dejection. When Endymion was with her, which he frequently was, her troubles were forgotten. He loved her, and he was a rock of strength. To a dispassionate observer his strength might seem to lie partly in his magnificent physique, and partly in his optimistic pronouncements, but Charis was not a dispassionate observer. When Endymion said that she was not to get into the hips because everything would be all right and tight, or nobly, if rather vaguely, that she must leave it all to him, she was comforted, never doubting the wisdom or the resolution of so godlike a creature. Doubt assailed her when he was not present, not of his perfection, but of the possibility that they would succeed in their aim. Alverstoke assumed the proportions of a malignant magician who could cause Endymion to be carried out of reach by the waving of a wand, and Frederica was transformed from her beloved sister into her implacable enemy. Fortunately, perhaps, Frederica's absence, coupled with his own light duties, made it possible for Endymion to visit her often enough to save her senses from becoming wholly disordered. When he presented himself in Upper Wimpole Street, it was on the pretext of visiting Harry, or as escort to Cly, and however suspicious Buddle might be he could scarcely refuse to admit him. Harry, having decided that he was a right one, connived at these maneuvers, but behaved with what he considered to be the greatest propriety, never absenting himself from the drawing-room for more than half an hour when Endymion was in the house. As for Cly, deeply sympathetic and attached almost as fondly to Charis as to her brother, she was ready at all times to provide Endymion with an excuse for presenting himself in Upper Wimpole Street. In this, Providence came to her aid, in the guise of influenza. Mrs. Dawntree, laid low by this malady, suffered an attack compared with which all other persons' attacks were as nothing. Assured of the attendance of her maid and of her devoted cousin, she excluded her daughters from her bedchamber, consigning them to the care of Miss Plumley and of Diana's governess. But as Cly had emerged from the schoolroom, and Miss Plumley was fully occupied in the sick-room, neither of these ladies placed any bar in the way of her friendship with Charis, or her expeditions under her brother's aegis. It was otherwise with Miss Wincham, who, learning from Mrs. Hurley how often Endymion was to be found in Upper Wimpole Street, instantly took Charis to task, scolding her so severely that Charis burst into tears, and completing the work of disintegration by warning her that she would be wise to put Endymion out of her head, since Frederica would never consent to such a marriage. The news brought by Harry that Frederica was bent on removing her family from London struck dismay into both the star-crossed lovers' hearts. Endymion, the first to recover, said stoutly that he could very well contrive to post down to Ramsgate, or any such seaside resort, to steal little though he liked such shuffling behavior, clandestine meetings with Charis. But Charis was filled with tragic forebodings. It was at this stage that Alverstoke returned to London. Calling in Upper Wimpole Street upon the following day, he was ushered into the drawing-room to find it occupied only by Charis and Endymion. The discomfiture of the young couple was patent, and in no way lessened by the raising of his lordship's quizzing glass. Endymion, red to the roots of his hair, stammered, "I came to inquire after Felix, sir, and to have a word with Harry." "Only Harry has just stepped out," said Charis, courageously supporting him. "But only for a moment, so I begged cousin Endymion to wait for his return." His lordship, suppressing a desire to laugh, responded with an amiability the stricken pair thought sinister in the extreme. "How fortunate, then, that I should have arrived in time to relieve you of suspense, Endymion. I am glad to be able to tell you that Felix is on the mend, and will, I trust, shortly be well enough to return to London. So now you need not wait any longer. If your errand to Harry is important, may I suggest that you charge Buttle with a message for him. No doubt he will be happy to call at your lodging." In the face of this annihilating speech, there was nothing else for Endymion to do than to retire, in the best order possible. A wild idea of disclosing the truth to Alverstoke entered his mind only to be dismissed. For one thing, the message conveyed to him by Charis's agonized eyes was unmistakable. For another, he had been taken at a disadvantage, and had had no time in which to prepare his announcement, or to assemble the arguments in favor of a marriage which he knew, on his mother's authority, would be unacceptable to the Marquis. When the door shut behind him, the Marquis let his eyeglass fall, and advanced into the room, saying, "In the absence of both your sister and your aunt, Charis, it behoves me to tell you that it is not at all the thing for you to be entertaining young men without even the chaperonage of your brother. In fact, it is quite improper." She blushed, trembled, and could only master her voice sufficiently to stammer, "A cousin, surely, when he is Harry's friend and wanted only to know how Felix goes on." "You are a mighty poor liar, my child," he commented. "That may stand to your credit, but you must learn to be more skillful before you play off your tricks on such an old hand as I am. Oh no, pray don't dissolve into tears. I have the greatest dislike of weeping females. I'll give you a piece of good advice. Never treat your flirtations Osaria, and always conduct them with discretion." She tried to smile, but it was a wan effort. The familiar and paralyzing sense of boredom began to creep over him. He repressed it and said with a faint smile, "Blue-deviled, I have every sympathy with you and will present you with another leaf from my book. These little affairs can be delightful or they can be painful, but they don't last, believe me. You won't, of course, but you should. I speak from a vast experience. Yes, isn't it shocking? Don't tell your aunt." She gave a hysterical laugh, but said, "It isn't like that. Of course not, it never is." He replied, "You don't understand," she exclaimed bitterly. "That," said his lordship with a touch of acidity, "is a foolish accusation which lacks even the saving grace of originality. Every generation, my child, has said or thought that the preceding one was devoid of understanding or experience. Let us turn to another subject. When I left Hertfordshire, Felix was sitting out of bed for the first time, playing cards with Jessamy. As he was also expressing a strong desire for a mutton chop, I fancy that it won't be many days before he is restored to you." She attempted another smile, but it conveyed little gladness, and it was almost listlessly that she murmured, "Oh, dear Felix, such a relief." Alverstoke found her so exasperating that he was obliged to bite back a caustic rejoinder. It would certainly make her start to cry again, and lachrymose females ranked high on the list of his pet abominations. He thought it prudent to take his leave without disclosing the Alver scheme to her. It was obvious that the silly girl had fallen violently in love with his equally silly cousin, and would probably revolt him with an attack of the vapors if she learned that she was shortly to be removed from Endymion's ambit. He was inclined to think that no very serious thought of matrimony had entered Endymion's head, for as he had no idea that he was supposed to wish his heir to make an advantageous marriage, he could not imagine why, if Endymion did want to marry Charis, the silly caulker had not applied to him for support. Endymion invariably laid all his problems before him, and he must know that his cousin's influence would be of paramount importance. Probably he was passing through one of his fits of gallantry, and would soon recover from it. However, since Charis seemed to be developing a lasting passion, and was just the sort of girl to go into a decline if her hopes were blighted, the sooner the affair was nipped in the bud the better it would be. He would drop a word of warning in Endymion's ear. Since he had never done such a thing before, this deviation from the normal operated powerfully on Endymion, but scarcely in accordance with his lordship's intention. Endymion carried the news of the intervention to Charis, who turned as white as her shift and exclaimed, "I knew it. He means to separate us. Oh, what are we to do?" "Well, what if he does?" said Harry, on whom the lover's troubles and indecisions were beginning to pall. "You're not dependent on him, are you, Endymion?" "No, that is, he makes me a devilish handsome allowance, you know. I've about £2,000 a year of my own, and the expectancy, of course, but to tell you the truth, I never set much store by that. Well, what I mean is, who's to say he won't get buckled himself?" "Oh, I shouldn't think he would. Not at his age," said Harry. "And if he doesn't, he can't disinherit you, can he? Any more than he can have you sent off in a crack to foreign parts. I'm dashed if I can see why you should be in such a quake." "It ain't that," growled Endymion. "I mean, I'm not afraid of Cousin Vernon. It's his sisters and my mother and Frederica. I dare say you don't know." This inarticulate appeal for understanding touched a chord of sympathy. Harry had had no personal experience of the trials which Endymion so obviously feared, but he had the instinctive male dread of feminine storms. He said in an awed voice, "Jupiter, I hadn't thought of that. Lord, what a dust they would kick up." Endymion cast him a look of gratitude. "Aye, that's it, not my mother," he added scrupulously. "Never kicks up a dust precisely." "Well, if that's so, takes to her bed," said Endymion simply. "Spasms, got a weak heart. If I was to tell her I was going to marry Charis, she'd go into strong convulsions. Always does when any of us puts her in a stew. Then Cousin Harriet would send for that devilish doctor of hers, Halford, and I should have the pair of them ringing a peal over me as if I was a dashed murderer. Devilish unpleasant, you know. Mustn't drive one's mother to pop off the hooks. Shocking thing to do. Besides, I don't want a fond of her." "Oh, no, no," Charis said quickly. "I wouldn't have you do so for the world. Poor Mrs. Daughtry, how can she help but feel as she does? Oh, how sorry I am for her." Deeply moved, Endymion seized her hand and kissed it fervently, informing her that she was an angel. Her brother, less enthusiastic, recommended her not to be mawkish, and told Endymion, bristling in defense of his adored, that he would sing a different tune when she began to be sorry for him too. "Which is what she will do, you mark my words," he said. "You may call it angelic to be forever trying to please everyone and being sorry for those she can't please, but I don't. Addle-brained is what I call it." "Oh, no," uttered Charis imploringly. "Oh, yes," he retorted. "Told you so before. If you don't take care, Charis, you'll end by being sorry for yourself. All for the want of a little resolution. What if Mrs. Daughtry and Frederica don't like it? They'll come round. And you needn't look at me as ugly as bull beef, Endymion, because I'll say what I choose to my own sister." At this point, a diversion was created by Charis, who took the strongest exception to his unflattering description of her beloved Endymion's noble demeanor, and rose to his defense with unaccustomed vigor. During the interchange which followed, Endymion, conceding to Harry his brotherly rights, became plunged in profound thought, from which he emerged presently, to startle the combatants by saying, "Aye, so they would." Perceiving that the two Merrivilles were staring at him with a sad want of comprehension, he added, "What you said, Harry, my mother and Frederica, come round. What's more, if we could do the thing, get the knot tied. Without either of 'em knowing it, we should have it blocked at both ends. Well, what I mean is no sense in kicking up a dust. No sense in having spasms. Come to think of it, no sense in getting me transferred or sent on a cursed mission or some such devilish thing. Stands to reason. Charis's soft eyes glowed with admiration of this powerful ratiocination, but Harry was unimpressed. No, and there's no sense in airmongering either. How the deuce could you get the knot tied without everyone's knowing all about it? If you've got a notion of eloping with Charis, I'll tell you to your head it won't fadge. And if you think I'll help my sister to sink herself below reproach, a mighty pretty notion you must have of me. Never, never would I do such a thing, declared Charis. No, said Endymion, flushing darkly. And a mighty pretty notion you must have of me, Harry, if you think I would either. Talk of loose screws, I wonder at it that you should allow Charis even to exchange the time of day with me. Oh, take a damper, said Harry. Of course I don't think it, but if you haven't got elopement in mind, what have you got? I'm dashed if I can see any other way of doing the thing secretly. No, agreed Endymion gloomily. Well, for God's sake. Haven't got anything in mind, explained Endymion. Just thinking it would be a devilish good thing if it could be done. Luckily, since Harry, striving to recover his breath, showed alarming signs of allowing his feelings to overcome him, the symposium was brought to an end by the clock on the mantel-shelf, which, inexorably striking the hour, recalled Endymion to the realization of his military duties. Taking hurried leave, he fled. If ever I met such a knock in the cradle, exploded Harry. Just thinking it would be a devilish good thing if it could be done. Yes, and another devilish good thing would be if either of you had as much rumgumption as a couple of sparrows. Only you haven't, and it's my belief you never will have. Charis burst into tears. 26 except that Harry, repenting of his harsh words, became reconciled with his sister. Matters were in the same unsatisfactory state when the Hertfordshire party returned to London 3 days later. Before her feet had touched the flagway, Frederica saw that Charis was looking pale and fagged. But in the bustle of arrival there was no opportunity for any private talk. Not until the baggage had been carried in, the servants greeted, Felix's medicine unpacked, and Felix himself persuaded, not without difficulty, to retire to bed, to recover from the journey, was Frederica able to turn her attention to her sister. She then invited her to come to her own bedchamber to help her to unpack her portmanteau, saying, "It seems as if I hadn't seen you for months. I hope to heaven we never have to live through another such period." "Oh, no," said Charis, shuddering. "It must have been so dreadful for you." "Well, it was," admitted Frederica. "Indeed, if it hadn't been for Alverstoke, I don't know how I should have managed. I can never be sufficiently grateful to him. So firm and patient with Felix. Such an unfailing support to me, particularly during those 2 days when I feared, but don't let us talk of it. My dear, have you been ill? You are looking positively way-faced." "Oh no, I am perfectly well, it's the hot weather." "Very likely. I have been feeling it very much myself, even in the country, horridly languid and a sort of lowness and oppression. It must have been far worse here. Indeed, when we got between the houses, Jessamy said it was like driving into an oven. Never mind. I hope we shall be many miles from London within a few days. Did Alverstoke tell you of the delightful scheme he has made for us?" "No," Charis answered, staring at her apprehensively. "We are to go down to Alver and to stay there for as long as we choose," said Frederica, beginning to unpack her portmanteau. "I dare say I ought to have declined the offer, but it was too tempting. So exactly what the boys will like. It is in Somerset, you know, and quite near Bath, which is an advantage. Oh dear, just look at this muslin. I shall coax you to do my packing when we set out for Alver." Receiving no reply, she looked round, to find that Charis had sunk into a chair and had buried her face in her hands. "Charis, dearest, what's the matter? I am so very unhappy. Good God, why?" "I don't want to go to Alver," curbing her exasperation, Frederica said calmly. "Do you mean that you had liefer go to the seaside?" "Oh no, I don't wish to go anywhere." "Charis, I don't think you perfectly understand the case," said Frederica. "It is necessary for Felix's health to take him out of London, And if this is what London is like during the summer months, so intolerably stuffy and dusty, I am very sure it is necessary for all our healths. Are you thinking that it will be dull? Perhaps you may find it so after our rakings, but you were not used to think the country dull. I believe Alver is a most beautiful place, too. Do you remember what the guidebook said about its park and its pleasure gardens and its lake with all the rare shrubs planted round it? We shall never be tired of sketching there. Alverstoke says that the boys may fish the trout stream, too. I wish you might have seen Jessamy when he learned of the scheme. You wouldn't want to deny him such a treat. After all, love, neither he nor Felix grudged us ours, did they? Oh, no, no. I didn't mean, of course they must go. If only I might remain here. I thought perhaps I could stay in Harley Street. If Aunt Seraphina goes with you, poor Aunt Amelia will be glad to have me, I dare say. Aunt Seraphina will not go with us, for I don't mean to ask her. I see no need for any chaperone, and if I did I shouldn't call upon her services, for I'm quite out of charity with her. As for leaving you with Aunt Amelia, you may put that notion out of your head. Oh, Frederica. If you don't want to drive me into a pelter, stop moaning, snapped Frederica. You may stop shamming it, too. Upon my word, Charis, I wonder at you. What you wish to do is to remain in London, making a cake of yourself over Endymion Dauntry, and well I know it. I should suppose that that is what you have been doing while I was away. I wish you may not have set people in a bustle. I love Endymion, declared Charis, rearing up her head. And he loves me. Then I see no occasion for all these die-away airs, responded Frederica prosaically. Charis started up, eagerness in her face. Can you mean that you consent to our marriage? There's no saying what I might do if your attachment proved to be more lasting than any of your previous ones, replied Frederica lightly. You don't mean to let me marry him ever, said Charis in throbbing accents. You mean to separate us. What, by spending a few months at Alver? If your mutual passion won't survive, always, Charis interrupted. You will contrive to keep us apart, hoping that I shall forget him. But I shan't, Frederica, I shan't. Well, don't fall into a lethargy. Remember that in 2 years you will be able, if I haven't relented, to do precisely what you choose. Oh, you don't know what it is to be in love, Charis said passionately. No, and I must own that I'm thankful I don't, if it means fretting and fuming and falling into this sort of extravagant folly. You may be thankful too, let me tell you. Excessively uncomfortable you would have found it. Do, pray, draw bridle, my dear. This isn't the moment to be making such a piece of work about nothing. You shall see how you feel when you have had time to reflect. There, don't let us rub against one another. I don't mean to be unkind, but I've suffered too much anxiety to be able to enter into what seems to me to be such a very— She stopped, but Charis finished the sentence for her. Unimportant matter, she flashed, and ran out of the room. Frederica made no attempt to follow her. She had managed to keep her temper, but she had never been nearer to losing it with her sister. It seemed to her monstrous that, after all she had undergone, she should have been greeted on her homecoming by such a scene, and when she herself was suffering from lowness of spirits. Perhaps Charis did not realize that when one had passed through a time of terrible anxiety, relief did not immediately restore the tone of one's mind. To be sure, she herself had not expected that after the first rapture she would find herself subject to fits of dejection, and much inclined to be crotchety. But still Charis should have known better than to have enacted a tragical scene within an hour of her arrival. The truth was, she told herself, that she was still very worn down, and perhaps allowed herself to be too easily provoked. The last week at Monk's Farm had tired her, when Alverstoke was no longer there to arrange everything for her. She had grown so much accustomed to turning to him for help or advice that naturally she had felt quite lost without him. She had missed his companionship, too, and rather thought that if he had remained at Monk's Farm she would not have fallen into such low spirits. That also was quite natural. However much one loved one's young brothers, one couldn't talk to them as one could to Alverstoke, or, of course, to any other adult person. This reflection led her into reverie, and while she hung her dresses in the wardrobe and transferred her chemises and her petticoats from the portmanteau to the chest of drawers, she recalled the drives and the walks she had enjoyed in Alverstoke's company, pondering some of the things he had said to her, smiling reminiscently at others. These pleasurable, if nostalgic, thoughts were interrupted by a perfunctory knock on the door, followed immediately by the entrance of Harry, who demanded impetuously, "What is this I hear, Freddie? Charis says you mean to spend the summer at Alverstoke's place in Somerset. Upon my word, I wonder that you should wish to be so much beholden to him, and I'll tell you to your head that I do not. I am very well able to take care of my family myself, and so you may tell him. What's more, I should like to know what sort of a rig he's running. You may not know what his reputation is, but I do, and damn, I won't have it." "Won't you, Harry?" said Frederica in a voice of dangerous quiet. "Then start to take care of your family. You haven't yet made the least push to do so. You wouldn't even find me a lodging when I asked you. You have permitted, oh no, you have encouraged Endymion Daughtry to sit in Charis's pocket without caring a straw for the consequences. You have never made the smallest attempt to accept your responsibilities. You have been content to leave everything to me. And now, when I am almost at my wits' end and my cousin, not my brother, comes to my aid, you have the effrontery to say that you won't have it and that you don't choose to be beholden to him. You wonder that I should wish to be. Well, I don't wish it, but I shall be, because there is no one else on whom I can depend. You wonder at me. Not as much as I wonder at you, believe me." Her voice broke. She turned away as aghast as Harry. She had kept her temper with Charis. She had not dreamt that she would lose it with Harry. She had not meant to utter such reproaches to him, and was now horrified that she had done so. What had come over her she could not imagine, but suddenly she had found herself trembling, and with such rage possessing her as she had never before experienced. It left her weak, bewildered, and struggling to hold back a rush of tears. She said in a stifled voice, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm out of frame, tired. Forget it, pray, and go away if you please." "Oh, certainly," replied Harry. "I am very willing to do so." With that he stalked out of the room, seething with mortification and a burning sense of injustice. There was just enough truth in Frederica's intemperate accusations to touch his conscience, and this made him much angrier than if there had been none. Whose fault was it that he hadn't accepted his responsibilities? Frederica's, of course. A rare dust there would have been if he had tried to interfere in her management of the family. When had she asked him for aid? Never. At all events, never until she had begged him to devote himself to Charis during her own absence from London. Had he done it? Yes, he had, and without a word of complaint, although he had been obliged to forego all the entertainments to which he had been looking forward. Was it to please himself that he had remained in London during the past few weeks? No, by God, it was not. He had done so at her request. Left to himself, he would have posted down to Monk's Farm immediately. He continued in this way for some time, posing questions to himself, and finding answers to them which were irrefutable, and yet afforded him little satisfaction. His sense of ill-usage increased, and when Charis sought him out presently to implore him to help her, he was in exactly the right mood to lend himself to any enterprise likely to vex Frederica. In view of her enforced and possibly imminent incarceration at Alver, Charis considered it to be of vital importance to consult Endymion. Would her dearest Harry convey a message to him? And could he think of any respectable rendezvous? Certainly he could. He would visit Endymion that very evening. As for a respectable rendezvous, nothing could be easier. They would meet in Kensington Gardens, and he himself would escort Charis there. "Oh, Harry, I knew I might depend on you," breathed Charis. This was balm to his injured feelings. At least one of his sisters appreciated him. It was a pity in a way, but not in other ways, that Frederica wasn't present to hear this declaration of faith. But at all events she would very soon be made to realize that he was not the contemptible fribble she seemed to think him, but a force to be reckoned with. But when she came into the drawing-room just before dinner, much of his rancor faded. He was alone, and she went straight up to him and put her arms round his neck, kissing his cheek and saying, "Oh, Harry, such an archwife as you have for a sister, forgive me." The sense of injury was still strong in him. It was melting fast, but it prompted him to say, "Well, I must own, Freddie, I think it was pretty unjust of you." He was prepared to prove to her, point by point, just as he had proved it to himself, that she had grossly misjudged him, and had she allowed him to do it he would very soon have talked himself into good humor. But she did not. She had already endured 2 agitating scenes. She was tired, her head ached. She wanted more than anything to go to bed, and less than anything to become engaged in any further argument. So she said, "Yes, dear, I know it was. Let us talk of something else." "That's all very well, but it was you who brought up the subject of Endymion and Charis, and, for heaven's sake, Harry, no," she exclaimed. "I can't and I won't enter into argument with you." He read into this an elder sister's contempt for his opinion, and instantly stiffened, saying with freezing civility, "As you wish." She knew that she had wounded his sensibilities, and that she ought to reassure him, but she also knew that it would require tact and patience, both of which virtues had deserted her. So she merely smiled wearily at him, excusing herself with the reflection that Harry's miffs never lasted for long. Charis came down to dinner, rather red-eyed but quite composed, and when she and Frederica retired to the drawing-room she took up her stitchery, responding to Frederica's attempt at conversation but inaugurating none herself. They went early to bed, and Frederica's heart was lightened by the clinging embrace she received in answer to her good-night kiss. She fell asleep almost at once, but Charis lay awake, listening for Harry's step on the stairs. When it came, she sat up expectantly, for he had promised to let her know the result of his mission. She called, "Come in a hushed voice when he tapped softly on her door, and scarcely waited for him to shut it before demanding, "Oh, Harry, did you see him?" "Yes, of course I did. Don't speak so loud," he replied, with a significant glance at the wall which separated her room from Frederica's. "What did he say?" she asked, obediently lowering her voice. "What does he think we should do?" "He said he must have time to consider the matter," he answered, unable to repress a grin. "It naturally came as a great shock to him," said Charis with dignity. "Lord, yes, knocked him bandy. Didn't seem able to say anything at first, but what a devilish thing. However, we're to meet him tomorrow, so you may be easy. By the by, we had better decide on some errand in case Frederica wants to know where we are off to, which you may lay your life she will." "Oh no, Harry, must we?" "I can't bear to deceive her," Charis said wretchedly. "Well, if that's the case you had better not meet Endymion." "But I must." "Then stop being a goose. Isn't there anything you wish to purchase?" After prolonged thought, Charis said that if she were forced to go to Alver she would need some drawn paper, not that she would have the heart to use it. So this subterfuge was agreed upon, and Harry went off to bed, recommending her not to get into one of her worries. She was terribly nervous next day, but fortune favored her. When it was time to set out for Kensington Gardens, and she went to take leave of Frederica, she found that she was entertaining a morning visitor, in the person of Lord Buxted. Her entrance created a welcome interruption. His evil genius had prompted his lordship, as soon as he had shaken hands with Felix, who was lying on the sofa, to express the hope that he would never again cause his sister to suffer so much anxiety. Frederica intervened, but to no avail. Lord Buxted had decided long since that she was by far too indulgent, and he said, with a smile which instantly set up the hackles of all 3 Merrivilles, "You have a very forgiving sister, Felix. I am afraid I think you deserved all that happened to you. I'll say no more, but I wouldn't listen to you, whatever you said," Felix burst out, his cheeks scarlet and his blue eyes flaming. "You've no right, you aren't my guardian." "Felix, hold your tongue," Jessamy said sharply, pressing him back against the cushions. He glanced at Buxted and said, carefully choosing his words, "It is quite unnecessary to scold my brother, sir, I assure you." "It isn't his business to scold me," declared Felix furiously. "It's cousin Alverstoke's business, and he did. And it wasn't a bear-garden jaw, because he's a right one, and he knew I was as sorry as I could be. And if he chooses to make me regret I was ever born, if I do it again he may." Since it was obvious that Felix was fast working himself into a state of undesirable excitement, and even more obvious that an attempt to wring an apology from him would be violently rebuffed, Frederica greeted her sister's entrance with heartfelt relief. She did not for a moment believe that Harry was going to escort Charis on a shopping expedition, but she accepted the story, merely saying, "Are you taking Luffra? I shouldn't if I were you." "Oh, no," Charis said, releasing her hold on Luffra's collar. "Only he knows we are going out, and he's bound to try to get out the instant the door is opened, so I brought him to you, Jessamy." He nodded and snapped his fingers at Luffra, who was sniffing at Buxted's well-polished boots, and Charis went away, thankful to have escaped questioning. Buxted's presence must have precluded suspicious inquiries, but Frederica would not, in any event, have made any. She was not a jailer, nor did she wish Charis to feel that she was being kept under surveillance. There was little doubt that she had an assignation with Endymion, and deplorable though this was, it would be needlessly unkind to prevent what would probably be their last meeting for some months, and at least she was taking Harry with her. She dismissed the matter from her thoughts, and set herself to divert Lord Buxted, who was annoying Jessamy by commenting humorously on the astonishment visitors must feel to find such a monster as Luffra in Frederica's drawing-room. But none of the three visitors who were presently ushered into the room evinced any astonishment. The first was Darcy Morton, whom Buxted eyed with hostility, and within a few minutes Lady Elizabeth Kentmere and Lord Alverstoke were announced. The effect of this was electric, and was observed by Mr. Morton rather ruefully. There was no misreading the smile in Frederica's eyes, and no doubt whatsoever that Alverstoke was on the best of terms with his wards. Felix shouted joyfully, "Cousin Alverstoke," and struggled to his feet, and Jessamy, pausing only to bow to Lady Elizabeth, began instantly to tell him of something that had happened at Monk's Farm after his departure. As Felix also had something to tell him, and Luffra, catching the spirit of these demonstrations, uttered some yelping barks, pandemonium reigned for several minutes. Lady Elizabeth was laughing and said, as she shook hands with Frederica, "I knew that they liked him, but not that his arrival would cause a riot." "No, and I apologize for them," said Frederica, smiling. "You would suppose them to have been reared in a back slum." "Hardly that," said Buxted. "But surely it cannot be good for Felix to be so much excited. Would it not be as well if Jessamy took him into another room?" "Oh, no," replied Frederica. "Alverstoke knows exactly how to handle him." This was soon seen to be true. His lordship quelled the riot without the smallest difficulty, ordering Felix back to the sofa, requesting Jessamy to call off the Baluchistan hound, and adding that when he felt a desire to be deafened by a couple of gabble-mongers he would inform them of it. These trenchant words were received with the utmost good humor, a circumstance which Buxted observed with some surprise and considerable disfavor. Nor was he better pleased when Alverstoke went over to sit beside Frederica and engaged her in what appeared to be an intimate discussion. Since Eliza, who was talking to Mr. Morton, good-naturedly drew her nephew into the conversation, he was obliged to give his attention to her, instead of trying jealously to hear what Alverstoke was saying in a lowered voice to Frederica. It could scarcely have been more innocuous. "A marked improvement," Alverstoke said. "I think so. He was a little tired after the journey, and this hot weather seems to bring back some aches and pains. The sooner you can get him to Alver the better." "Have you written to Knighton?" "This morning. I mentioned your name as you bade me and enclosed the letter Dr. Elcott gave me for him. He nodded. I shall hope to see you off before the end of the week. By the by, in the matter of a tutor, I fear I have exceeded your instructions. You don't mean to tell me you've discovered one, she exclaimed. No, Charles did. He offered me his brother Septimus and I engaged him. He is staying in Berkeley Square now, a pleasing young man and one whom the boys will like. I only trust you may. Oh, there can be no doubt. A brother of Mr. Trevor's must be acceptable to me. Pray tell Mr. Trevor how grateful I am. Certainly, but the arrangement will be as much to Septimus's advantage as yours. He was already seeking a post as coach during the long vacation, and this one, if you will be content to remain at Alver for the summer, will enable him to continue living at home. The rectory is only a few miles from Alver. Tell me when it will be convenient for him to call to see you, and I'll send him round. At any time. I don't go out at present, or only for a few minutes. She paused as a thought occurred to her. I wonder if I should ask Harry to conduct the interview. I think he might wish to do so. Are you? I am tolerably certain that he wouldn't. He would be extremely embarrassed if he could be persuaded to undertake the task of inquiring into Septimus's scholarship, which I strongly doubt. Septimus is a fourth-year man, my dear, at present working for a fellowship. I don't see Harry, by the way, or Charis. Is he still virtuously doing his duty by her? She smiled, but answered with a touch of constraint. Why, yes. I believe he has taken her out to do some shopping. She did not believe it, nor would she have been surprised to have learnt that Charis was at the moment seated on a bench in a secluded part of Kensington Gardens, between her brother and her lover, agitatedly telling Endymion of her conviction that they were to be forever parted. I wish you will stop talking such flummery, said Harry. I've told you a score of times that nobody can part you forever. Couldn't do it forever, agreed Endymion. Once I am imprisoned at Alver. Aye, that's the worst of it, said Endymion, his brow darkening. Devilish shabby trick, I call it. Shouldn't wonder if it was a plot. Devilish clever fellow, Alverstoke, up to all the rigs. You know, I haven't been easy in my mind since he told me not to be quite so particular in my attentions. Amiable enough, but giving me the office, that's what I thought. I was right, too. Well, what I mean is, might have seen you at Ramsgate, but not at Alver. Everyone knows me down there, and you may lay your life some snitcher would tell Alverstoke, if I was to show my nose within 10 miles of the place. And when we leave Alver, you will have been sent on a dreadful mission, and Frederica will drag me back to Graynard. Not if he's been sent off on a mission, interposed her more practical brother. Now I come to think of it, she couldn't do it in any event. She hired the place to Porth for a 12-month. Harrogate then, so that Felix may drink the waters, said Charis bitterly. She might do that, Harry admitted. I shan't go on a mission, suddenly announced Endymion. I shall sell out. Nothing my cousin can do to stop me. What's more, once I've done it, there's nothing anyone can do to stop me marrying Charis. But I am under age, said Charis sadly. Aye, that's the devil of it. And when I think of having to wait for 2 whole years, and very likely not being given the chance even to see you, well, it's enough to drive one to the border. Not that I would, he added hastily and with an apprehensive glance at Harry. Too ramshackle by half. Oh no, I couldn't do such a shocking thing. Perhaps if Frederica realizes that we are unalterably determined, but she won't give her consent. I know she won't. Just a moment, interrupted Harry, sitting up with a jerk. Lord, why didn't I think of that before? By Jupiter, I have it. 2 anxious faces were turned towards him. Charis said breathlessly, You have what, dearest? You don't need her consent, nothing to do with her, Harry said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. She's not your guardian, I am. 27. It was surprising, Frederica thought, how much benefit was to be derived from 2 nights of unbroken sleep. She felt very much better, far less depressed and irritable. Her affairs having been taken back into the Marquis's capable hands, she had very little to worry about. None of the complicated arrangements attached to the removal of a family from a house in London to another 100 miles distant, and no housekeeping cares to contend with at the end of the journey. To one who, from early girlhood, had never had a respite from these, this was bliss indeed. It ought to have made her happy, and she was obliged to take herself to task when she found that she was looking forward to several months spent in sylvan solitude with a slight sinking of the heart. Not that it would be really solitude, of course. There would be Charis, and the boys, and the unknown Mrs. Osmington, the widowed cousin whom Alverstoke had decided, in his usual high-handed way, to install at Alver. There would be Septimus as well, and no doubt his mamma would drive over to visit them. It was bound to seem a trifle flat at first, and she would certainly miss her friends in London, but Alverstoke meant to come down for a few days, which would make an agreeable break. He had given her a carte blanche to invite any of her friends she chose to stay with her, begging her to consider the house her own. She had no intention of taking him at his word, but as she was unable to think of any friend whom she particularly wanted to invite, this resolve cost her no regret. Alverstoke was going to escort them to Alver, too. That was another of his sudden and high-handed decisions. She had protested, as in honor bound, but he had merely said that he had business there, so she had said no more, though she guessed that his business was to introduce her to his cousin, and to make sure that his servants had provided every comfort for the party. How anyone could say that he was selfish and heartless was beyond comprehension. No one was ever less so. It made one quite hot with anger that people should dare to misjudge him so wickedly. For the rest, everything was going on fairly well. Mr. Peplow had invited Harry to accompany him on a visit to Brighton. Buddle and Mrs. Hurley were thankful to be granted a long holiday after the exigencies of a London house, and Charis, though in unequal spirits, seemed to be growing more resigned to her fate. To be sure, she was subject to sudden attacks of woe, which made her run out of the room with her handkerchief pressed to her eyes, but Frederica, recalling the agonies attending the dismissal of her first very undesirable suitor, hoped that the present agonies would be of similarly short duration. Septimus Trevor, a well-set-up young man with easy manners and a general air of cheerful competence, she liked on sight. So, which was more important, did her brothers. She made an excuse to leave him alone with them to become acquainted. She felt a little doubtful about Felix, who, unlike Jessamy, was not at all eager to resume his studies. But when she came back into the room, he greeted her with the information that this Mr. Trevor knew much more than the other Mr. Trevor. They had been talking about coal gas and the transmission of power by compressed air. So that doubt was laid to rest, leaving her with only one serious anxiety: Felix's health. This was a very real anxiety, and would not be allayed until Sir William Knighton had seen Felix. He was better, certainly, but far from well yet. He flagged quickly, became too easily excited, even, she suspected, a little feverish, and his normally sunny disposition had given place to irritability and occasional fretfulness. "I expect it is just that he doesn't feel in high force yet, and that he will be better in the country, but I can't help feeling anxious," she told Alverstoke. "Oh, and you can't think of anything else, can you, Frederica?" "I suppose I can't," she confessed. "I do try to. Do you feel that you may be able to without trying if Knighton gives you a comfortable report?" he inquired. "Oh, what an unspeakable relief that would be. Yes, of course I shall. I'm glad," he said cryptically. "I feel pretty confident that he will, and I trust it won't be long delayed. He is coming to us on Thursday before noon." "Good, so then am I," said his lordship. "Afternoon. Of course," she twinkled. "No need to tell me that. I only wish he may not arrive to find Felix at his very worst, but I'm much afraid that he will. Felix is already out of reason cross about it, declares he is in prime twig and won't let any doctor maul him. And he won't at all relish being made to stay in his bed until Sir William has examined him. Oh, well, if he becomes outrageous, I shall ask Harry to try if he can divert him." But when, on Thursday morning, Frederica, with a recalcitrant brother on her hands and various household duties left undischarged, desired Buttle to send Harry up to Felix's room, Buttle said that he rather thought Mr. Harry must have gone out. "Oh," said Frederica rather blankly. She hesitated, wondering whether to send for Charis. But as Charis had chosen this, out of all other mornings, for a display of affliction, weeping over the teacups, and refusing all sustenance at the breakfast table, she decided against it. "I fancy he must have taken Miss Charis out for an airing, ma'am, for she is not in the drawing-room," volunteered Buttle. Frederica's brow cleared. She had been nursing some uncharitable thoughts about Harry, so careless as to go off to amuse himself when his little brother was to be examined by one of the first physicians of the day. But she realized at once that she had been doing him an injustice. He was clearly trying to be helpful by taking Charis off her hands. She said, "Ah, very likely. Never mind. I'll go up to Master Jessamy's room." She found Jessamy immersed in his books, but he agreed at once to try what he could do to entertain Felix, and when she apologized for disturbing him, said, with one of his darkling looks, "It is time one of us did something to help you." He then stalked out of the room, with Luffra at his heels. Touched by this outburst, Frederica called after him that it wouldn't be for long, since Sir William might be expected at any minute, and went downstairs to discuss with her housekeeper the various things that must be done to set the house in order before they left it. She had not far to go. Mrs. Hurley, a stout woman, having toiled upstairs from the basement in search of her, had halted on the first floor to recover her breath before attempting to mount the next flight. "Oh, Hurley, you shouldn't have come up all those stairs," Frederica said. "I was on my way down to you." "No, ma'am, I know I shouldn't, not with my palpitations," said Mrs. Hurley. "But I thought it my duty to let you know at once." This time-worn phrase, which in general heralded the disclosure of a very minor household disaster, did not strike dismay into Frederica's bosom. She said, "Oh, dear, is something amiss? Come into the drawing-room and tell me about it." "Dear knows, Miss Frederica," said Mrs. Hurley, following her into the room, "I wouldn't trouble you with it, with all the trouble you have to worry you already, if I didn't feel in my bones that you'd wish to be told immediately." Broken china, thought Frederica. "But," pursued Mrs. Hurley, "the instant Jemima brought it to me, her only being able to read print and not much of that either, I said to myself, doctor or no doctor, Miss Frederica must see this at once. Which is what it's my belief you weren't meant to do, ma'am. And nor you would have if I hadn't sent Jemima up to Miss Charis's room to take down the curtains to be washed, for the room was swept and the bed made while Miss Charis was at her breakfast, so that there was no reason for her to think anyone would go into it again this morning." "Miss Charis," Frederica said sharply. "Miss Charis," corroborated Mrs. Hurley. "There was this laying on the dressing-table, and Jemima, thinking it was a letter for the post, brought it down to me. It's for you, Miss Frederica." "For me?" Frederica almost snatched it out of the housekeeper's hand. "And Miss Charis's brush and comb aren't on the table, nor the bottle of scent you gave her, ma'am, nor anything that should be on it," pronounced the voice of doom inexorably. Frederica paid no heed, for the information was unnecessary. The letter in her hand had evidently been written under the stress of strong emotion. It was freely blotched with tears, and largely illegible, but its opening sentence stood out boldly. "Dearest, ever dearest Frederica," Charis had written, with painstaking care, "by the time you read this I shall be married and many miles away." After that the writing deteriorated into a wild scrawl, as though Charis, having made this promising beginning, had not known how to continue, and had finally dashed off the rest in a hurry. But the beginning was all that mattered to Frederica. She stood staring at the words until they danced before her eyes, unable, in the first moments of sickening shock, to believe their incredible message. Mrs. Hurley's hand on her arm recalled her to her senses. "Do you sit down, Miss Frederica, my dear," Mrs. Hurley said. "I'll fetch you up a glass of wine directly. No need to tell Buttle. No, no, I don't want a glass of wine. I must think, I must think." She allowed herself to be pushed into a chair and tried to decipher the rest of the letter. It seemed to consist entirely of pleas for forgiveness, mingled with assurances that only desperation could have driven the writer to take so dreadful a step. At first glance, Charis appeared to have subscribed herself, "Your wicked Charis," but closer scrutiny revealed that the word was not wicked but wretched. Frederica thought bitterly that wicked more exactly described her sister. She raised her eyes to Mrs. Hurley's face. "Hurley, I don't know what can be done, if anything, but say nothing of this, I beg of you." "Certainly not, ma'am, that you may depend on." "Thank you, you have guessed, of course." "Oh, yes, I've guessed, ma'am," said Mrs. Hurley grimly. "And I know whose door to lay it at. If some people, naming no names, had attended to their rightful duty, instead of picking quarrels, and flouncing out of the house so highty-tighty, it would never have happened, because that great jack-of-legs couldn't have come here, like he used to, in spite of anything I said to her, which I did, and Buttle too. So now she's eloped. Oh dear, dear, however could she do such a thing? Not but what they say what's bred in the bone will come out in the flesh, and it's what her poor, dear mother did after all." "Oh, if I could think what's to be done," Frederica said, unheeding. "There must be something, though I feel almost inclined to let matters run their course. To do such a thing, and at such a time, no, no, what am I saying? If I had been kinder, more sympathetic." She started up. "Hurley, I must see Lord Alverstoke. If anyone can help me, he will. Tell Owen to fetch a hack while I run up for my bonnet and gloves. There's no time to waste in sending for the carriage." She stopped halfway to the door. "No, I can't. I was forgetting Sir William Knighton." "Just what I was thinking myself, Miss Frederica," said Mrs. Hurley. "There's a carriage coming up the street at this very moment, which was what put me in mind of the gentleman. Now is it going to pull up at our door, or—" "Yes, it is." Frederica hurried over to her desk and sat down at it, dragging a sheet of writing paper towards her and dipping the pen in the ink. "I'll write to him," she said. "Wait here, Hurley, and take it down to Owen. Tell him to carry it to Alverstoke House immediately in a hack. It's not yet 12 o'clock. His lordship won't have left the house. Tell Owen it is to be given into his lordship's own hand, not left with the butler or one of the footmen. Is it Sir William?" "Well, he has a bag in his hand, as you'd expect, ma'am," reported Mrs. Hurley from the window. "But he doesn't look like a doctor, dressed as nattily as he is. Ah, now Buttle has let him in, so it must be him, you having given orders you was not at home to visitors." "Oh, heavens, he will be upon me in a trice," said Frederica distractedly. She signed her name quickly to the very brief note she had written, and had just sealed it with a wafer set all askew, when Buttle announced Sir William. She arose, handed the missive to Mrs. Hurley, and summoning to her aid every ounce of her self-command, moved forward to meet Sir William. If he thought her civility forced, and her answers to his questions disjointed, he must have assumed her to be suffering from shyness, she supposed, or from dread of what his verdict might be, for he did not seem to be at all surprised at being confronted with a lady who said, "Yes, no, I can't remember, let me think." He was not even impatient, and under his calming influence she very soon regained her composure, thrusting Charis to the back of her mind, concentrating her attention on what was being said to her. He was quite as successful in his handling of Felix. Encountering a hostile scowl, he said with his pleasant smile, "How do you do? Yes, I am another bacon-brained doctor, as though you hadn't been plagued enough already." The scowl vanished. Felix blushed and shook hands. "How do you do, sir?" "But I'm perfectly well again, I promise you, and there was no reason for my sister to have sent for you." "Well, you certainly look to be going on in a capital way," agreed Sir William. "However, since I'm here, I may as well take a look at you, don't you think?" Felix submitted. At the end of the examination, he demanded to be told whether he might get up, to which Sir William replied, "Yes, of course you may. It would do you a great deal of good to go out into the fresh air, so I suggest that your brother is it. Takes you out for a drive round the park. Abominably stuffy, is it not? But I understand you are going down to Somerset. How much I envy you." Frederica, directing an inquiring look at Jessamy, received a nod in answer and led Sir William back to the drawing-room. He stayed for some 20 minutes and relieved her mind of one at least of its cares. The possibility of repercussions could not be disregarded, but he considered it to be remote, provided his instructions were faithfully carried out. He paid a graceful compliment to Dr. Elcott and wrote out a prescription to replace Elcott's medicine, saying that, excellent though that was, he fancied that his own might perhaps be more beneficial now that Felix was convalescent, and went away, recommending her, with his understanding smile, not to fidget herself over the boy. "For that, you know, would fidget him," he said. "I have written down the name and direction of a Bath practitioner in whom you may repose complete confidence, but I don't anticipate that you will require his services." Meanwhile, Owen had given Frederica's letter into the Marquis's hand. He had found him on the point of setting out with his sister for Somerset House, the Lady Elizabeth having recollected that she had not yet visited the Royal Academy exhibition, a scandalous omission which, as she positively must bring her extended visit to an end on the following day, had instantly to be repaired. Having no respect for his lordship's matutinal habits, she swept them aside, telling him that after deserting her for the better part of her stay, the least he could do to atone was to escort her to Somerset House. The Marquis spread open the single sheet, read Frederica's note at a glance, and nodded dismissal to Owen. Lady Elizabeth, her eyes on his face, said, "What is it, Vernon? Not Felix?" He handed her the note. "I don't know." "You will have to excuse me from accompanying you to Somerset House, Eliza. Pray accept my apologies." "Don't be such a gaby. I am coming with you. Vernon, I am dreadfully afraid that some accident must have befallen one of them. I beg you will come here immediately. I have no time to write more, but will explain when I see you. Pray do not delay. Poor girl, she is plainly distracted with worry." "Yes. Therefore let us not delay," he answered curtly. They reached Upper Wimpole Street just as Frederica, having, as one in a dream, seen her brothers set off for their drive, had mounted the stairs again to the drawing-room, and was once more trying to decipher Charis's letter. When Alverstoke entered the room, which he did unannounced, going up the stairs 2 at a time and leaving his sister to follow him, she looked up eagerly and sprang to her feet. "I knew you would come," she said thankfully. "I beg your pardon for sending you such a hurried note. You see, Sir William was at the door and I had no time." "Never mind that," he interrupted. "What is it, Frederica? Felix?" "No, no, he's better. Sir William thinks he will soon be quite stout again. It is far, far worse. No, not that, but gently, my child, gently," he said, taking her hands and holding them in a strong clasp. "If I am to help you, just tell me what has happened, and without flying into a grand fuss." Lady Elizabeth, arriving on the threshold in time to hear this blighting command, blinked, but Frederica, regaining control over herself, conjured up the travesty of a smile and said, "Thank you, I am behaving very badly. I don't think even you can do anything. I don't know why I begged you to come, except that it was the first thought that came into my head before I had had time to consider, but I am afraid it is useless." "And still I am in the dark," said Alverstoke. "I'm sorry. I can scarcely bring myself to tell you, Cousin Eliza. I beg your pardon. I didn't see. That's of no consequence, my dear. I came to help you if I could, but I think you would prefer to talk to Alverstoke alone, and if that is so, I'll go away," Eliza said. "No, you are very kind. I had hoped to have kept it secret, but I see now how impossible that must be." She drew a painful breath. "You see, Charis has eloped with Endymion." Eliza gasped, but Alverstoke said, with no perceptible loss of calm, "Have you proof of this?" I should not have supposed that Charis would consent to any such exploit, and if Endymion persuaded her into it, I can only say that I have been strangely mistaken in my reading of his character. A high stickler, my blockish cousin Frederica. Mutely she held Charis's letter out to him. He took it, and after one glance at it, groped for his quizzing glass. Eliza, drawing Frederica to the sofa, said, "My dear, surely you must be mistaken. You can't mean that you believe them to have gone to Gretna Green." "I think it must be so," Frederica replied. "Where else could—" "Then you may stop thinking it," interposed Alverstoke, looking up from the letter. "Where have your wits gone begging, Frederica? By the time you read this I shall be married and many miles away." "My dear girl, even such a hen-witted female as Charis could not suppose that she could be transported to the border within an hour or two. How fortunate that she didn't bedew the start of this hubble-bubble effusion with her tears." "Then where can they have gone?" demanded Frederica. "That I haven't yet discovered. I should doubt whether I ever shall, but one never knows. Something may yet emerge." "Nothing but what she might as well have spared herself the trouble of writing," said Frederica, sighing. He said nothing, continuing to frown over the letter for several minutes, while Eliza, possessing herself of Frederica's hand, sat patting it soothingly. Silence reigned until the Marquis broke it. "Ah," he said, "not licorice but license. The clue to the labyrinth is now in our hands, Frederica. It's a pity the pen spluttered at the preceding word, but no doubt it is special. Your sister, my love, has married my blockish cousin by special license. Whether or not this constitutes an elopement I am not yet in a position to say, but it really doesn't signify. The case is not desperate, nor will it be incumbent upon me to pursue the couple to the border, a prospect, I must acknowledge, which filled me with repugnance. All we have to do is to throw dust in the eyes of the quizzes and tittle-tattlers. It will afford me great pleasure to do so. I wonder who told Endymion that he could be married by special license." Frederica sat up. "But he couldn't," she said. "Charis is not of age." "Do you mean that you suspect Endymion obtained a license by telling lies about Charis's age?" demanded Eliza. "I don't believe it. Why, that's a serious offense." "No, that is not what I suspect," he responded. "Endymion may be a cloth-head, but he is not a scoundrel, my dear Eliza. He would neither marry Charis by special license, nor across the anvil without her guardian's consent." "Well, if you are not her guardian, who is?" He did not reply. He was watching Frederica, a look of amusement in his face as he saw her stiffen. "Harry," she uttered. "Harry." "Well," she got up quickly, the incredulity in her eyes turning to wrath. "How could he, oh, how could he, helping Charis to a disastrous marriage, helping her to deceive me, knowing what my feelings were, and she, no wonder she sat crying all through breakfast, with this on her conscience." "Did she?" said his lordship, interested. "She certainly wept all over this letter." "What an inexhaustible flow! Do you suppose she was still weeping when she joined Endymion at the altar?" "I neither know nor care," snapped Frederica, who had begun to pace about the room as though her rage had to find a physical outlet. "No, nor anyone else," agreed Eliza. "Really, Vernon, how can you be so flippant? This is not a farce." "It bears a strong resemblance to one," he retorted. "Would you think so if it concerned one of your sisters?" asked Frederica fiercely. "My dear, I should be sure of it. Louisa, for instance. No, I think I prefer Augusta in the role." She gave a gasp and choked on an irrepressible gurgle of laughter. "That's better," he said encouragingly. "Shall we now consider the matter without quite so much heat?" She did not answer, but after a moment or two she went back to the sofa and sat down again. "If what you think is true, there is nothing to be done, is there? If I had had time to have read that letter more closely, to have considered it, I should have known it was useless to suppose that you could prevent a marriage which must already have taken place." She smiled rather wanly. "In fact, I sent for you to no purpose at all. I beg your pardon, cousin." "Oh, not to no purpose at all," he said. "It is certainly quite out of my power to prevent the marriage, but I trust I can prevent you, Frederica, from making a mull of it." What we must do, you and I, is to make all tidy. I'm well aware of your sentiments. You wished Charis to contract what the world calls an eligible alliance, and you believed that you could bring this about. And why shouldn't she have done so? Intervened Eliza. Charis is a most beautiful girl, with charming manners and great sweetness of disposition. If her understanding is not extraordinary, pray, how many gentlemen care for clever women? There was only one reason why she shouldn't have done so, he replied. She lacked the ambition to contract such an alliance or even to sport a figure in society. He smiled at Frederica a little mockingly. You never would believe that, would you? Yours was the ambition, oh, not for yourself. I don't think you have ever wasted a thought on yourself. And it was you who delighted in the admiration she won. She didn't, you know. She told me once that she preferred the country to London, because in London people stared so. She prefers country parties to London ones, because she thinks it more comfortable to dance with her friends than with strangers. This, from a girl who had nearly every prize in the marriage mart dangling after her. I've never concealed from you that I think her a lovely and excessively boring wet goose, but I'll say this for her. She hasn't an ounce of conceit. I didn't wish her to contract a brilliant marriage, only one which, but there's nothing now to be gained by repeating what I've told you before. I haven't forgotten. You wanted her to be comfortable, but her notion of comfort isn't yours, Frederica. She's a persuadable girl, and I dare say she might have obliged you by marrying young Navenby if she had not met and fallen in love with Endymion. And she would have been happy. Very likely. Unfortunately, she had met Endymion, and it appears that from that moment her mind was made up. Fiddle! If you knew how many times she has fallen out of love as quickly as she fell into it, I'll take your word for it. But I would point out to you, my child, that with I don't know how many sprigs of fashion with far more address than Endymion paying court to her, she did not fall out of love with Endymion. So perhaps this marriage won't prove to be as disastrous as you imagine. The manner of it is, to put it mildly, regrettable, and that is all that now concerns us. It must be wrapped up in clean linen. If it can be, said Eliza doubtfully. It can't. Only consider the circumstances, said Frederica. There has been no advertisement of an engagement, no guests were invited to the wedding, and it has taken place 2 days before we leave London. How could such a scandal be scotched? Alverstoke flicked open his snuff-box and inhaled a delicate pinch. Difficult, I admit, but not impossible. I don't immediately perceive how to get over the omission of the engagement notice unless we sacrifice Lucretia. What do you say, Eliza? I am perfectly willing to do it if you think it would answer. Frederica could not help smiling. You are quite odious, she informed him. Besides, how? Oh, by making her the bar to the marriage. She became so alarmingly ill at the very mention of it, she would too, that it was thought the effect of seeing the announcement in print might carry her off, whereas the news that Endymion was secretly married would have restored her to health, said Eliza sarcastically. What a good thing it is that you came with me, remarked his lordship affably. You have your uses. Try if you can discover why the engagement was kept secret. I can tell you why only the immediate relations were present at the wedding. He flicked a few grains of snuff from his sleeve. Owing to a bereavement in the bride's family, the ceremony was private. We'll put that in the notice. Lady Elizabeth said reluctantly, yes, that could be done, but why wasn't Lucretia present? She was. You will never induce her to say so. A derisive smile curled his lips. Would you care to bet against the chance? No, said Frederica forcefully. You mean you would try to bribe her, and I won't have it. Besides, it wouldn't answer. You know it wouldn't. You must forget I was so stupid as to have applied to you. I can't think what made me do so, for it is no concern of yours, and I had no business to embroil you in it. She put up her chin. I must make the best of it myself, for I know it was my fault. If only she doesn't regret it and people don't refuse to receive her, she faltered and stopped, dashing a hand across her eyes. The door opened. In a voice of deep disapproval, Buttles said, Mr. Trevor, ma'am. 28, Frederica said instinctively. No, no, I'm not receiving visitors. But Mr. Trevor was already over the threshold. He bowed slightly to Lady Elizabeth, and then, as Buddle withdrew, advanced towards Frederica, saying with his pleasant smile, "You mustn't blame your butler, ma'am. He told me that you were not at home, but I overbore him." The Marquis raised his quizzing glass, the better to survey him. "It seems strangely unlike you, Charles. No doubt you had your reasons." "Yes, sir, I had," responded Trevor, unabashed. He looked closely at Frederica as he shook her hand. "I came in case you should have found that letter, which I think you have, to tell you that you need not regard it. All's well, I promise you." She was so much astonished that she could only stare at him. He pressed her hand reassuringly before he released it, repeating, "I promise you." She found her voice. "Not married, not Mr. Trevor. No, no, it came to nothing." "Oh, thank God!" she cried. "Where is she?" "She's with Mrs. Dawntry at present, but I trust she will be able to return here tomorrow. I thought, since she had a valise, that it would be best for her not to come home tonight, on account of the servants, you know." "With Mrs. Dawntry," she said, quite bemused. "But why, Charles, how the devil do you come to be mixed up in the affair?" demanded Alverstoke. "Well, it's rather a long story, sir." "Are you going to tell me that you knew of this deplorable scheme?" "Good God, no, sir. I came into it by accident. Surely you don't imagine—" "No, of course he doesn't," interrupted Eliza. "Sit down and tell us all about it before I expire with curiosity." "Oh, I beg your pardon, Frederica." "Never mind begging Frederica's pardon," said his lordship. He met his secretary's stern gaze and smiled. "You must forgive me, my dear boy. I have reached the stage when nothing has the power to surprise me, you see." "What was the accident which brought you into it?" Relaxing, Mr. Trevor seated himself and, after a moment's consideration, said, "I had better tell it you from the start, I think. You'll remember, sir, that you desired me to attend to a matter of business which took me to the Temple. Well, I did so this morning. On my way back I suddenly saw Dawntry in the churchyard of St. Clement Danes. It seemed an odd place to find him in, but the thing that most struck me was that he had a portmanteau with him. Still, it wasn't any business of mine, and I was just about to go on my way when a hack drove up to the church, and out jumped your brother, Miss Merriville. And the next instant he handed Miss Charis Merriville down and pulled out a valise from the hack." "Was she crying?" inquired his lordship. "I don't know, but I could see she was rather agitated by the way she was clinging to Merriville's arm." "I expect she was crying," said his lordship in a satisfied tone. "Cousin Alverstoke, if you say one more word, pray go on, Mr. Trevor." "Well, I guess then, of course. I never was in their confidence, but I did know that Dawntry and Miss Merriville were very much attached to each other, and also that you, ma'am, were opposed to the match." "I dare say you had that from Cly," remarked his lordship blandly. "A great many people knew it," said Frederica, pointedly ignoring this interpolation. "So what did you do, sir?" Charles, a trifle flushed, threw her a grateful look. "At first I didn't do anything," he confessed. "For one thing, I was pretty well bowled out, and for another, I didn't know what to do. It was very awkward, you know. I hadn't the least right to interfere, particularly when her brother was with her. By the time I'd made up my mind that I ought to make a push to stop them doing such an imprudent thing, they had been inside the church for several minutes. So I ran across the street and went in after them. There was no one there except them and the curate and the verger, and the curate had begun the service, which was a bit of a facer because I couldn't walk up to them and say I wanted to speak to them or call out, 'Wait a minute,' or anything of that nature. Not when the service had begun and with the verger glaring at me. I'm not in orders myself, but my father is, and my eldest brother, and the idea of making a scene in church fairly made me shudder. So I sat down at the back trying to think what I should do, and of course I remembered the just cause or impediment bit and waited for it." "Charles," said Eliza, awed, "you didn't get up and say there was an impediment." "Yes, I did." "Well, I said, yes, I do. I don't think the curate had ever had such a thing happen to him before. because he was so flabbergasted he just stood there with his mouth open. And by the time he'd collected his wits enough to order us all into the vestry, there was such a rumpus that nobody paid any heed to him. What with Daughtry roaring out that I'd no right to meddle, and wanting to know what the devil I meant by it, and Merriville flying into a passion, and saying that there wasn't any impediment, and that he was Miss Merriville's lawful guardian, and Miss Merriville in hysterics, it was the most shocking scene. And I'm bound to own that I said a few things myself, quite forgetting where I was. However, we went into the vestry at last, and things quietened down because Daughtry was in such a stew over Miss Merriville that he was too busy trying to soothe her to go on abusing me. "Did he succeed?" asked Alverstoke. "No, but Merriville did. He threw a glass of water in her face." "Quite right," nodded Frederica. "Well, I dare say it was," said Charles dubiously. "The only thing was that, though it did stop the vapors, it made her cry, and that led to a fresh uproar because Daughtry came to cuffs with Merriville for doing it, and Merriville said he would do what he chose to his own sister, and so they fell into a quarrel, which was quite a good thing because I was able to draw the curate aside and smooth him down a trifle." "Charles," said Alverstoke, much moved, "I have never done you justice. It must be the diplomatic service for you." Charles blushed and laughed. "I'm afraid I wasn't very successful, sir. He was as mad as fire and no one could blame him. But the main thing was that he said he refused to perform the ceremony, no matter whether there was an impediment or not, because we were a set of infidels and a lot more to that tune. Then Merriville said he washed his hands of the whole affair, and since I'd played boots with everything I could damned, he told me I could now be responsible for the rest. And he flung off in a rage. That was a good thing too." "A very good thing," said Frederica. "What happened after that?" "Well, I managed to persuade the curate to permit us to stay in the vestry until Miss Merriville had recovered. And once I'd got rid of him and Miss Merriville had stopped crying, I talked to them, showing them how improper it was and so on. Then Daughtry said that he hadn't been quite easy about it from the start, and after a while it came out that he thought you, as well as Miss Merriville, would do what you could do to separate him from Miss Charis, sir. Me culpa. I gave him a hint not to be so particular in his attentions." "Yes, he told me about that, but I think he had the notion fixed in his head long before then." "Well, I ventured to tell him that I was pretty sure you wouldn't care a rush if he married Miss Merriville, but you'd cut up stiff if he went about it in a havey-cavey way. How well you understand me, my dear boy. Did he fear I should instantly reduce him to penury?" "Oh, no, he said he was going to sell out and try his hand at farming. In the shires," added Mr. Trevor demurely. "Good God! Then, if he was ready to face having his allowance stopped, what was he afraid of?" "What the devil did he think I could do to stop his marriage?" "He appeared to think," said Mr. Trevor, his countenance wooden, "that you would contrive to get him sent abroad on a diplomatic mission." There was a moment's stunned silence before both the ladies fell into gusts of merriment. "But I told him," said Mr. Trevor, "that I rather fancied it would be beyond your power." "You might well," said Alverstoke, who had sunk his brow on his hand. "I also told him, and I hope you won't object, sir, that what he ought to do was to tell you the whole, and trust to you to make all right with Mrs. Daughtry." "And with me?" asked Frederica. "Well, yes," he confessed. "I did say that, what I meant to do, because Miss Merriville was declaring that she couldn't return here, ma'am, and I couldn't think where else to take her, was to have brought them both to you, sir, at Alverstoke House." "Thank you, Charles. What saved me from this ugly fate?" For the first time in his recital, Mr. Trevor's voice became a little unsteady. Daughtry recollected that he had left a letter for his mother, with the butler, to be given her at noon. It occurred to him that she might be prostrated by it, and that it was his duty to reassure her. So we called up a hack and persuaded Miss Merriville to get into it and drove off to Green Street. "Left a letter for his mother," repeated Alverstoke. For God's sake, why couldn't he have posted a letter to her later? He doesn't live with her. He thought, said Charles carefully, that he had best write to her at once in case he afterwards forgot to do so. This was too much even for himself. He succumbed to his bottled-up amusement and went into whoops. Frederica, the first of the assembled company to stop laughing, said, wiping her streaming eyes, "And you went with them? I never dreamed of such heroism, Mr. Trevor." I must say I didn't relish it much, but I thought it was the least I could do after bringing the wedding to nothing. Daughtry fought shy of going in to his mother without anyone to support him, and Miss Merriville was so frightened that I thought it very likely the pair of them would turn cat and pan if I didn't keep them to the sticking point. So I went with them. "To find Mrs. Daughtry in convulsions?" asked Eliza. "No, that was later," he replied seriously. When we all walked into the drawing-room, she was sitting in a chair, with Daughtry's letter in her lap and looking as though she'd been knocked acock. And no sooner did she set eyes on Daughtry than she rang such a peal over him. Well, it nearly made me scour off. It turned him as sulky as a bear, and as for Miss Merriville, I thought she would fall down in a faint. I kept on telling her they weren't married, but she wouldn't pay the smallest heed, so that at last I was obliged to go smash up to her, and give her a shake in the most shockingly brassy way. However, it surprised her so much that she stopped pouring reproaches over Daughtry, and I was able to tell her that he hadn't got married after all. Then she tried to throw herself onto his chest, saying, in a most embarrassing way, "Oh, my beloved son, you remembered your mother and you repented." Naturally that set up his hackles more than ever, and he thrust her off and said, "No, I didn't, and that it was all my doing and that I was a cursed addle plot. So she threw herself on my chest," said Charles, blenching at the memory. "Oh, poor Mr. Trevor," cried Frederica. "Whatever did you do?" "I couldn't do anything, that was the worst of it. She had her arms round my neck, calling me her dear, dear boy and her savior, and kissing my cheek. But what more could you desire?" "This is excellent, Charles," said Alverstoke. "Well, I didn't think it excellent, sir, and nor did Daughtry. Up till then he hadn't done much more than look black, but hearing her thank me for having preserved him from what she called a fatal marriage fairly wound him up, and the next thing was that he was giving her a trimming, and at the top of his voice too. He was in such a passion he didn't care what he said to her. I must own, I was as astonished as she was, for he's such an amiable fellow that I hadn't thought he could be stirred up. Lord, he even shouted at her, when she put her hand on her heart, and gasped that she felt a spasm coming on, that she could have as many spasms as she pleased, and if she dared to utter one more word against Miss Merriville he'd never speak to her again as long as he lived. But at that, Miss Merriville suddenly cried out, "Oh, no, no, no," and ran to Mrs. Daughtry and put her arms round her, begging her not to heed Daughtry, because he didn't mean it, and neither of them would do anything she didn't like, and heaven knows what more besides. She coaxed her to lie down on the sofa and held her vinaigrette under her nose and sent Daughtry off to fetch the hartshorn directly. And when he said he didn't know where to find it, I'm dashed if she didn't rip up at him, saying how dared he be so brutal to his mother, and if he didn't know where to find the hartshorn, he could ask Mrs. Daughtry's woman, couldn't he? So he went off and got some brandy, which answered just as well. Only, when he tried to tell Mrs. Daughtry it was no use for her to make herself sick, she shuddered, and implored Miss Merriville not to leave her. So then they both began to cry, and the next thing was that Mrs. Daughtry was calling Miss Merriville her dear child, and the pair of them had got into a league against Daughtry. He'd come out of the mops by then, and if I hadn't trodden on his foot he would have begged his mother's pardon and begun to pet and coax her. Alverstoke's eyes gleamed. "Very subtle, Charles." "I don't know that, sir, but I could see that the longer he stayed on his high ropes, the more Mrs. Daughtry would cling to Miss Merriville, because she was the only one of us who was sympathizing with her. The only thing I was afraid of was that Miss Plumley would come in, but it turned out that she'd been taken ill last night with the influenza. That was a stroke of rare good fortune, because Mrs. Dawntry's maid was nursing her, and what with that, and the girls having been sent off with the governess to some aunt or other, to escape the infection, Mrs. Dawntry was obliged to fend for herself, which don't suit her. She said, "You know her way, sir." "Too well," Charles grinned. "Yes, well," she said, heaven knew she didn't grudge her woman to Miss Plumley, only she was still so unwell herself that the least exertion exhausted her. Miss Merriville agreed with that. I mean, she really did. She wasn't shamming it. "Oh, no," said Frederica. "She is very tender-hearted, you know, and is sorry for people on the smallest provocation, or even on none at all. It does her great credit." "It doesn't, but let that pass," said Alverstoke. "I take it Charis is now performing the combined duties of companion, nurse, and Abigail. Has Mrs. Dawntry given her consent to the fatal marriage?" "No, she hasn't done that yet, but she told Miss Merriville that she was a dear, sweet child, so I shouldn't think it would be long before she does. Anyway, Miss Merriville is to remain with her until tomorrow. So I told Dawntry in his ear that if he didn't want to make a mess of everything, he'd play least in sight for a while, and dragged him off with me. And then that's all." "All!" exclaimed Frederica. "Mr. Trevor, I can never tell you how grateful I am to you. I don't mean to embarrass you by throwing myself on your chest, for you have borne enough this day, but I promise you I easily could. Thank you." Much discomposed, he stammered. "Not at all, nothing to thank me for, only did what I thought right." "Don't be so modest, Charles," said Alverstoke. "You know very well that you've beaten us all hollow. I find it extremely disturbing. I never doubted my own courage till today." "Very true, you are quite shown down," said Eliza. "Only what's to be done now?" "I am at one with you, Frederica, in thinking Endymion a very poor match for Charis, but if Lucretia gives her consent—" Frederica sighed. "I suppose I must do so too." "Certainly you must," said Alverstoke. "You cannot possibly live with a watering pot for the rest of the summer. You and Lucretia will bestow your blessings on this very boring Romeo and Juliet. I will endeavor to restrain Romeo from committing any extravagant folly, and a formal announcement of the betrothal shall be sent to the Gazette." "Very well," Frederica said listlessly. "Yes, but I am strongly of the opinion that the announcement of your own betrothal should come first, Vernon," said Eliza, quizzing him with her eyes. "In fact, I think your wedding should come first. Charis and Endymion can very well wait for a month or two before they become formally engaged, and then you can give a betrothal party for them, and they can be married from Alverstoke House. Don't you agree with me, Charles?" Mr. Trevor, manfully, if fleetingly, meeting the eyes of his seething employer, said, "As a matter of fact, ma'am, I was just thinking so myself." "Oh, were you?" said his lordship wrathfully. "Well, sir, you couldn't expect me to be blind," said Charles. "But what are you dreaming of?" demanded Frederica, suddenly rather pale. There is no question of such a thing." "Nonsense, child, of course you are going to marry Alverstoke," said Eliza briskly, drawing on her gloves. "Why, Augusta told me so the very day after I came up to London. She says you will deal extremely too. So does Sally Jersey, and will you have the goodness, Eliza, to permit me to make my proposals myself?" interrupted his lordship in a voice of dangerous calm. "Yes, my dear brother. But do, pray, stop fearing to put it to the touch, and wondering if this is quite the right moment, or whether you would not do better to wait until Frederica is rather less harassed," responded Eliza, smiling affably at him. "Charles, are you too worn down to escort me to Somerset House?" "No, indeed, I should be happy to do so," he said promptly. "Then we will go there immediately." She turned and embraced Frederica. "Goodbye, my dear. I am leaving London tomorrow, so I'll wish you happy now. Charles, I depend on you to tell me which of the pictures I must most admire." "My sisters," said his lordship with loathing as he shut the door on Mr. Trevor's heels. Well aware that it behoved him to tread warily, he added in a meditative tone, "Not but what she was perfectly right, of course, and damnably acute. I did fear to put it to the touch while Felix occupied your whole mind. And why the devil should we wait on the convenience of those two young idiots? Frederica, standing as though rooted to the floor, said, in a voice which, even to her ears, sounded very unlike her own, "This is ridiculous, cousin Alverstoke. Such an absurd notion has never crossed my mind." "That, my child, I know only too well," he replied ruefully. "I have no thought of marriage. That also I know to my cost. All you think of is pork jelly, my love." Pork jelly! Oh, the irrepressible laughter sprang into her eyes for a moment. "You don't mean to tell me you were going to make me an offer, then?" "Such was my intention, but there is something very daunting about pork jelly." "But it was restorative pork jelly," she said, before she could check her unruly tongue. She saw that he was coming towards her and stepped back, saying quickly, "I see what it is. You feel it to be your duty to offer for me, because you think you may have compromised me, staying at Monk's Farm as you did. But I assure you, I did not stay at Monk's Farm, and when I recall the pains I took not to compromise you, driving to and from the worst inn I ever put up at and over an abominable surface, I can only marvel at your ingratitude, Frederica." "Oh, never that, never that, so good you were, so kind. But you don't want to marry me, Alverstoke." "You know you don't." "Of course I don't," he responded with great cordiality. "But since two of my sisters, my secretary, damn his impudence, and at least two of my oldest friends are apparently convinced, in spite of all my efforts to throw dust in their eyes, that that is my ambition, I do beg of you, Frederica, to accept my offer. I really cannot endure the mortification of being rejected." "No, no, pray don't," she said imploringly. "You are aware of what my situation is. I have Jessamy and Felix to think of. I cannot leave them to Harry's care. Surely you must know this. I haven't asked you to leave them to his care. I dare say they will like to spend a part of their holidays with him, but they will naturally make their home with us. Like my estimable nephew, I do feel, my love, that they stand in crying need of a little masculine guidance. I realize, of course, that, as a moral preceptor, I fall a long way short of Buxted. On the other hand, they like me better. But I have not the smallest intention of marrying Lord Buxted." "I think that very wise," he said. "For some reason or another, Jessamy and Felix seem to have taken him in aversion, don't they? Moreover, I very much doubt whether he would be prepared to extend a welcome to the Baluchistan hound. No, I shouldn't marry Buxted if I were you. Or even Darcy, who informed me last night that he did his best to cut me out. He wouldn't be able to cope with the boys at all." Torn between amusement and unusual perturbation, she said, "You speak as though you thought I would marry for their sakes. I never should." "Oh, I know that. But I also know that you would never marry anyone whom they disliked, or who wasn't willing to include them in his household. I was only trying to make myself more acceptable to you. I am willing, you see. I like them, and they interest me. Furthermore, I have become so much accustomed to figuring as their guardian that I should strongly resist any attempt to remove them from the sphere of my influence." She said unsteadily, "You are all goodness, all kindness. I don't know, I am not sure, why you have made me this offer, whether because you do think that you compromised me, or perhaps out of compassion, which is quite misplaced, but which I fancy you have sometimes felt. But really, Frederica, you should know better than to talk such twaddle," he expostulated. "Of all the moonshine, I am neither good nor kind. I did not compromise you, and if I thought you an object for compassion, I should also think you a dead bore, my girl. But you have never bored me." He possessed himself of her hands and held them firmly. "The only woman I have ever known who has never done so and could never do so. I had not thought that such a woman existed, Frederica." She was trembling, her brain in a whirl. "Oh, impossible! You are not in love with me. How could you be? Are you trying to hoax me into believing that? No, no, don't." "Oh, not in the least," he assured her cheerfully. "It is merely that I find I cannot live without you, my adorable Frederica." Unconsciously, she returned the clasp of his hands. Looking up into his laughing eyes, wonder and doubt in her own, she said shyly, "Is it like that? Being in love, you see, I never was in love, so I don't know. And I made my mind up years and years ago that I wouldn't marry anyone unless I was truly in love with him. Alverstoke I don't think I can be, because I don't feel at all like Charis, and she does know. It has always seemed to me that if one falls in love with any gentleman one becomes instantly blind to his faults. But I am not blind to your faults, and I do not think that everything you do or say is right. Only is it being not very comfortable and cross and not quite happy when you aren't there." "That, my darling," said his lordship, taking her ruthlessly into his arms, "is exactly what it is." "Oh." Frederica gasped, as she emerged from an embrace which threatened to suffocate her. "Now I know. I am in love." The youngest Merriville, bursting into the room some time later, found them seated side by side on the sofa. "Buddle said I wasn't to disturb you, but I knew that was fudge," he said scornfully. "Cousin Alverstoke, there is something I particularly wish to ask you," he broke off, perceiving suddenly, and with disfavor, that his cousin Alverstoke had an arm round Frederica. Revolted by such a betrayal of unmanliness, he bent a disapproving look upon his idol and demanded, "Why are you cuddling Frederica, sir?" "Because we are going to be married," replied his lordship calmly. "It's obligatory, you know. One is expected to cuddle the lady one is going to marry." "Oh," said Felix. "Well, I won't ask anyone to marry me if that's what you have to do. I must say, I never thought that you, sir, would have—" Again he broke off as a thought struck him. "Will that make her a she-marquis? Oh, Jessamy, did you hear that? Frederica is going to be a she-marquis." "What you mean is a marchioness, you ignorant little ape," replied his austere brother, closing the door behind him. "And there's nothing funny about it." He looked at Frederica and said simply, "I'm glad." He added with a touch of awkwardness, "We shall miss you, but I am glad." She stretched out her hand to him. "Dear Jessamy, but you won't miss me, we shall still be together. The only difference is that we shall all of us, you and Felix and I, live with cousin Alverstoke instead of at Graynard, and you won't object to that, I know." He did not answer her, but turned his eyes upon the Marquis, saying, "Thank you, but you can't wish to have us foisted on to you, sir." "No, a hideous prospect," agreed his lordship. "The thing is that I couldn't get your sister on easier terms." One of his rare smiles swept across Jessamy's face. You are the most complete hand, sir." "No, he isn't," said Felix. "Why shouldn't he wish to have us? It isn't as though we should be a trouble to him. Cousin Alverstoke, what I particularly wanted to ask you is, may I have a workshop at Alver, for experiments? If I promise faithfully not to blow the house up. If you please, cousin Alverstoke."